Hey everybody, welcome back. Hopefully we've got most of our issues sorted out. I know we're still dropping a few frames here and there, but the round should be starting. Players are resolving their mulligans, and yeah, we're looking forward to round two.
We've got a Rona in seat one, which I am super stoked about. We have a star with some pretty kawaii eyes in seat two, Dahada in seat three, and then Rogthras in seat four.
This is pod 11, so if you guys want to check out the link in the description, that will get you to the round information. And I'm not sure if you guys can see the deck lists, but I know that we can, and we'll be probably pulling them up during the round to kind of just talk about them, analyze what's going on, that kind of stuff. What's up, Nick? Good to see you.
Nick.
Yeah, we are dropping a few frames here and there, but hopefully nothing too crazy. Doing the best we can. Still kind of limited on internet.
Unfortunately, our options were either dropping frames or dropping that thun-thun-thun. And sorry, we made the choice that we had to. I trusted if you were in our position, you would have done the same.
We're going to have to add a camera over here.
Triple sleeve must be crazy to shuffle. Yeah, there's a couple guys that are locals who have them, and it's it's always insane. It gets a laugh out of me every time. I'm also excited about this pod because everyone that's in this game won their round one, and so I'm expecting some high energy. It always feels good when you're able to start with a win. Bodhi adds a pigeon in bottom right.
Yeah, I don't think they're incentivized to draw quite yet. So all the players having 5 points is really good, and then we have a lot of good players in this pod. I know Isaac is one of the top ranked players globally, and so is Pigeon.
Yeah, especially in a tournament like this large. I believe there's going to be 7 rounds of Swiss. We weren't in the room for the player meeting, but I think there's going to be 7 rounds. Wins, obviously.
I thought it was 5.
I think it's 5 today.
Oh, okay.
But I think they're doing 2 tomorrow, or potentially 6 today.
We're just spreading misinformation.
Yeah. Dockside's also getting unbanned, by the way.
Oh, sick.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yes, 1 sec. All right. So players are just getting the okay to start the game, and welcome to round 2, pod 11 of the Landgo 10K Open.
May the best Colorado player win. Just kidding. Rona could be from the Springs. I don't know.
True. Rona in C1 is kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, we got you, Fuzzy. We'll have to put a picture up on our Twitter. There's like a really thin half wall between us and the players.
I feel like we're in a library.
Well, unfortunately, actually, I am a librarian, and I can promise you I talk way louder than this when I'm at work. I feel like dude, I was thinking that game 1. An underground C on the green. It looks like they are selecting a 9-iron in order to potentially hit it to player number 2.
This one's signed by Mr. Alexander himself.
Isaac the Mailman? Yeah, I think he has him on his top deck profile, yeah.
I don't think that's what he means.
Oh, turn 1 fish. Oh, that's going to be so good in a pod like this.
Unfortunately, in turn 1 fish with no rocks or acceleration backup right now. So that means that you're kind of locked into tapping yourself out if this continues.
It can be risky with
There's
like
a Mox.
Oh, what's up, Knight?
Are we just opening the floodgates here and just starting to feed the fish?
If I'm the blue farm player here, Dehada can't really afford to wait a turn to set up, especially not against a blue farm. So I think while if I were against a Roggrass and a blue farm, which can maybe kind of sit back a little, I definitely think that like
oh jeez,
holy shit,
Imp Seal, another draw.
Oh my god. If you're in seat 4, you're probably feeling really bad right now.
I mean, his hand's just fully on the table.
Oh my word. Oh, there's another one.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
What are you? Is he just going for breach?
What, is he like drawing a card every time the fish draws one? Like, how does he have this many cards to play?
So he's drawing 5.
This is insane. Oh, he's cracking a cast 10.
That's crazy work.
That's wild. Yeah, dude. That fish is like the EV on that fish is insane.
Use the active player token if you get a second. We're trying to get an active player indicator. It shouldn't matter right now as much, but it will help if this game goes past turn 2, which it might not.
Dude, if you're the Rona player, we don't have the audio for the players right now, but I can guarantee you each time they're drawing, they're legally obligated to go, oh, another land.
We can swap over to player audio for Pigeon's turn here.
Yeah, absolutely. I somehow left my Saga, go to 1, and cast Rogrok. Yep. And then cast...
Rogrok doesn't trigger fish.
A map you can draw.
That does.
Is that map?
If map is good...
I'll pass on that.
Yep.
You got already?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
This is imp sealed.
Cool.
I'm going to Chromox, you can draw one.
Again, thank you so much for everyone for joining us. I know we were having internet issues and stuff like that, but we're all so happy to be here with you and watching coverage of one of the biggest tournaments this year.
Yeah, apologies for some of the choppy stream. Max wasn't able to bring Suki via the plane, so we're attempting to download her via the internet, and she's just so cute and so adorable that it's really eating up the bit rate.
Wow, keeps the fish around, land. Let's see if there's acceleration, because there's no draw engines here. You just commenced hand dumping. Oh, there's one.
Yeah. No one was able to get like a fish or a heuristic study out to punish them for playing out their whole hand afterwards.
Oh, there's okay, Rona. But so no acceleration, really.
Are we going to see like a Mox Amber or an Opal, or are they just going to...
But you can just play Amber before.
Just going to discard down a hand.
Oh. And then I think they were attempting to pass, and then they're saying, let's double check how many cards you got in hand there. We're using lapel mics for the players, so they're each individually mic'd up.
Mm-hmm.
Make them battle. I'm not messing with them.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, it looks like they're picking up the discard.
Like I could, but I don't think it's
Okay, my suspicion is I wonder if the Rona player has like already just drawn Thassa's Decon, and so they're discarding so that they can just get protection for the next turn.
I will discard a Time Twister, a Water Grave, and a Talisman of Dominance.
Sure. Untap, upkeep. Draw.
I guess we could probably leave the player audio
That's why
on.
it was a sneak.
Let us know if levels are good in chat here.
Am I good to gain a life and draw a card? Yep. That one
You love to
card
hear that,
changed
right?
So much. It did.
Oh, I actually don't like to hear that.
Because I think I'm going to get fierced if I cast my value.
Probably. You did dump everything.
Yeah.
I don't know that I
I
would
really didn't want to see a fish.
fierce a
Yeah.
value
I'm
engineer.
gonna make you have it, because I think if I pass to you anyway, you're just gonna win.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Necro, you can draw.
Okay, that's not a value engine.
That's not
I did not think
We
it was
good
that
with
either.
100%
Oh, yeah,
negates
we're
fierce.
fine.
Or
Good on Necro. Good on
negation.
Necro.
yeah.
That's so funny.
Aw,
Rona
shucks.
players asking for
I guess I'll do
priority.
something.
Dude, this Dahada and Rock Thrash cannot pass priority fast enough.
Pass.
Something.
I'll pitch into the flood maw.
Sure.
Force will.
Good.
That I think that kind of tells what is in their hand. So if they're using Force of Will here, that's a very, very high value counterspell. That probably means they don't have Force of Negation or Fierce.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot
I'm
that was your turn.
thinking
Yeah,
if
my
I'm doing
bad.
your end step action or not.
Oh, no.
TNK with
It's a
one card in
sword.
hand.
Yeah, I do believe if this is
I
not
would
sick,
sword
we're dead.
100%,
Oop, I did the illegal point.
What if I say pretty please?
I don't think so. No way.
He pointed with his middle finger.
yeah.
The illegal point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go.
One more?
Huge. Go to my turn.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's alright, I'll draw Sabine's, guys.
Oh, did they tutor for the Necro?
Don't do it.
I don't know.
All right. Just the lands I wanted.
That's fine.
It's kind of a bold thing to tutor for
Ah, yeah.
with fish, and you just dump your hand into it.
Yeah. I think
I did expect yours though.
Yeah.
I wish it was fierce.
Force is a little better.
Yeah, well, it's.
I might
guess
like
fish was
tutor
like,
for
well, I'm
like
gonna
face
get
breaker
countered,
or
but-
something there,
Make it happen.
because
Yeah.
It still just turns you.
I don't
There's
think that
like
gets
a
Force
1
Will.
in-
depending on what the
There's like a
tutor
12%
was,
chance
this
that
would
they'll draw
actually be a
anything.
really sick ranger
Maybe.
captain.
Probably higher than that.
It's not
There's
my
only so many
problem at the moment.
Commandeer.
play
though.
Lotho.
He's probably got like commandeer and stuff.
If that's
too,
good,
though.
I'll pass.
Lotho.
Yeah.
Lotho pass. Yeah. Reasonable.
Also, corrupt
Go to
Shire.
two.
Hell yeah.
Ah,
Stifle
him
it.
correctly calling it Shire.
I'm gonna crack map.
Surprise,
Yep.
surprise.
I'm gonna get a cradle.
If you pop in our Discord and ping us at some point, we can help you with the audio and
Heard
let
that's a
you know
good
what we're
card.
using. But as long as our audio is coming through, if the video's dropping some frames, not much we can do. But
Mhm.
It's alright. It's not on camera. No one will know.
Okay, so they imp sealed.
I think I'm gonna
Hmm.
be.
They're lying about it
what's he
being
tapping
recorded.
for? Oh, he's.
What else will they lie about?
I'd like to move to inside.
Can I read that land? Oh yes, perfect.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Pass.
I have nothing on instant. You good? Okay. I'll draw a card. Guys, I'll make it anyway.
Hell yeah.
I want to play a Gloomlake Verge.
Yeah.
Dude, I just
All
saw the
fast
Ranger
lands.
reprint. I think it's pretty cool.
I can't believe they're heaping the fish around like this.
Oh my god.
Is this where Demir struggles to convert
Deafening
this many
silence.
cards?
It's a peak draw.
That's crazy to me.
Fight step. I don't actually know.
Meanwhile, Rogdra's
No, I
finding
should
Cradle,
hit,
just
you're
chilling.
Definitely Turbo Nos.
What?
too.
That is no.
Sorry, I had a little spin out there. That was funny.
If I get to gain a life and draw a card.
Yeah.
Rona is left of the
this
Rogdra's player,
card
and
maybe
Dahada
stops it. No, this
is
the card after last.
north of it.
Ranger Captain.
That
Dahada?
seems
Oh, there's a Ranger Captain.
Yeah, Dahada.
Dahada.
Get some good range.
ETB good.
Get yo Esper.
Yeah. I'll
Do we
cast
know
it.
what land this is? Oh, is it as a plains?
Mhm.
Sick.
Good
Sick.
on
We'll have
Everything
to
I
see what
wanted in my
happens.
life.
I'm
I
a
will
little
pass
worried
my
that
turn.
Rona may have missed their window.
Good draw.
Dude, basic plains and TNK is crazy work.
That's wild, dude. Or is that
Building
just
turn into play.
something else that's altered?
I guess I'm drawing you more cards. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think luckily we're recording locally, so
Fetch.
hopefully those recordings turn out well. And if they do, then we'll just be posting
Yeah.
those in pretty short order.
We have everything. Guess it doesn't matter. Guess we want double white.
Yeah, we definitely will want to prioritize the
Oh, it's Command Tower. Oh,
Okay, yeah, that's probably way better than Planes and TNK.
Jeez, I just didn't recognize the art.
I'm not playing an Abolisher, but I always want double white.
Oh.
I didn't know there was a Command Tower from that.
No, he's in other.
It's true. This might be the only game I've ever played.
All right, guys, we get it. It's Command Tower. My bad.
Literally
So
every
thankful for you
single-
guys.
Yeah.
I'll put my brain space elsewhere.
I'm just gonna close my eyes now and just listen to you guys.
Makes every color.
Played right into my trap. When I hit you with Ragavan and get your Nature's Rhythm, I can almost cast it.
Oh my god. This is why guys
Oh,
Cradle is a bad card.
True.
It's so bad. Dude, I've had too many
Dude.
Ragavan in my Cradle and I almost.
It's a cradle or get cradled world out there.
Can that be a Ragavan thing? Play lands.
You mean Ragavan?
Yeah.
I think you can either.
Ugh. Why are there two things called Ragavan
The
now?
players seem to be
But you get to play
referencing
lane.
a soon-to-be
I think
released
it's
Final
play a
Fantasy
not,
card,
because it can't be
which
played
is
that, but also
illegal.
not.
What other illegal cards will they play in this match?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I think we can find out together.
Turn up the players a little bit. I want to hear them, but I don't want to. I want us to be louder than them. So if we're talking, we should be able to.
I will draw my one card. And then I will pass.
Pass them all.
But I spend way too much time on Moxfield and Scryfield to do
Scryfall.
yeah.
Better on camera.
Moxfall and Scryfield.
Necro, sad. Mount Doom. I could take a land.
That explains why my links never
Destroy
work.
Chance for Glory. Lotus Petal.
Chance for Worry's high.
Yeah.
I should turn. this
So
color
sweet.
and
Both
ignite.
Chance and Necro in the graveyard.
I think it's like your stuff gets indestructible or something.
It's Final Fortune with a extra step. Piece of mana.
Creatures you control getting indestructible.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
nothing too crazy off the Dahada
Um,
activation.
Do I want to land? That's like the real question. These are definitely going to the graveyard.
Yeah, the land is basically a better treasure.
I don't know. I feel like the
That's kinda
casters
my
kind
thought
of
as
suck.
well.
Also, it's a
True.
notable
We're not even playing.
It's not
Yeah,
just a
bad.
land.
Mad 'cause bad.
I don't have a legendary artifact, right?
Yeah.
That's my secret. I'm always bad.
Softballs instead of down. Think about it.
I'm done.
I've killed people that way.
Yep.
They're like, oh, I forgot it had a second ability.
One of the players is confessing to murder. What else will they confess to in this game?
Turn Eric up. Well, it's because Eric doesn't like to talk into the microphone.
It's also
I think we're gonna
because
do a little bit of
if
board
there's
control.
anyone who's accidentally going to give away information to the players, it's 1000% going to be me.
Yep.
If that is good, I shall be passing.
I'm gonna have to side with Sawdust.
I refuse to be in March Meltdown for letting the players know about the dockside
Sure.
in Pigeon's Hand right now.
Search.
Trigger. It does sack, right? Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we have a little bit more gain now. Is it too loud?
Do I tutor and sack? Or is it
Get
just
those
sack and
gains.
then tutor?
So the
It's-
trigger,
Triggers on the stack.
when the trigger goes on the stack, you'll put a counter on it once it
Jeez.
resolves, and when it has 3 turns, you sack.
Yeah, so before you search, I actually
Okay,
have my
my bad,
trigger.
my bad.
Now the question is, it's either Esper
No,
or
no,
Roger.
sacrificing is part of the trigger. The trigger is
Oh, so I do
put a
it?
counter on it if it has 3.
That's a really good point, Captain Moral
I,
Support.
actually, I think you're right, but I don't
Sacrifice.
know.
I honestly
I mean,
don't
we
know
could-
what
yeah,
trigger
yeah.
goes
Dude,
first.
Yeah.
Keep up comments like that, and you're going to be major moral support by
Never had this random-
maybe the
I
end of
don't
the
know what
game.
you're looking
even.
for. Game audio lets us learn more about the game and the player.
You
Yeah.
can hit it. I don't
Yeah.
think I am in a position for you should be hitting it, but you can.
We're definitely
I
happy to
also-
like
I don't have a creature like
stop
Because it's
talking
not
when
in, like,
nothing's
the
going on,
world's greatest
or
position.
when something's going on.
No, but I don't think you should
It doesn't
PTFO
look that
me.
bad to me.
No, he has a lot of mana. That's
I
true.
think I'm going to have to crack this before my turn.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy how
I don't-
quickly
I'm like
Ranger
99%
Captain
sure it's not on my turn.
gums up the board
Oh,
and
yeah.
kind of like makes it
For Saga
a problem.
Search, it does sacrifice. Do I tutor, then a Mayhem Devil will trigger after?
Or is Mayhem on the stack
the
first?
sack first?
No. So the way it happens is that the ability stays on the stack and the permanent stays on the battlefield while you're doing the search.
Okay.
Because it is held on the battlefield with the third counter for as long as the triggered ability is still on the stack.
And then sack after 3.
Once you have finished searching, then the sack happens. Then Mayhem Devil will trigger.
Awesome.
Cool.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Nice.
I wasn't sure. So.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
poor Rugrak.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Goodbye, Tiny King.
Just shuts off Cradle. That's crazy.
What is he? What is he even
I
getting
mean, if you
here?
give me a reason not to hit Roger.
I can give you plenty of reasons because, good lord, I'm not in any of those positions.
Yeah.
Let's see if Pigeon can navigate himself out of this.
Yeah. This is. Well, this specific moment of his Rograt getting targeted is a rough spot for him. I've seen Pigeon do a really, really good job in games of eating like 1 or 2 pieces of interaction.
What's the reason you're gonna show me to not kill Roger?
That you can screw me later, and I don't have a creature, and there's a ranger fish and a stream, and I don't have a land.
No, the audio didn't cut. We just muted because the judge came over.
I mean, last time I
We
saw
were-
you
we were
cast
chatting
that
with the
guy,
judge.
you let you run,
Mhm.
so.
What I was saying is I've seen a lot of games where Pigeon lets like 1 or 2 pieces get removed early to buy himself a turn of essentially like you already got rid of my what
You
else?
could crop rot your
Yeah.
And then he's really just sneaking in wins later.
Thanks, Demetrius. We're doing our
Oh,
best.
thanks, Dom.
The crop right can't get put in my hand.
2 mayhem devils.
That sounds pretty spooky.
Yeah, the judge was just reiterating that technically the lore counter remains on Urza Saga throughout the search, and it's not until the ability resolves that it's sacrificed. Even though players typically put it in the graveyard before searching, just to kind of like shorthand it, but because of the Mayhem Devil, a little more accuracy is called for.
Bird X's 2.
Trigger.
Is he having a Mayhem Devil too?
Potentially.
Bird X's 2.
Yeah.
I
Or is it Ranger Captain?
If I'm the
Ranger, it will be an
if I'm the Dahada player, I'm questioning
I have no fix.
where I sent my ping earlier.
Yes, he does.
I'm gonna go deliver some tokens to indicate what that is. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
Hold down the phone.
Boy, this is no good.
Not only do we have a mailman in the pod, but we have Logan delivering something to them. You can look for many other sorts of collaboration from us throughout the stream today. Starting with, actually, we had Wayne talk to us earlier, and he wanted to mention that Land Go is continuing to want to reach out to game stores to host Land Go tournaments, including globally. So we had some people mention that they were in South Africa or Denmark earlier. If you guys have a store near you that is interested in getting into hosting events, definitely go check out their website and. You know,
I mean, I don't have
maybe we could be casting from your hometown next.
We could just ping 2 on it and then it gets sacked in your turn. I'm not as worried about it.
I guarantee you,
I mean,
your
the
town's
question
not
is,
going
do
to have
we
as many
want
good
it to
tars
happen?
as
Like,
Nashville, though. There's like literally one on
Yeah,
every
I'm
wall.
pretty sure that I'm gonna have to use this on Dahada, to be honest.
do, but it depends on what you're doing. It's not like
I'm not winning the
That's
game
true.
this turn, that's for sure.
I should probably pay.
I'm also happy to
I
not
think
have
if
you
you
use
pay,
it if I won't go for it. If, you know.
it gives you permanent value though. It's like they will be cast dispel stuff probably.
Alright, draw step.
Yep.
Yep.
Dude, this blue farm player must be like
Oh yeah.
so stoked that Wrong Thrust is drawing so many sheep now.
Flavor and Capcoms.
That's a sacrifice.
It is indeed.
I like this draw.
Paid for fish again.
I would like to.
I guess most of what got played that last turn rotation was all creatures.
I'll move through phases.
Interesting.
And step.
Yep.
Yep.
Hmm. He's either getting really unlucky or he's sandbagging a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if
You
it's a
can talk
little bit
louder. They can't hear anything over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just passing there is.
Alright, I discard.
Did Rona end up dying to the Mayhem Devils?
Interesting.
Wow.
I missed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really
Did
don't
they?
like
I don't think they
putting my
cast
card in
Rona.
reserve ring.
No, they did. You're right. They probably did.
Seems really bad.
Okay.
Seems very extra bad.
correct.
The Ranger's still here. We're in for the long haul.
And for the long haul.
Combat. 2, 3 at your face.
Hmm.
Spicy.
Do I ping it for 1 and kill it is the question.
Can.
And trade with Lobo.
Well, if I ping it for 1, I can block it with Devil.
Oh,
Huge throats to dive in.
Isn't
Oh,
it
yeah,
3/3?
yeah.
That's what I mean. I was like, with Lobo.
Do I need Lothar is the question.
I'm okay with this.
I'm honestly okay with it too.
Lothar definitely gives the board control.
That's true.
You have how many cards in it?
4.
4.
Rona's got
That is pretty scary.
Oh, yikes! Thanks for catching that.
Everyone wins because everybody lets them draw cards.
That is correct.
I mean,
Yeah, way to have our back night. That's kind
We
of.
stopped in the
I feel like Swords
Yeah,
is
I mean,
a
Oh,
really,
nothing.
really valuable
not what
card in this
happened.
mod.
figured 2 cards. Unironically.
You didn't figure the first wall.
Do I need Lotho?
Yes.
I stopped.
Your
it.
Ranger.
Yes,
You're welcome.
you did.
Yeah, hit me.
You sunk
Go.
my Ranger captain.
3 and 2.
Yeah.
I love the Rangers turning sideways. That's fun.
Yeah. Any effects for the trigger?
Yep.
Go.
These cards have text. I don't have any lands.
Now holding up fetch lands as cannons.
Play a smothering time.
I'd love to do
Man, it is crazy how like a piece like Mayhem Devil is able to like pseudo hold aspects of the board hostage. Like so much so that even with Lotho on board,
I can tell you
Pigeon
what
chose
not
to
do.
copy the Mayhem
And
Devil
also
instead.
We could
Like he also could have gotten a Ranger captain.
We could
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
He could have, but what does he tutor for? I don't think he tutors for anything worthwhile. His best chance of participating in the game is doubling up on the Mayhem Devil and just saying, you know, you can shoot Rograg if you want, but like, I'm gonna start participating in my own way.
Hmm.
Great. Sounds,
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
definitely
like a
plot his
plan.
flexibility. I think that it's easy to
We could just
play like a little greedy in seat 4, especially because you're kind of supposed to.
It's assuming you don't have
Because
any
you're
more
already so
interaction,
far
which I'm
behind
not
sitting
worried
order,
about.
especially with the
What
turn
would
1
I do?
fish and turn
Doesn't
2
matter if I have interaction or not.
just playing out
I
the whole
wasn't
hand
talking about
themselves in
your
blue
turn.
farm.
This turn right
But
now.
I think he's showing some much needed caution. And hopefully it'll be rewarded for playing a little bit more passively.
Just cast this card even though it's bad.
Yep, hand down on the table.
Wish
It kind of
Claw.
tells you all you need to know. Oh no, this is starting to turn bad.
Mm-hmm.
Good on Wishy.
At least he didn't say abolisher.
No.
That path comes later.
Pass.
Passing?
Yep.
Cool. I'll go to draw.
Yep.
All right, Dahada's on board, Mayhem Devil's on board.
That's cool, that's
I would not be surprised if we saw some
Put 'em out
some
the
pretty
other
quick
way.
movement from this Dahada player.
I don't have a legendary still.
T and K is coming back into this game. If nothing happens here in the next couple turns, they're going to be back in really quick.
They have a Wish Claw,
That's
they have a
what
Ranger
Bullshit used to
Captain.
say to make them cry.
There's just too much potential for problems over there.
Then there's
Well,
no.
he doesn't have a board
I
anymore.
think playing a Wish Claw and passing is fine. Like, but that's kind of representing a problem for next turn.
Mhm.
And there's no reason, even though they can crack it. There's no reason to here.
If they have
You have 7?
I have
any
any
piece of their
Ranger,
combo,
you have
they have the
4.
ability to crack Ranger
Then you're
Captain,
at,
upkeep, and then just literally do whatever they
there's a
want after they've
world
got
where I
mana
can
for
win through
that's
anything
decon.
at the
They've got a
moment.
decent amount of cards in their
Yeah.
graveyard for.
You saying that makes me want to just immediately crack it, honestly.
It does, but
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's a world where I win through it.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I agree.
Dude, congrats
so
on
I
being
think
on
I'm
your
just
lunch
gonna
break.
continue to play board control if you're cool with that idea.
Feast on some games.
What's up,
the
Church?
window open.
I'm gonna uptick Dahada and target Lotho.
It's indestructible and what?
Lifelink, Vigilance.
Indestructible. Cannot die to. Do you just crack the verdant here?
I guess
We
I
have a fetch.
technically
I
can.
There's
mean-
a fetch.
There is a fetch.
I mean, we get to decide where they go.
One person gets
Yeah.
to decide.
Yeah, but he's not active
Pick
player.
the-
Joseph goes
I'm
first.
using it as
Mhm.
board control at the
Seems about
moment. I'm
free.
saying I'm not going for a win.
I mean, what does board control entail?
Rona, Timna, probably right now because you're not doing
Yeah,
a ton.
I chill.
So I don't see
Yeah,
a
board
huge
control
reason
doesn't.
to,
Making the board control argument is
I
kind
don't
of
see a huge reason to deal with your board at the moment.
kind of a weird thing to say.
I mean,
Is it like
Yeah,
one,
I
can see
think
the one thing?
if I were in this
board
pod,
control, or is it like
well, board control would just be making treasures.
right,
and-
Rona is doing a
I don't
pretty
think
good
there's a
job
reason
of
to just
like
leave Lotho.
trying
I
to
agree.
suss out what that actually
I could
means.
sack this, but I don't
The Hada player just said
Yeah.
board control is making
I mean,
treasures.
I'm
I think anything
Which
else is gonna
okay,
happen.
yeah, you can
I'm
sack
gonna
them.
go to
but-
combat in the past turn is what I'm doing.
What's up?
Do you think anything else is going to be able to get hit with the verdant that is relevant? I guess.
I'm gonna keep this for the cat comes to play and not sacrifice it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd pass it.
Okay.
Cool. I will go to combat.
Yeah, like because
Lotho either way.
they sacrificed that LED to cast Timna.
Game 2.
Yeah.
And I believe I shall be passing.
Do we trust our opponent's words?
I think it's pretty hard for Dahada to push here.
Mhm.
The other Mayhem Devil is literally stopping them from doing what they want to do.
Oh, what's up, MTG Basics?
Basics.
Yeah, Joseph has been doing a good job. He was in Seat 4. Still is. Turn 1 had
Appreciated that.
a fish, and then turn 1 Seat 1 had a fish, and then Seat 2 just absolutely like fed it. Ooh. Oh,
I think it's
now
7 cards in the first turn cycle.
Yeah.
The interesting thing though is the second
Also
you
sad.
target it, it just dies.
He had a Mockingbird, and
Yeah.
with the Ranger
It's
Captain and
very
Lotho, he
interesting
chose
to
to go
play
with
it.
the Mayhem Devil
Yeah.
to start
With
exercising some
Ranger
board
Captain,
control.
I mean, good against,
Makes a lot of
good
sense
against
here.
the people who aren't controlling Mayhem Devils.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm good.
I'm
Might be
passing
getting
on-
a Tim, though,
I'm
to be
passing on
honest.
Phantasmal Image.
Yeah.
Image good.
I have nothing to do about a image at the moment. Flying Timna is not the worst thing ever.
What is Fimage here? Is it an? It can't be another Mayhem Devil because it just dies immediately. I think it just dies immediately regardless, right?
It just gets pinged for no reason.
Is it Ranger Cap?
I think.
Ranger Cap is the only thing
yeah,
that.
I'll take a Ranger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ranger.
Yeah, especially with right. Rona's
18 is
been
fine.
just sitting behind their fish all game, and
Like, everything
TNK has
else
been
love life right
increasingly like progressing towards a win. I think this is another way that he can get another creature on board for the Cradle count, right? Use the argument that he's playing pieces, quote unquote, like for the table, but setting himself up for the ability to, if he can weather the storm, be really, really, really set up for a more aggressive push.
Do you just start pinging Dahada on the sacks of things with the Mayhem Devil here?
It's hard to tell.
Or Timna?
I think it's Roots.
He wants seat 4. Well, he still is. It's like the Mitch Hedberg. I used to smoke a lot of weed. I mean, I still do, but I used to too.
Candelabra 2.0.
Or like what's the, like it was a picture of me when I was younger. what like it's gonna be a picture of you when you
Were older.
when you're older.
What do you get?
The other target would have been just like Lotho, I think.
Is that the?
That's a Magus at the Candelabra.
Hmm. We're down to a nice round 24.6% drop frames from our 70% earlier. We're doing our best, guys. Hopefully the audio is holding out.
Mm-hmm.
Seedborn, yo.
Yeah, it's
Can't do anything about
we
it.
do have a documentary crew recording us streaming this game, which is eating up a lot of the bandwidth. Apologies, it's the
play at the moment.
it's part of our
We can
Guinness
just
World Record goal for the year.
That's why I was like,
But don't worry, we'll work on the frame rate.
Siva?
What is he doing with Seedborn
Yeah.
besides just untapping?
Flies.
There's no Thrasios.
If he has a Court of Calling, he can respond to a Ranger Captain crack.
But then you would just kill Dahada in response anyways.
generate like a ton of mana. Potentially if he has like a Born or a Flood Caller.
Oh, you cast your second spell, right? So I have a trigger.
We
It's
can
not a
argue that's a
May.
mistrigger.
Still past it though. It's a mist.
I think
Who's gonna
let's
tell
just
him?
Judge asked if everyone
Yeah.
wants to put it on the stack.
I believe you're correct.
I think they're all going to pass on putting it on the stack.
Missed a Lotho trigger. I think the rule is, well, you can tell us the rule.
Yeah.
You're the
Especially because
judge.
it represents 2 Mayhem Devil triggers.
It's not detrimental, is it?
I don't think so. I mean, it's
Do we get a vote, or is this
detrimental.
like a tree falling in the forest situation?
It doesn't.
We don't exist.
We don't exist.
Pretty progressive board state.
We're figments of chat's imagination. Grok, is this true?
Grok, generate a Lotho trigger.
It's like a clue.
Yeah.
Why do I have to pay 2 colorless to generate a
Wait a second.
This is what I asked for it all?
The next one's the food. Just like, oh god.
Question.
I missed Lotho trigger on his second cast, and then he went to combat phase, and that's when I remembered it.
Does it still happen, or is it missed, or?
Because it's not a May.
Yeah, I'm currently
So-
attacking.
I don't think it matters that it's not a May.
When
Yeah,
was it
Pact of
noticed-
Negation
was it
also
noticed,
isn't a
before
May
declared
trigger in your
before
upkeep,
As he
but, like,
declared
it's still-
targets.
Attackers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to rule that this is a missed trigger.
Sure.
And it is not detrimental, so no penalty.
Cool.
The way we resolve this is we ask the opponents if they would like to put it on the stack. No discussion can happen. Would you like it on the
I
stack?
kind of feel like
Would you like
someone's going to put it on the stack here.
We are not seeing.
Yeah, no.
I didn't know
Okay,
that there was the
If it's not
additional
on the stack, then you put it
Okay.
writer that
Cool.
there could be no discussion about it. That makes a lot of sense, though.
I don't know. If I were the Rono player, I think I would put it on the stack.
I'd like to move the bench.
No, I'm not not joking.
I can see it. Like, you had a lot of heat on you earlier on. Yeah, yeah, it's like they're fetching right now.
First.
Yeah.
Yeah, he declares first.
Isn't it? Oh, cause sorry, you're the active
Yeah.
player. Sorry.
It'll resolve first. Definitely not.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You can if you
I
want.
really appreciate you, man.
Dude, I love
I
that
like
the
killed that.
judge goes over there, does the ruling, walks around us, and goes, "Do you guys know?"
Wanna
And we're
double
like,
target
"Yeah."
a Timno with me?
The judge staff here, are
I
great.
mean, he is a
Yeah,
Wishbone
it continues
and
to
a
be
Ranger
like
captain,
we've been
Lucas,
very
and then
impressed
you
by the
also have a
quality of the
Ranger captain.
event from a
Yeah.
team
We have
of
not
11.
been impressed by the quality of their internet.
If it was about to go to Isaac's turn, for sure. But
Yeah.
like, we have stuff to sack. I'm not worried about it. I just
Also,
want to
don't tell anyone, but we asked for some extension cords and they gave us a bunch of power strips. So one of the lights is plugged into like,
3 power strips.
yeah,
It's true.
Uh,
Need that one, did I?
that is, by code, and
Mhm.
yeah, I'm sure that the fire department won't be here in like 30 minutes.
One language.
if any of you guys tell people I said this, I will deny it, but I do plan on blaming the other streaming
Responsible
team
thing is to
if
just
anything
take you off
happens.
They're not here to defend themselves, so.
No, just kidding. They're really great guys.
Because I could hit Roger, but
Oh yeah,
and I
always
don't
super
wanna get
grateful
rid
for
of the Ranger
judges.
captain.
That's fine. And then 1 year.
Oh, it needs to be a majority agreement for it to go on the stack.
I don't think it needs to be a majority. If any player votes, it will go on the stack.
Yeah.
Maybe not of a fossil.
Don't have to worry about me.
I've never seen it happen any other way.
Next time the judge comes by, we can ask him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe stupid. I'm not stupid.
There are other questions we could ask
I may have a
him.
brain.
Yeah.
When he says that it's 2% milk, what's the other 98?
I do agree. I think this is pretty dry.
Did you know the difference between 2% milk and whole milk is 1%?
No way, really?
Yeah.
They're just like too lazy to call it 3%?
Yeah.
That's what the...
Consumer confusion.
That's crazy.
And skim milk is 1%.
Wait, I thought 1% was something else.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think you have 1% and then it's skim milk.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm
right?
I'm misinformed about that then, but
Sorry, I was just not a milk drinker growing up.
I'm not either. My bones are hella brittle.
Yeah.
Never broken a bone though.
You passed, right? This is in step.
Do you think the players are talking about this too, or just us? 3% milk crazy.
I'm looking for that 4%, honestly.
4%.
If I were to drink milk, I'd just be drinking half and half, honestly.
I mean, that's great. If there weren't two ranger captains in play, that would be a.
Is he tapping out for a fish?
Or if you're just really good at
Oh, you
politics.
just surveilled.
it's
Okay.
Hey guys.
Oh yeah, because
I'm
he
good to go to
fetched
my turn.
to put some mayhem double triggers in the stack.
There goes the active player. Oh, pay.
I just pay for it. But the thing is, my hand is
100% you pay.
passive.
Powdered milk and
That's what I'm
teachers.
saying. And it's,
And
I think if at this point you want to be physically running, it's okay.
nobody's feeding me. It's so much
I
math.
really want to.
I'm gonna
Putting
sacrifice.
powdered milk into your milk is the ranger captain for a mockingbird of like dairy.
or like the Obama giving himself a medal.
Again, do we want to take out Tim now? 'Cause
Excuse
this
me,
kinda
that was
slows
my
this
water
game down.
You
bottle.
can just put 2 on Ranger and just leave it there too. And just like any of us acts one thing and it's gone.
That's true.
I
think
did
that's,
not
like,
put
the
powdered
safe
milk
way.
in that 3% milk.
I just I feel like you don't pay for fish.
I
Everyone's
also
like,
feel
oh,
like
they're
taking
going
him
for
off his
it.
Card draw probably also.
Oh, I
slows
have
this
heard
game
1%
overall.
called low fat as well.
He's got a wish call, so it's like,
Dude, back in college,
I'm not
I
afraid of
was
the card draw anymore.
Skim is
I was 1% milk, but now I'm definitely
skim is cloudy water.
Skin is cloudy water.
Yeah. You get to go to draw step. Yep. That's
Dude, the first time I heard of LaCroix, it was reading a meme on iFunny where someone said it tasted like your leg falling asleep.
Tastes like TV static.
It's like being one.
As you can tell by me and Logan's conversation topics,
Good grief.
the game has definitely slowed down a lot, but it makes sense because. Oh, what is that they use play? Oh,
Wish
another
Claw.
wish claw.
Oh, good. That's what we need.
That's,
That'll fix
do
our
you think-
problems.
Do you think he gets it to blue farm?
And you want to offer me getting nothing?
The homie wish call?
Not activating?
Bro.
Please don't. Please don't activate it.
I think I'm gonna have to activate.
Gonna have to for another fish.
I don't have any agency in this game.
Could have had it.
I don't have any 8.
You were in first seat and you have a fish. You have tons of agency.
I'm offering just
Yeah.
a basic because any lands.
You don't have Earthcraft
No,
in your
I don't
hand
have
or
it.
in your deck?
Oh, it's in the deck, but I don't have.
I wonder if pitch.
Hey,
Oh, that's really funny.
Who cares if he has Earthcraft?
I-
That doesn't matter.
I guess you're not casting Rana.
Dude.
But the problem is,
Pigeon didn't
once I
untap.
say, it doesn't work.
Oops.
It doesn't really work the way you want it to. Isaac. I know what you're trying to say.
'Cause there's a
That's
daily
not a trigger.
No.
in my deck.
I don't know how that works. How do you resolve that if you miss
Yeah.
that?
I'm gonna activate Wish Claw.
Who are you giving
That's a
it to?
paddling.
It's after this.
I get to search.
We get on activation.
I'm gonna respond.
What's up, chat? We're so glad that you guys are chatting with us and being active. Oh,
They
yo.
didn't want to.
Whoa.
Oof.
I was really hoping to get Isaac.
I don't think I was going to use it, to be honest.
It was just a
Unless it was
castable
for
spell.
I
daily.
mean, that's one
I
good
was
reason to
thinking
argue
about
don't
saying
use
on
it.
his end step,
Mhm.
if you kill that ranger captain, I'll get deluged, but then you win because you were only stopped by ranger.
Exactly.
This Oppo agent
You had a kill spell.
is
The good news
giving.
is you don't play Breach.
It's
That's why I
giving
wanted
a
Isaac.
draw.
It's signed. He's flexing on him.
You were holding it. That's funny. We didn't want to take my ranger for one.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's
Weird, right?
like a mockingbird at best, maybe.
This sucks. Oppo.
I pass,
Oppo's
sorry.
passing.
Lay priority.
I will pass on.
Yeah. I will respond.
Uh-oh.
Enlightened.
No, they only come to us after they do judge rulings for the pod.
That was a bummer.
I need a judge ruling on whatever food they just brought over here because it smells really good.
This is when I wish I ran the one ring.
What are you getting with that? I mean, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think we're not in a position to make any judge calls. We're definitely just happy to let the game play out, and
Yeah.
mistakes happen all the time in CEDH. And you know, for better or worse, this is how we become better players. And
Yeah.
certainly,
Mhm.
opponents are not going to remind
I'm
you
good on
of
the tutor.
things like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
e-tutor.
Unless it's a mystic. You
Talk
can
about
count the
Agent
3,
C.
And it can't get a grand washer, so it's okay.
Opposition agency.
If
It's pretty
I think
funny.
missing your Seedborn untap is
You know our time?
kind of a problem, but in this case, there's no Thrasios.
We're at
There's
39 in.
presumably not much in his hand that does anything
Oh.
at the moment.
I mean, it's just like the same thing.
And
41,
he's in
39.
fourth seat,
That's good.
really playing from behind. I think, yeah, it's a minor advantage at the moment, but
It was
doesn't
really nice and
matter
do it
too
just so
much.
one
I
of
think
your
that
nights.
if he was sitting on like a corridor or something like that, we probably would have seen it coming out in response to the opposition agent.
Yeah.
We're just gonna put Ristic on top.
I also think it's a good indication of where the pressure points in the game are. The, you know, the even pigeon who has the Seedborn is paying more attention to the Rona and Blue Farm player.
That's great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's a copy.
It's just this board is like stupid.
I can't tell what that is.
is that a Ristic?
In tutor
It's
resolve,
Ristic, yeah.
Back to Oppo. I should have gone Oppo.
No thanks.
Well, we got to talk about what you're getting from my deck because otherwise, I'm gonna.
I haven't looked at a Rona deck in quite some time, but I can tell you right now, your meme bet and your defense grid are in your graveyard.
Yeah,
Which
those
probably
are-
would be like the
for
main
sure.
things I'd want to consider.
Okay, he could not win only because there were Ranger captains out, and he has the ability to kill both Ranger captains right now. I would not be making deals with him.
The problem
yeah, I mean-
the problem is I really don't, because if I go to kill them, Dahada dies, Mayhem Devil dies, Oppo dies.
Yeah, I still get to kill all of his kid too.
Maybe.
But I
Like, it
would
makes
kill
my life a
Dahada.
lot harder if.
We,
I mean, you have to show me your whole hand. to
no,
be fair.
I'm not letting this resolve yet. I'm holding pressure
Oh,
on this.
yeah. I'm.
So like I'm gonna like really feel compelled to use that unless we have a conversation about what you're getting from the deck, right? Like
Yeah.
And I know you don't know my
Is
whole
it like
deck
a
list.
pawn
I don't know your
play?
whole deck list at the moment.
sure.
I'm probably not.
Just counter it.
I'm probably not getting
I can't
anything.
counter it,
Yeah.
and you've already
Oh.
passed priority on it.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything that's not going to wind us in a draw at this moment because I don't think I can fight through all of them. So I think that's the best bet is to go for a draw. I can't tell you what I'm getting because I don't
Dude,
know
I'm
what's in your decks.
telling you.
That's also true. And
I mean, I just want to know you're not being proactive, getting a
I don't
Yogg or
have
a
creatures
Necropotence
you
or.
can kill.
And I know you're.
Are you
I'm
worried
not
about
getting
what he's
necro.
getting here?
I'm
Because
not
there's
getting-
two
I will say
Ranger
the thing you have is
captains.
removal.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cast any creatures you need to kill. The only one I have in my deck that's killable is this one, which has 2 damage marked.
sure. That's why I was like preemptively.
I'm
Oh,
not
there's
gonna get
damage
something
marked in
moves
that.
right
Okay.
here.
And then as soon as there's damage marked in the other one, it
Opposition
just
agent, I'll pass an
dies.
opposition.
Cool. And then
Go.
go to activation again.
Oh, they're just resolving it. Nice. That's the ideal outcome here.
Okay, I can also just kill
Okay.
Oppo and then like present.
I don't know how you
I would
politic your
suggest
way
we
out of an
don't kill Oppo at
Oppo.
the moment.
I don't. What I'm saying is with all the Rangers and
I'm just
we're, like, very
glad I didn't
drawy
cast that
already.
other black card.
Yes.
I do
honestly
really
don't
really
know
like
what I
how
want at
Oppo
this moment.
agent here just put 2 players who
I don't
are
wanna
in
just
the
pull Oppo
lead
for
in
him.
positions
I,
where they now
I
have
would
to
highly
like,
recommend do not kill Oppo
essentially
at this
take
point.
another turn cycle to continue playing passively, and it puts Dahada in a
Wow,
power position.
detrimental
They can,
mistrigger.
Well, it's not true.
you know, they can get a Yogg's Will. They could.
I guess you noticed the
I didn't even,
Seedborn.
care to cast this. I just had the mana. I was like, ah, whatever.
Yeah, I don't
It's so
even-
funny.
It's just Seaborn music. I don't even care. Like,
I mean, do I just get my own Ristic?
seems pretty good.
It's just because it doesn't like.
Dahada with Ristic. That's diabolical. So like, if you're TNK here, like, what are you thinking? Because your Ranger captain may or may not die.
Huh.
You've got a Wish Claw, but you have an Oppo you need to take care of. Tutored Ristic.
Not kill it.
Are you
Yeah,
just
I mean,
like
flyers
chilling
are
out
literally
more?
The only thing that stopped
And it
it.
has to
And also, my guy only has 1 land still.
Yep. Then you either kill. Is your Ristics? Where do I want?
Can you
one?
see on the
Those
die how much
considerations.
mana Dahada has access to?
It is
I think
like-
it's 3 treasures.
Okay, so
Sacrifice
even
it,
if you like
3 treasures and 1 ring, is that right?
command tower.
God, what is with these command
See your
towers?
Ristic study.
I'm not playing.
Whoa.
That would be the wild.
Oh, no, that's a Mount Doom.
If there was 6
Oh, okay.
then there's a problem.
I knew it was some Lord of the Rings BS.
Oh, there. it is.
You scared me. Alright.
I was gonna, dude. I love.
Okay, yeah, they
I
have
love
3
all the
treasures.
whiteboarding. You gotta get some elbow grease and finish the rest.
Put on that one.
But
I prefer if you didn't
so
put my deck face
if
up.
anything,
sorry. My
I
bad.
would. If I'm the blue farm player, I'm trying to bounce the Oppo, not
Now,
just
I
to
think
unlock
Underground
your
River is a
Wish
big
Claw,
spoiler.
Whoa, you're on underground.
but also
I
to
know,
use the
crazy.
crack the
Tell me when we
treasure.
restart the game.
Yeah.
That lets
I didn't know this
pigeons
Hey, do we
start
want
to
a
ping
third
down
Ranger
Dahada's
captain?
board. So even if he just recasts it, you're able to like remove
Would you
their
guys
Mayhem
draw
Devil.
if I go for a third Ranger captain?
I would. I don't have an Isaac, but I know I would.
I want to draw my card for. Oh fuck. I'm sorry. Never mind. I already know I'm not drawing anything.
We go to that. Get a Metamorph and just with double Mayhem Devil. That
The players said
is that the
beforehand
hand?
that
Is
they
that the
weren't going
hand?
to curse,
Okay,
and he
so
just
here's
did.
the thing.
What other
Here's my
things
problem right
will
now
they
is that, like,
double back
Isaac
on?
does have a Ranger captain, like, and is like a Ranger captain right now, right? Are we scared at all about?
We can
this
kill it
Ranger
right
Captain?
now
Well, we
if
can
we're
kill it-
scared.
No, but I don't think we should kill it.
I don't
now.
think so either.
I'm just
Ah,
saying,
yes,
like,
let him on top of
Even
the
if
Ranger
we
Captain.
shoot
That'll be
for
ideal.
realistic-
I just cracked mine.
What if
put Ristic
what if
on
he has a
top.
way to target your Ranger Captain and then Born, right? Like,
What if we just had a way to wipe a board and then someone jams a win?
Then I just sack it.
Are you recommending
then the Born on
that
top.
Blue Farm go on to Damnation?
Sure.
I don't have any of
I
those
mean,
cards.
Dahada should
I was saying, if
be
you're that worried about it, I can get
I think
a
this
fair
is
something right now.
I'm just like
a prime
I just
reason
don't
why
wanna-
Dahada
I
should
wanna
be
have
on
the
Fire
conversation.
Covenant.
I don't wanna lose to.
I don't have any
to-
targeting
Fire Covenant is so
spells,
good.
Born, Final Fortune, and or Breeze.
I feel like
There's a
Rockside
Why
would
don't
tie
you,
this,
why don't you
like,
take the imposter mech
so
there?
Generally, Ristic does make it seem like.
Why Manamorph?
There's way too few cards. I don't think there's a world that.
Because I can also
Doesn't
hit
imposter mech do the
artifacts.
same thing?
I also don't even have that much mana.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, imposter mech is only things your opponents control.
No, I know, but
better
if you
because
get
then no one can
imposter
force it
mech,
to be
it's
sacked.
cheaper.
Um,
And it's not a creature; it doesn't die to Mayhem Devil.
mhm.
Removal.
I think they're not especially choked on mana right now.
If I'm pitching here, I think I crack Ranger Captain to shoot the other one and kill it.
I'm just gonna do it because
That would be wild.
I'm happy to take a draw.
Cowards.
This is the third time Draw's been brought
I
up.
think Dahada denies a draw.
I could possibly win this game in any situation.
I really like.
He shows him one card.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's not
Yeah,
really
if you're
relevant. I'm
Dahada, you
just
have access
saying,
to a lot of
like,
information. You
regardless
were
of
just
you
able to
guys
tutor through it in
play
your
the
deck.
game, is there a way for me to win?
Through double mayhem, double ranger, Oppo.
Okay, it looks like they're trying to convince the Blue Farm player.
Yeah,
We're gonna
I'm
be
good
like
to
cut?
draw. I don't have anything.
Cool.
Cool.
Because this is like stupid.
All right, they're going for draw.
Yeah, I had like Luster Force. I was like, I don't know.
I have an intent in the siege.
Yeah,
The
I
points they
don't
get
know.
for drawing is 1.
Definitely.
This is going to leave them at 6 points. They're still pretty ahead of that.
Yeah.
He had Doomsday.
I just had
Rona's a
nothing to do.
Doomsday
Whistle
deck for some
My action
reason.
spell that I drew was Doomsday.
Limdol's Vault.
Doesn't do anything unless I have a
I mean, Limdol's gets around it.
Yeah.
I feel like literally anything I
I should,
cast would
like,
just
I
get
think
Ranger
any other
Captains.
deck converts on
Flare and Broadcast? That's
fish there, having 7 draws on the turn cycle.
Mhm. I still think it's really cool. I think a huge part of being able to go to that draw is Pigeon choosing to copy the Mayhem Devil. I think that was a pretty integral part of this game. You know, huge respect
He's
for him.
losing the game otherwise.
I think that's a great example of how you kind of really need to adjust your game plan for the pod if you're in seat 4.
Maybe we can get Pigeon over here and have him chat for a little bit about the game.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right, I'm gonna go make sure they like take out the mice and everything.
Okay. And then you want to see if you can snag him?
Mm-hmm.
Chat, if you have any questions for Pigeon, drop some in here. But overall, he's doing well so far. So he's got 6 points. Hasn't lost a game yet. You know, like top players in tough games, draws happen. Can't avoid it, but I don't think any player would feel bad leaving that pod and going, oh, you know, I could have won or whatever. Because the Ranger Captains just really gum things up and kind of make it really hard to progress. Stick with us for a moment. If you got any questions for either Pigeon or the stream team, give us a shout in chat, and we'll try to get him on.
All right, guys. Critical Crew back. I'm here with we got Pigeon.
Hello.
First he was on camera. Now he's on mic.
And I'm drawed.
Congrats on the draw. That was the from our position. It looked like that was a really, really rough game to be in seat 4.
It was very silly, and I just couldn't top deck lands either, which was pretty rough. But it ended up okay. We already had a win before this, so we're at 6 points, which is a good start for round 2 end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were a lot of things on board when you had the Mockingbird on the stack.
Yeah.
It was it seemed to us like you copied the Mayhem Devil as kind of like a way to leverage control, and potentially you were already kind of foreseeing that it was maybe going to end in a draw at that point.
I think so. I think it helps me get to a draw, but also like all of my permanents would just get blown up for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can blow up Eric's permanents, or not Eric, sorry, Croach's permanents, then like it's kind of more of a battle, and we just kind of deal with the other people.
That makes sense.
It was just a rough spot because I didn't have another clone at that point. I drew it for next turn, which is funny. But like I did want to clone most of the board, so a Lotho would just die though, and like a Timna would probably just die too. So
yeah, probably. It also like it seemed like the fish was super duper impactful turn 1.
My gosh,
but then after that, it wasn't doing as much.
Yeah.
Do you think they were supposed to keep paying for it, or do you think at some point you're supposed to like let it go and?
I think it's a little tough because Rona specifically is like I just want to draw cards and then get to an unlosable board state, or be able to like born on top of something, which you can't do if you're always paying for fish. But maybe their hand was just more interaction focused or something. Rona's very interesting though. It's not like a normal fish pay forever deck always. It's like okay, I got my stuff, then I'll cast Rona and then another draw engine, and then I'll draw from that. But that game was tough too because the sack trigger would trigger 2 Mayhem Devils and deal more chaos. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like a very interesting spot because again, double Ranger, double Mayhem Devil.
We have a couple questions from chat.
Hell yeah.
North Star cEDH says if a draw wouldn't have agreed upon or wouldn't have been agreed upon, how would you try to win that game?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, I had a Seedborn out at that point. It didn't do anything, but I think I would just have to like try and Seedborn for Thras. I don't have to sack anything, and it's pretty hard to kill a Thrasios or a Seedborn with a Mayhem Devil, so it's like whatever. I don't really need the rest of my creatures.
What else did you have in hand after casting the Seedborn?
It was Force, Fluster, Training Grounds.
Oh my word.
Gamble and something else. The
Oh my
Gamble
God.
didn't matter.
That game was absolutely ending in a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Like I had a ton of interaction and then a Training Grounds. So worst case scenario is I'm just sitting there spinning a ton of times.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're force of willing a Thrasios. Maybe you're misstepping a Training Grounds, but like I think I was okay in that spot. It just had to get back around to me, which is way worse compared to the 2 turns that were before me. And at that point, if they don't push, then they're all saving interaction for when my would be a push. Like it'd be really tough.
So what, having just played a game in Seed 4, what advice might you give to some of your your peers who tons and tons of rounds ahead of them, and everyone here undoubtedly has a few round 4s ahead of them.
Yeah.
What's maybe 1 or 2 pieces of advice you'd give?
I think you have to keep 2 very polar opposite hands depending on what you find. It has to be like really fast, really turbo-y, or really slow, really draw engine-y. I don't think there's any in between you can really do. Mine was fast if I'd found any of the land, but like I know I have Cradle turn 2 with a Saga going to 3 on turn 3. I have Force backup for whatever happens, and I have the World, right?
Yeah.
So I just need to see what happens and like evade basically a Bowmasters. If there's no Bowmasters, I'm pretty free that game, and then I can stop a win with the Force and have Fluster backup if need be, or just grind and then have 7 creatures and the Seedborn I also kept. That was the whole plan. It was like Seedborn and a ton of mana.
If all else fails, turns out Seedborn Cradle pretty good.
Pretty decent, yeah.
Alrighty, unless I'm missing it, I don't think we're missing any other
Someone
questions.
had asked, like, was there a point where you were considering trying to get the TNK player to sack their Ranger Captain?
Oh.
Or were you at any point considering sacking yours?
I think the only point I would ever sack it there is either offering a draw or winning. I don't think I'm sacking mine to stop someone because I know I have backup, and if I need to sack it later for their win attempt, I just sack it and then Force of Will.
Yeah,
and I also have Fluster backup, so it's like I'm pretty unstoppable in controlling there. So unless he targeted with his Mayhem Devil and like made me sack it, then I don't really have a reason to ever, unless again a win goes on the stack and I have to stop it.
Yeah, I'm definitely impressed by your mentality of like being in that position, already having made the decision. Like, I'm not walking out of here with anything less than 1 point.
Exactly.
I think that's like a really, really important part.
With how crazy turn 1 was, again, with Fish and then drawing, like, 8 cards, and then what was a turn 2 Necro didn't end up resolving, but still, turn 2 Necro, I knew it'd be, like, more a control game than just, like, a jam, because if I'm the one jamming, then guess what? The Turbo Mardu deck or TNK will just win, and that seems pretty stupid. But it's, like, a little bit of threat assessment every game, right? Like, if I could have been pushing more, I could have been Thrasios and then spinning and then Seedborn, right? But it just puts me in a bad position, so I don't have any reason to.
Yeah, you kind of run the risk of like unlocking some of the other players who are kind of like locked in this like Mexican standoff.
Exactly.
If you push a little too hard,
Yeah.
now instead of saying, "Oh, we have to stop TNK," they say, "Oh, we have to also stop you."
Yeah.
Which maybe like prevents the Dahada player from deploying their opposition agent.
Yeah.
Last question. Nick wants to know if you love him.
I do love you, Nick. Love you, Papa Squats.
Well, dude, congrats on a win in round 1, a draw in round 2, and then we won't keep you from lunch. Go get nourished, and hopefully you can take down a few more dubs.
Yes, sir. I mean, a good start. 6 points round 2 is I'm very happy with that. So just gotta keep it up.
Awesome. Well, dude, see you around.
Thank you, boys.
Dude, keep a track on the
Thank you very
leaderboard.
much.
Yes, sir.
And chat and everyone else here, we will see you in just a few minutes. Bye for now.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Mississippi.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're just waiting for players to resolve their mulligans. I think I might take a quick restroom break, and we'll get right into coverage of round 3. So stick with us.
Quick reminder, if you're watching from anywhere that is kind of struggling with this tournament scene, Wayne wanted to make sure that we passed on that LandGo is still looking to kind of collaborate with game stores all around, not just the nation, but also the globe. So it doesn't just have to be Nashville that's hosting the LandGo Open and Invitational, but we even attended a smaller one in the Springs just earlier this month. So if you or the LGS that you're a part of is looking to be a part of the championship series with LandGo, feel free to reach out and make some connections. Dude, Knight, I like how quickly you became the GOAT of our live stream.
Of our comments section. We don't hate on Urza. We like Urza.
Dude, it's I was looking at the list. This is a turbo Urza, and I cannot wait.
All right, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick before we get too heavy into the game, and I will be right back. Eric will be here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it looks like Rafine has they already have some resources on board they have to deal with.
Just know your defense works, bro. I'm gonna play a Misty. I'll pay a life. I'll crack.
It's interesting. There's going to be a little bit of a juxtaposition here.
I will get.
The Rafine is going to be pretty stacksy. Haynes on a pretty traditional blue farm list.
And I'll pass turn.
Remind me.
Yeah.
Counter instant sorcery equal to number.
Yep, equal to its power and toughness.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah,
sorry, it's
basically equal to
Got the turn 1 Mausoleum Wanderer.
The battlefield under your control.
Definitely what you want to see.
That's a
Turn 1,
spirit.
seat 1 in your
It's a
third.
spirit.
A
enters.
spirit
Yeah.
enters. Okay, and then it's just sacrifice to counter instant or sorcery equal to power. Well,
Yep.
like Flusterstorm style, pay equal to
Basically,
power. Okay.
yeah. Right now it's just a 4 spike.
Cool. Just curious. Just checking.
Yeah, that's so funny.
I'll play Sculling Tarn. I would like to fetch if that's okay.
You can shortcut. Feel free.
Let's get Underground Sea.
Twins.
I'll play a Litho.
That's really good.
Oh, heck yeah, that's really, really good. Top left is seat 3. It's Max Sternberg on Rock Dress.
Tropical Islands.
Sure.
Soul Ring.
Beautiful.
Oh, heck yeah.
Candelabra.
Seat 1 is Rafine in the bottom right.
I don't get access to the cradle. It's just nice way to
Their turn 1 play was a UC and a Mausoleum Wanderer, which is essentially a Malevolent Hermit effect.
I will
Roger on.
play the Ron. Try and avoid limit those in the future, I guess.
Dude, super strong start out of Max.
You are in double Bowmaster pod.
Yep, bottom right this time.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Mm-hmm.
After that,
It's
I'll
the
take a drop.
they have a little 3D printed seat 1, seat 2, seat 3 thing that got moved around when they were placing their mats, and everyone had already sat down by the time it was done that way. But we'll definitely try to keep seat 1 in top
Like
left.
too badly. This is just how I shuffle.
Yeah, I'm used to it too.
Flood is strong.
Captain, I'll have to see if I can track it down. I actually already made a wrong Thras. It had like I was on Urban Burgeoning, Flare Cultivation. It was the original name for the list is Simic has too many colors in it. I tried playing Awakening for a while.
I agree.
It's a 4-mana enchantment that says at the beginning of each
I don't think that makes a difference on that. It's the light right there.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, move
each
your
upkeep,
Lambs to Lambs.
every player untaps all their lands and all their creatures.
Yeah, it won't matter. You can just use your playmat, bro. I wasn't telling him to do that. I was just informing him that I'm gonna ask what his cards are live, because I cannot read them in the slightest.
That's unfortunate. We tried.
I mean, we tried.
We just didn't get there.
So I was
Max lost a life and Urza gained a playmat. Not a bad trade at all.
sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, so back to the land.
You can shortcut if you want.
I
Get an
did.
island.
Yeah, and then Soul Ring.
Beautiful.
Yep. Go.
Nice.
Untap. Draw.
What'd I miss?
Max absolutely balled out. He got a lot of stuff on board.
Whatever works.
He got a
I can see them.
Lotho.
I don't know how mine is for you. But
Rafine had a turn 1 Mausoleum Wanderer. So far, most of what we'd expect.
Taking my time to find the one single Guru Island I have a favorite one. But of course.
I wish I could see it. Ornithopter of Paradise.
It looks great, I promise.
Move to combat. I got one flying over here. We'll pass at that.
Oh yeah, super.
You got it.
Gonna blind their opponents.
Anything after that? I'll shift the turn.
Something interesting that I'm looking to see how it affects the game as it proceeds is that all the decks here are on blue.
We can talk a little louder.
So there's potential for a really grindy game.
I'm certainly blocking.
Lotho's turning sideways.
He can make other people lose life too.
It's either you or him, but I
Don't care. That's completely fine.
Second main? Oh. Okay.
I also wouldn't be surprised if Urza was potentially holding back because of the Lotho. Not wanting to give Blue Farm a little too much acceleration early game, especially if they have the capacity to just, right, if they have a land, they can play Urza and then just storm out all the artifacts then.
I pass on Chromox.
Yeah.
Pass on Chromox. Resolves. Imprint triggering stack. I will be passing on those.
Force negation.
You got it.
Happy about that.
Yes.
Attack. Draw away.
Alright. Another thing to note is that not only did Hane pitch his Force
He's gotta
Negation
will
to the
that
Chrome,
existence sometimes.
but he also pitched his Auto War to
I'll
the
go ahead and
Gemstone.
Crack this for.
He also only has Timna as a draw engine. I am wondering if he had a strong combo potential in his hand, making him less worried about it. Potentially a Silence or a Ranger Captain. I don't believe the Urza is on Polymorph. I'm gonna check for you real quick. They are on Hullbreaker, but they're on a lot of other kind of just like they're on Battered Golem and Hydroelectric Specimen. They're definitely on a decent amount of zero-cost artifacts, but not enough for me to consider it a Cheerio deck.
Weird X equals 2.
They did skip out on a lot of the traditional stacks pieces we usually see from Urza trying to break parity with things, like Trinisphere or other stuff like that, where their ability to tap it at will helps them out a lot.
Draw.
I'll show off my Marcadian mouse.
Dude, we're making it right now. We got
It's
you,
in
bro.
there.
I also am just perpetually worried that I'm going to talk way too loud and give away information.
Silver Premier. Just shiny, bro. Just shiny. I won that in the game of darts.
Polluted Delta land for turn. I'll lose a life fetch. Basic island shortcuts. And try to
Rockdrass continues just to
and
absolutely
Urza.
spill out resources.
I'm gonna pass on Urza.
Really, really good looking board.
Of course. I'm gonna pass if
ETB
he
is gonna
resolves.
make a Karnstrakt. Lets him tap his artifacts for blue mana.
Would
response
not
is
be
it,
surprised
Well, I haven't passed yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
if
I passed. You're good.
Yep.
I just-
Max is one of the first people kind of
response to
champing at the
ETB.
bit.
You got it, brother.
That's right.
I wanted it. There's my mockingbird. Timna's okay.
Yeah, I personally want to fly Timna.
Pretty nice.
The fact that Rafine just played an Ornithopter has me wondering what it is they're going to try and do on this Urza's end step.
You already did. Cool.
My guess, based off the fact that they've already played a few Staxy pieces, is that they want to probably deploy an OBM.
Demonic Tutor.
Oh.
That's right.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, they should.
Tap for.
I think they're doing okay. There's not really a whole lot going on with Rafine's
Mhm.
board here, so it's pretty safe to let the Demonic Tutor resolve.
Yeah, it's. Are they just going to get like a fish?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this does work.
Fish or Sentinel, probably. Sentinel is really good because you can just buff it with Rapine if you play it.
Yeah. Yeah, but if they kept a hand based off a turn 3 Sentinel.
I can't comment on whether they should have kept their hand or not, but just based off what they have or what I'm seeing, it seems like Sentinel or Fish.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential that they kept it based off of like combo ability, and
Want to
then
get a check on that?
got a little gun check because of
How's
the
it for
Lilith.
y'all?
We'll see.
I mean, it's fine for us. I'm just thinking straight.
Is that a paradise? I think it's an exotic orchard. On Rafine's board, bottom left.
Yeah, I think that's what I want. Oh, not
It just regularly amazes me how much mana Blue Form generates.
Mm-hmm.
shuffle bottom like.
To some extent, it is what it is.
Hain picks to his Auto
Yeah,
Aura
let
to
it get me off
Gemstone
my
and
head.
Force of Negation to Chrome Box.
Chad will just
Mine's
go
just
deal with
frustrating because
a
like
little
I
bit of-
actively shuffle.
Force of Negation doesn't do a whole lot against Ruggrass, so
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Let's go to combat.
Sure.
It looks to me like
brother, you have a DT on your board. You're literally moving your DT around like it's a creature.
Let's
I think
go.
Hain did a good job of. Oh,
Okay.
there's the OVM.
Pass on
Mhm.
OBM.
Do we have a?
Oh, Thopter of
Hmm?
Paradise.
You want
ETB shoot rock wreck.
Oh yeah, I think it. Oh,
So wonder-
oh.
Wander down. Yep. I'll pass the turn.
I wish I had my Mockingbird.
Untap. Not gonna play the fish.
That's a good one. I think it is a
Oh,
Thopter
let me
of
get the fish.
Paradise.
Damn, I really want the fish.
Now I wanted to. What did he tutor for then? Don't know.
No idea. Something they didn't play.
Have a dummy?
What is that?
A really good card.
Delmy?
Man, Hain's just doubling up on Bowmasters here with Delny.
Delny
That's
probably needs an
fixing to draw
answer right
so-
now.
That's
not
so
what you want to see
hard.
from from Ruggrass.
Yeah.
I unfortunately have no way to enter a creature.
This is a really, really, really good board to have an OBM out in general. Even though there's not card draw engines out, it allows him to really apply pressure on Rockthras. And
He's
even-
got triple Delny effects here. He's got Timna, Lotho, and OBM.
Holy shit! No wonder he was pitching interaction.
Max.
Also, just for future streams.
He's just gonna draw more.
That's fine.
No, because
He has the ability to
Move the play
we
mat
tried
just to
that. It's
try.
just like I have to.
like no one can really afford to storm off here or do anything super intense. And again, OBM to the face.
In combat.
Got some good
Go to
diffusers.
combat.
Max, do you want to trade Tim Nose or do you want to?
We can
draw?
find out together.
No. I think I'm okay for now. I will swing
That's the treasure.
Bowmaster and Orc Army this way.
I played
Don't
against
believe anything else.
a Malcolm Timna in Heisenberg, and there was a Delny in their deck, and it enabled them to create like 8 mana and draw 4 cards off of a single combat step. It was incredible. I don't remember if those were the exact numbers.
Flash and Bowmaster.
Oh, here's the counter Bowmasters.
Potentially was in the build.
Dude, I've never seen that signature before. That's so sick.
Dude, that's super cool. Okay,
all-
so
not
they
all
did
heroes
probably
are
tutor
okay.
for it.
The token kill one, block the other.
I still can't say that we tutored for this
Kind of
here.
a hope. It's up to you.
Sure.
Perfect.
I think if they hadn't,
Let's get.
if they didn't tutor for it now, then they would have cast it
Otherwise, it's
on
just like, I will
the
be
previous
every
end step, I think.
Right.
Which, like,
Can you
yeah.
pass me that?
Or is this previous end
Yeah,
step?
because I
Thanks so
I'm gonna turn up player audio here and see if we'll see what they're talking about.
ETB, I'll put a point of damage on the Bowmaster.
Okay.
And
Then you can use your token to block his. Or I'm just being
no,
real.
I think I might let him, because he'd draw 2 cards, I'd have 2 more, and I can mow the Delny.
Definitely
on your
could be
turn,
wrong,
mow the Timna,
but I don't think
and
so.
kind of At parry a little bit.
How would we?
Well,
Because you have draws off of
Oh
your.
no! I will be working to kill your Bowmaster.
Yeah,
That's
that's like I was
fair.
gonna say. Like,
That's
there's no way
fair.
he's gonna.
Yeah, I'm just saying like we can get rid of him.
Definitely
Or
the
whatever.
traditional politics you would expect once
I
a
wouldn't
second
let him
OBM
get
hits the
into our
tower.
cards. Like you do have to recognize he is in a phenomenal mana position already.
Yeah.
So like he doesn't care if his stuff dies if he's drawing some cards and has the mana.
I'll chump an army
He'll
to
just
the
grab the next
token.
card advantage engine.
Army down.
I get a pass.
Okay. I do nothing against it.
I respect immediately going to take out the other OBM. I've been in a lot of games where people try to like keep each other's OBMs around to like take care of the other creature decks, and it always ends up going sideways when you least expect it.
I hate to say that, like, I hate to say always, but I think it's almost always incorrect to keep another OBM around.
Mm-hmm. It's even in situations where it worked well initially, it always ends up forcing a draw or taking you out, and it just has so much potential to go wrong.
Are you on Citadel? You're on no life things besides the One Ring?
Fiend is really, really good. It's definitely got a couple other options abilities too. This list is definitely pretty stacksy.
I mean, no,
You
like,
would-
you know what I
you
mean.
would
You're not on
I'm interested to see if we'll see a little bit more of that as we continue going through this game.
I will send
Reanimate?
2 your way.
Sure.
I don't care. Reanimate's got it. Razaketh doesn't count.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not what. You have enough life. I'm not worried about Razaketh.
Fair enough.
I'll go for the Nas Necro deck. Tim the Trigger.
I'm not on Necro. I'm only on Nas.
Sure, you're on Nas. Tim the Trigger. In second hand.
You got it.
I will. Well, first I gain 2 on combat, and then I'll lose 1 and draw 1.
You got it.
Wish that mattered.
Yeah, the difference
All
between
that
card
for
selection
one.
and card advantage
Thing
is
below.
really interesting. I think a great example of that is the difference between
not
Fairy
doing
Mastermind and
much
Ledger
problem
Shredder. Aside from the fact that Fairy Mastermind offers the
Yeah, we're
ability
Fairy.
I'm not doing nothing.
to like win games.
I will be
I think it was a mistake to ping Litha there. I think we're pinging Rockback for sure.
hanging off some
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Like it's.
before he punch
I
cards.
don't have
That
card
just puts us in the.
I don't know that everyone would
shadow realm.
agree with that, but
Mausoleum Wanderer.
Same as I do.
I'm definitely
I came here to play that card.
Right?
I said I came
slanted
to this tournament to play that
to
card.
kill the
Go
active
ahead
players
and,
thing.
Mhm.
Thrasios? Yeah, I'll Thrasios.
Because like Hain generates 1 treasure off of this, and then
Thrasios on a Thrasios. This is what I mean. This is an irrelevant.
Two
no, sorry, he does.
treasures
He
only.
does no, he doesn't even generate a treasure because this is the first spell.
Hmm.
Anything else we do rather than
Yeah, I think Hain was positioned very strong early
Any effects
on,
on
but
his
now that he's
instep?
had a few of his pieces removed, I think it's
I'll untap
important
both
not to
people.
let the political inertia set in and just continue to dismantle like one player's board.
It's hard because Doni kind of pulls all that attention towards you when you
Mhm.
have 3 active pieces that are related to Doni.
Mm-hmm.
So now 2 of those are gone.
Yeah,
Timna's
mana
left.
available to
I
you
mean,
based on that.
double Timna triggers,
How much
sure,
do you
but
have
like,
available?
it's not that good anymore.
4, 5.
No, yours is out. There's no VM out.
Reveal definitely.
Oh, he's got a treasure.
He does have a treasure, and it does have commander on board. I also have commander on board.
Another important thing to remember is that
I'll lose a life.
the
to
only
fetch-
draw
fetch
engine
I thought so. I'm scared. Who's gonna get
really anyone's been able to
Drops the
land
fetch.
so far has been the Timna and a copy
No,
of
I don't
Timna.
think that y'all are bad.
No short cording this time.
There
To,
you go.
Can I see your islands? Just want to see which arts you want.
Yeah,
Those are
yeah,
sweet.
yeah.
Okay, so we've got the
The
Guru.
Teresa
For
Nelsons.
those who don't know, this is a crate for any kids watching. This is like the flexiest island you could possibly have outside of the sprint version. That's crazy.
Sure.
You see the
There's
Guru
an artist
playmat?
proof.
This is Odyssey, right?
Invasion.
Invasion. Apologies.
You see the
Invasion, really
you see the
nice.
Guru playmat they have signed over there at one of the vendors?
I did.
It's got your name on it. Might as well pick it up.
I think that island is one that I
Foil Urza map
gave
with
Max
the
Sternberg.
Send.
Not the ones he was handling, but the other one. I think it's a 7th edition
Better go.
foil. It's kind of swag.
ahead.
Japanese as
Go
well.
ahead.
It's a combo one.
Oop, there's the battered
Whenever
golem.
comes into play, you untap battered golem. Just another way to make combos. Cool.
Just infinite.
I would
Not
imagine
doing anything
it's not
important.
on the Polymorph variant,
Correct.
but it's a way to combo with mana rocks, aka specifically Soul Ring. Here.
There's no.
You're loopy looping.
There's nothing looping presently.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I know it's a combo piece for the future.
I'm sorry, I might.
Oh, I was just make sure it passed.
Do you pass on it?
Yeah, I pass on the batter golem.
There you go. I'm like battered golem.
When it enters, it will see itself.
Yeah.
There will be an untap trigger on the stack. I'll hold priority. Flow to blue.
Yeah, cool.
I always forget that's how it works.
I've been passing the.
I just realized who's in that seat. Isn't that Cowboy Bob?
Like the anime Cowboy Bebop.
Maybe not.
Let's just spin.
I just recognize his voice. I guess maybe that's not him.
We've reached that level.
We love high rolling.
No, I'm not. I'm
Is he
totally
activating
mistaken.
Urza?
It's a shuffle.
No.
Y'all good with that?
I think let someone else cut it. It's probably the good way to
Play
go.
the card.
Yeah, he's activating Urza.
Play it.
Heck yeah. My man's about to
Until
natty
it-
time twister.
There you
Just
go.
Twister.
Island.
Sure.
Worse.
We'll take it.
I'll take it. I wish you had it, honestly.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Sweet. All right. Glacial Fortress. Gonna cast Rafine.
That's first.
It's fine.
Move to combat.
There's Rafine.
Heck yeah.
Orc army and
This Bowmaster's about to become unkillable.
here.
Yeah.
I've got a connive trigger for Rafine, and I'll connive the Orcish Bowmaster.
Oh, what's up, Emily?
Alrighty. Didn't think we'd get this far. I'll draw 2.
Just, I know we're feeling a lot of cards.
Emily, I have a bit of a thought puzzle for you. Me and Logan had approximately 20 minutes
Yeah.
between round
Yeah, that's
2
fine.
and round
Yeah, I
3.
got you.
We spent roughly 2/3 of that time at card
Magistrate.
vendors.
Love it.
Given that information, how much money do you think we spent?
Before that resolved.
Dang.
Think of how good.
I have a Chrome box sitting in front of me. Was it more or less
Win
than
through
$30?
person, and it's
Urza's on the
not-
battlefield, though.
Yeah, but it stops breach. No, because his combo is infinite mana into Urza activations, which exiles.
That's
That's fair enough.
That actually
Max is just
phenomenal.
pointing out
is
combos on the
fair
board,
enough.
which is
I support
pretty cool, but
it.
I don't know how that's
And if that's
supremely
just a way
relevant
to
to the
kinda
current
solve
game
the
state.
It's
shenanigan like
I try to be careful when politicking about saying like,
We'll have
oh,
to
X is a
telegraph our
combo
wins.
piece. Like,
by getting rid of it first, so that'll
I don't know.
that'll
It,
help.
you're using up table time, and like, there's only so much like information that people.
I think
can,
that's the
like,
strategy, though.
You just kind of like, bombard them with information.
Well, you're stating facts, which cannot be argued.
That's true.
But
I don't-
it's kind of weird to be like, hey, you're using a strategy to like either waste time or divert attention. And people don't say that.
That's fair.
They'll just go, oh yeah, that is a combo piece.
Do you think they know that Thrasios is a combo piece?
It's an outlet.
I guess outlets don't really count as combo pieces. Okay, if people are guessing
I'm gonna kick myself.
200.
I do get asked you to make an E decision. I know it's hard, but I do get asked you to make an
Haha, chat, you were caught in my trap card. I bought a gold border chrome mox for $25.
Discard my brick trap. I'll put a counter on Rafine. Yeah.
I spent about
Counter on
20
Rafine.
bucks, drop a 0.
3 damage total.
Coming at me.
Yep.
counter on Bowmaster, yeah.
Yep.
There's so many things I could
I
spend
will-
$200 here though.
doesn't
Like I don't even have
affect
$200 to spend. for
Any
so much
reason I
stuff.
can't block with Urza? Any reason I shouldn't block with Urza?
No, you should just kill the token, I think.
Oh, is it just a
No,
1-1?
I think between both of us, we spent closer to like
2-2.
70.
Right.
1-1.
70
70 total.
I mean, you take
Yeah.
1 less damage or kill 1.
There's no receipts. You can't prove
Army
this.
down.
And you take 2?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll ship the turn. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cast Magistrate.
Jeez. Ship to turn. Oops. Sorry.
Just kidding.
Just means
It was just a joke.
It is a gold border, yeah.
I'm going to be like, yeah. Why did I not let him discard it?
That max is in fact wounded satellite.
Because in case his top
Really,
deck
really
was
good
breach.
pilot. We were actually talking to him after piss border. We were actually talking to him
Louise and
after
I had
round 1. He's really been enjoying Rock Thrust, but he's been missing Kinnan.
Sure.
'Cause it says
He's
it's a playability.
one of the decks he's potentially better known for
so
is
it's so
grind
he'll
them
still
into
be able to
dust
play
list.
lands.
He's traditionally a control player.
Um,
I think this is a great example of even though he's not using counter spells, he's able to utilize information as a means of
You may
control.
cast it, you cannot cast lands.
He's definitely one of the
I'm
stronger
just gonna go
politickers at the board right now.
Swing 4.
At what?
Yeah, I need to draw cards.
I
Try and
understand.
find stuff.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I guess I'll block. I think Delney's the bigger threat.
It doesn't make a difference with you block. You can't kill them.
He's got Bowmaster.
What?
You can kill.
He's gonna draw it with 10 though.
He'll draw 4 cards here.
Right.
No, I'll draw 2 cards.
He'll draw 2.
He'll draw 2 cards.
If you don't
Would
Because
be
I'm gonna
killing
block
the 2
1.
here?
I'm thinking.
If
what
I were
I'm
in this
asking is-
situation and I were Urza, I don't think I'd block
You're
here.
off the battlefield.
You're
You said you
in
are not
seat
worried about
4.
No, I am worried about that.
I
Uh,
am.
Max
I
is
wanna block
talking
Delney, and then you
like
finish it off whenever he gets
he's
his
under
draw
the
feed.
assumption that the Urza's going to block,
Right.
which is
Kill all my stuff.
reinforcing the Urza's instinct to block and not giving him
we're
an
saying
kill the
option
That's fine. Like, but
to not
Going,
block.
you're drawing
Yeah.
cards.
yeah, but at the same time, like,
Would very much agree. Using information is still interaction. I think it's one of the ways that you can
Okay, which one
exercise
do you want?
like soft
Don't-
power
don't-
over the
sure.
board, and I think it's really impressive.
I'll lose 2.
Did he get the attack through?
Let me think.
Oh no, he just got. I see. He does swung both. I would be
might as well draw
in
two.
Haynes' position. I'm definitely talking to the players to my right and going, I need to swing here. I'm not going to push. I just need to draw cards. I don't care if you kill Delny after. I don't get, whatever.
In seed order, we have player number 1 on Rafine. Player number 2 is Blue Farm, Team Kates. Hayne, a Denver local. Another Denver local is Wounded Satellite, Max Sternberg in seed 3. And then Urza, Cowboy Bebob.
It's not him.
No,
it's not him. No. It's just me talking out of my ass.
Okay.
So it'd be technically 1.
Yeah, Urza in seat 4.
Yep.
No, I very much agree with you. I think that I would consider this a relatively lopsided board state where there's pieces on board that don't necessarily translate or interact with solid offense or defense with the opponent's boards, and that means I think we have a high likelihood of there being a pretty violent swing in terms of power dynamics within the next not even 2 turn cycles, just 2 turns with Rog, Thras, and Urza here. And so I would be interested in leveraging we both need to get back in this game.
I have a hard time calling things mistakes directly, but watching the Rafine just tap out for a Dranith when that essentially doesn't matter because there's Timn on the board, Rog and Thras are on the board, and Rograk's dead now, but Urza on the board as well. And then you're saying I don't have mana to interact.
I think the Dranith is a good opportunity to potentially leverage information from your opponents. Both Blue Farm and Urza are kind of relying on the ability to cast things from exile as a means to combo off. So you can use the potential of shutting them and taking them off interaction as the ability as a means of learning what interaction they do have.
Yeah, the Mockingbird is a Timna. I'll go remind the players to represent that.
So I'm just saying, if you want to hit it for 1 life still, it's a very minor thing. It's fine if you want to target my Mockingbird. I'm just letting you know.
No, the OBM came after.
I understand. Okay, that's fine. Still gonna put it on the Mockingbird. That's totally okay.
You got pass.
Yeah, I think it's a good example of how you can take what is potentially a dead card and essentially turn it into a Git probe without even casting it, right?
Good to draw? Yeah.
Right? You're not really losing out on letting your opponents know that you have a Dranith. You played a Mausoleum Wanderer on turn 1, they can probably guess that you have access to pieces like that. But what you are doing is without locking any opponents out of any interaction or pieces, you're just getting information. Flesh duplicate coming down. Potentially this could be another OBM.
A second Timna. No. It's OBM, right?
It's got to be OBM.
Dranith is turning off breach lines, but there's no indication that Hayne is going for breach here. Or even Rug Thras.
Yeah, I'll take
Urza.
Can you pass me another affinity token? This is my concept.
Taps for mana with Relic of Legends at ATBs, giving him an additional mana. I don't
Just makes a lot of mana.
Let me check. I don't think he's on Kinnan. If he were, that'd be pretty nuts out here.
Write it on a second.
Oh, it doesn't work. Urza and Kinnan don't interact.
For sure.
Oh, actually.
But there is the Relic of Legend and Soul Rings, which would just give him an insane amount of mana.
When your construct enters, I'll have a trigger.
You got it, brother.
It definitely shuts off win lines, but I don't think the board state is in a place where any particular player right now can afford to push for a win. So if the primary point of interaction is taking a win off the table, I don't know, that's just not how I would want to spend my 2 mana here. But I do, not knowing what's in the rest of their hand, I can definitely see the potential for wanting to put it into play now to free up the mana for later.
We also just kind of incorrectly assumed it would be a Bowmaster, but we forgot that there's a +1/+1 counter on that Bowmaster, meaning that it doesn't just instantly die.
Oh. That's very relevant, yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, that's the power of Rafine, even though if it's seems kind of minor.
I forgot that the counters don't go away at the end of the turn. For everyone who's waiting on the edge of their seats, you can relax. I just looked. Max is not on Kinnan. board states like this are always really interesting to interpret for me, because looking at the kind of the right three quadrants, Urza, Rafine, and TNK, all of the potential that they're representing is unknown and uncertain. Right? It's cards in hand, and what they've drawn, as opposed to Rock Dress's strength is primarily deployed on the board right now.
In the deck.
No, he was just saying that you are simply a cradle away from.
Sure, I'm just letting you know I'm going to do something with the Bowmaster now then.
Totally cool with me.
I think it's moments like this that
Start with
you have to
Earthcraft.
fight for as much information as you can.
I do have a basic island.
I'll pass on Earthcraft.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Lets me tap a creature to untap target basic land.
Cool.
Earthcraft, okay.
This is really bad.
I'm good on Earthcraft.
I have one for it. I'll go ahead.
This is a great example of something
I
that
didn't. I'm sorry. I never heard. Okay.
it's not too scary now, because he's essentially paying 2 mana to get access to 3 mana, right? But it can go south very quickly.
Urza for blue? That feels.
dirty, isn't it? And your
Can I see
response
flush
is
duplicate real quick?
yeah. We'll have 3 fading counters on it. I can represent those.
You can talk a little louder.
Snap target Battlemaster.
That is a good example. Captain Moral Support. This is definitely a situation where that Draenith is not likely to be going anywhere.
I will untap 2 lands. I would then like to.
Suki is not here.
Is that okay?
Once again, apologies to people if you're watching the stream and we have low frames. We are attempting to download her via a torrenting site, but based off the complexity of her kindness and the softness of her fur, it is eating up the vast majority of the bandwidth of the hotel, hence resulting in why we're really, really struggling sometimes with keeping a good frame rate up. But thank you all for your patience.
I'm drawing the same cards either way. It's just 1 more damage towards your deck that cares I like them all.
Be fine.
You're okay with that? Okay. I will do Thrasios at him and Timid at you.
Absolutely. Earthcraft is definitely Cradle 2.0.
Okay. Take 1, take 3. I will gain 2, and then in second main.
But the fact that it's easier to remove than a land, there's a lot of things about it that I think kind of hide its true potential. Not in a way that, like, people just don't know it's good, but I think people overestimate their ability to deal with Earthcraft.
Interesting. They just draw a crazy.
Some cards are strong because they represent threats later as opposed to now. I think it is simply too difficult to judge when an Earthcraft is cast, if it is a now problem or if it's a later problem.
Fair.
Go ahead and.
So far, the venue has been super fun. Huge shout out to the Land Go people. They've been doing a great job running this event. The hotel's also been super nice. So far, the only negative thing I have to say is that the monster I got earlier today cost an arm, but it was worth a leg. You gotta get caffeine where you can get it. There's also a holy trinity of a Wendy's and a Taco Bell as well as a McDonald's, all in the same cul-de-sac. So that's pretty cool.
Which otter is this?
So you're on the Otter Tribal.
It's my only other otter in the deck that's not Valley Folk, so not exactly. I've thought about
No
Storm.
Kitsa? Because that deck has a really cool
Not on Kitsa.
otter.
Oh, dang.
I've thought about Storm Splitters.
Rafine has correctly analyzed that Kitsa is perhaps one of the best otters in Magic right now. Not having access to any more information, they may be the smartest person at this table.
Is this trainer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe that's.
I don't recognize the art.
That's a Flare of Denial.
Oh, geez.
Too bad he doesn't have any blue creatures,
Sacrifice
like a
yeah.
Flare of Denial.
Force of Will. I'll then tap this for blue. I'll tap this for green. I'll cast Chatterstorm.
Yep.
I've cast so far this
Okay.
turn.
I think,
cast, Flesh Duplicate.
Unless
Earthcraft.
someone has some sort of
Snap.
Mm-hmm.
answer here,
Thunder Trap.
this is headed in a very bad direction for the rest of the pod
-5.
compared to what Max is doing.
You got it.
Too bad.
Something about Earthcraft.
Too bad
got
more
anything for
OBM
Earthcraft?
pinks weren't sent Rock Dress's way.
Yeah, but for now, that
gotta
also
get the
reads
Earthcraft
5.
out.
I missed it. How did the
I'm
game get
casting
moved?
it.
It got snapped.
I'm not casting a single other.
Wow.
I'm just gonna be holding interaction pass.
They could replay it if they didn't chop out for Draenith.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing this so I have mana.
This is a really important politicking moment
I
to
can't
listen to.
interact with
Can
this.
you do anything with the Earthcraft?
I can't.
Okay. I'll pass on chatter. So long.
Good. I'll make 5 squirrels if we're going to shortcut that. Nah, bro. Tokens I make are shiny One Piece tokens.
The deal essentially that Max made is that he's going to pass the turn and hold up interaction. An important thing to remember when you're in CEDH games, though, is that most decks primarily are looking to gain advantage in a multiplicity of ways, and interaction is just another one of those forms. Especially with Thrasios, he can say he's going to hold up a Thrasios activation, which while it mimics holding up interaction, it could be a cradle, it could be anything. So it's a good way of Max allowing himself to acquire resources, communicate cooperation, but not overcommit himself to any deals that he can't hold up later.
Yeah, we're gonna mute ourselves just for a minute and let the players do the talking, and then we'll be back with you when some stuff starts resuming. Just kidding, we're back. There's a hull breaker being resolved.
Holy cow. This is not how I saw this going.
No. Someone needs to interact with this, and I don't think there's enough here.
People are communicating that they cannot hear the player audio.
They muted everything? No. You lost the player audio. Can you hear it now? Or they're just really quiet before?
How big of a time delay is there? Oh, gotcha. This is a great example of how, Max offered to hold up mana for interaction, but you can always make the argument that it's better to use that interaction at a later point. So even though it represents an offer of giving power to the table, he still essentially is, for lack of a better term, holding all the cards. I think, I'm very, very impressed by his politicking here.
Wait, so I'm confused. Are you guys hearing player audio or not? Because if you're not, I can hit the switch again. What?
No, I'm not pushing. I'm nowhere close to a push.
And the problem is also a filtering deck, so you don't really know what his top 5 cards
Okay.
are going to be.
I am nowhere close to a push.
Yeah.
It should be okay now. I put it back
So
to
that's
the way
fine.
it was.
We'll let that resolve, and then
So
I'll pass turn if that's
you
cool.
will not cast any of the spells?
Nope.
You may need to refresh your stream.
Is that all right with you?
So you have the
Logan
Banishing
says
Knack.
Yeah,
and the
no.
Soul Ring.
Just kidding.
Banishing
Don't.
Knack is
don't.
The whole breaker.
The whole breaker
starts with the
trigger.
soul ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll just whatever.
Yep.
That'll return, and then I'll send
Thanks, guys.
Alright.
Yeah, I know y'all don't know me from Steve, but like
Steve?
exactly.
Okay.
But I'm not a liar.
Oh, you're good, bro. I always give people the benefit.
No
of the doubt.
reach on the Hull Breaker?
Yeah, wild, right?
Wow.
I got,
Wow.
I
I
got
think
a-
you should have
I
everything.
got a flying Timna, bro.
You do,
Good for
I
it.
know. It's tapped though.
These little chipping squirrels.
Those are flying
They do
squirrels,
not
though.
fly, but
That'd
I
be
mean,
kinda
we
cool.
don't know what genetic makeup. Hold up. I have a squirrel token.
What is this? That's your.
Don't just ruin the stream, boys.
Is the audio cut out
I
again?
did it earlier.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna
Oh,
invite it back.
I think it's when I mute that.
Alright,
That's crazy.
am I good to draw?
Okay, well, I guess I'm not
That's
muting
all
Which
it.
one is facing like underneath your shirt? I think?
Yeah,
Instead
I'll
of on
fix
top
it.
of
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I will.
There's a Discord watching right now. It's just like this far.
Hey, they know you've invested some time in this one. Look at the level of commitment. They respect you.
Either that or just think it's
Hilarious. I love Graphene plays Timna. It's so good.
All right, chat. Sorry about that. What about now? Can you hear them now?
Maybe Lotho does. I'm not sure. I don't think they do.
They should.
They really need card draw. Lotho is just like, I want to make some mana and do some busted shit. Stop. Sorry.
We're still going.
Yeah. I think we're in the back one.
Card filtering.
It's hard to tell.
Sometimes you just want to keep them all.
I know. Judge, would we be able to get a clock anywhere just to understand what kind of time?
So I'm just worried that.
What?
No, so I'm worried.
Okay.
Like I
I will
don't
ask
have
you to make
anything.
these decisions a little bit more quickly on the
I got
filtering.
you. I got you.
Do you
know
have
stuff.
keep in mind? I have to deal with 15 mana.
I actually can't do anything with it. My hand
Sink.
literally doesn't have a single card that helps me in any
Stupor.
capacity. I wish it did. Let me top deck a Song Creation, then we can talk.
Discard Tainted Pact. So I'll get 2 counters here.
I'll tell you one thing. I would absolutely make him deal with Hullbreaker.
Yeah, like
I mean, that's.
I mean, there's a
that
spell
was the
guide, so I can't.
Kind of a given.
mission
Yeah.
statement.
There is a spell
Understood.
guide, so.
Go to damage, I guess, do we?
Yeah, I take
how much am I taking?
You will take 4, and then.
Am I good to do for you?
Sure.
Play land.
Yeah.
Attempt to cast Lavinia.
In that boy.
So you want to shut me
Each
off from
opponent
interacting at
can't
all?
Cast non-creature spells.
So
if
you
mana
want to
value
shut me off from
greater
interacting,
than the
correct?
number of lands.
My thought is he's
Trolls.
a tutor away.
That's true.
So.
But I'm just letting you know that it will shut me off from being able to help out if you want me to. But I mean that's
Do
fine.
you have anything at the time to help? My only concern right now is making
I
it through the
mean,
next turn cycle. And
I don't think this
someone
will
on 2
go
really-
through.
My hand
but
literally does nothing. He has revealed win on board.
You can still cast that.
Man,
no, I don't. Yeah.
Can't.
I have been shut off of mana ever since my Lotha died. That's what I was saying. But I mean, it's fine. I'm just letting you know that.
Do you pass?
I see.
Well, he.
But I don't think-
He's,
Oh, I
I
thought
think
he
they're having
said-
a
I don't think
conversation
that
of
would-
it, They are taking it back.
I don't think that's gonna go
Yeah.
through knowing his hand
okay.
either. So.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't give a
I
shit
can
about
let you
it.
hit me with Timna to increase the odds of
Okay.
fulfilling the card.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you pass?
Yes.
Let me think on that. Let me think about it.
Sure.
Yeah, you got it.
Pass.
All right. Lavinia is here. I'll ship the
Strap
turn.
in, boys. Do you mind if I read her?
Yeah, go for it.
Just make sure. Remember all the text on this card.
Well, I would love to cast this, but I can't. So you say I can swing and
You
you
got
try
it.
and find some
Yeah,
answers.
take it.
Are we trying daily?
Take 2 damage.
Yes.
What'd
Move
you-
to second mate.
You gained 2, that's what
Yes.
that was. Yeah, you got it, brother.
You got it. Let's get there.
No.
Okay.
7, 8. I will lose a card either way. What does that do? Does not do anything. I will move to discard.
In your end step, I'm going to tap 4 of these, leaving one of them untapped and this untapped to activate Thrasios.
Yep.
It's just easier than pulling out a token and representing it.
Flack, can I respond to the activation?
Sure. That's totally fine. Do you want to do your Bowmaster now?
What do we do about the card that was on top since he's already seen it?
I mean, it's the same information. Nothing has changed. But we can
Nothing's
check with the
changing.
judge if you want.
Yeah, let's do that. Judge.
Hey, Judge. Hi. Do you mind
I had
if
to make
speak
it
here?
official.
Do you mind if I speak here? And
Yeah,
let me know?
you go right ahead.
So I activated Thrasios. They all said okay. So I looked at the top card because that's how Thrasios activation works. He
Well,
then
it-
said, well, actually, I want to respond. And
It
so
wasn't
I
all
said,
of us.
"Oh."
I don't think he said
Sorry.
okay. I did, and I think he
heard
did.
a couple okays. I saw the top card. He
Kinda
said, I want to
echoed.
respond to it to flash in his Bowmaster. He wants to know if the top card should be moved or not. I don't care if it is or not. But the information has not changed, and it would be the same card no matter what happens.
That's going to be a question for one of them.
Sure. I can tell you they're going to tell me to leave it on top because that is the information that could not
For
be
sure.
changed.
It doesn't change the
Yeah, it
situation
doesn't change anything
as
at all.
it is. Unless you could activate it again and then draw the card or have access to it potentially prior to the resolution.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll all have experienced this.
Yeah, I know. Definitely. Guess this is a good time to fix my mic then, right?
Yeah.
Once again, do you mind if I just say it to the judge?
Yeah, you got it.
How's it going, man?
How we
We
doing?
are on his end step. I tapped 4 of these guys. We were shortcutting, so I didn't actually physically do it, but just to activate Thrasios. I heard a couple of okays, and so I looked at the top card. He actually said, well, then I would like to respond to flash in his Orcish Bowmaster. I saw the top card. We just want to confirm if that should be moved or if
Okay,
it should
so you
stay on
said
top.
I tapped a few of these guys. What
I
the-
tapped 4 of these squirrels to Earthcraft to make 4 blue mana. I have 5 of them. We just shortcut it because we knew I was activating once and then untapping.
Okay, so
Definitely,
I've seen this
definitely a
card.
good
I
time
know
to
what
get
it
a
is.
judge involved.
He then said, I heard a
I
couple
think
of
this
okays
is a great,
from a couple players. He then said, actually, I'd like to
great
respond.
example of how
And then
cEDH
I
is
said,
just
okay,
a really,
put the
really
card back and
complicated
just
game,
flash it with Bowmaster.
and there's a
We
high
just wanna confirm
likelihood
if this
that
card should stay on top
even
or
for
should-
incredibly
Okay, so
skilled
I'm
players
just gonna
are just going
run through what
to
I just heard.
mishear or make a mistake.
I'm going to tap 4 squirrels, activate Thrasios. You heard 2 okays and 1 wait, and we went ahead and looked at the top card.
There was not a wait. I heard 2 okays, looked at the top card, and then he said, well, actually, I would like to respond. And I said, okay, that's fine. And then he said, I'll
Aye.
flash in Bowmaster.
Okay, so we know the top card of our library when we're not supposed to.
I
basically.
do know what it is in a moment where it will make no difference what it is, but yeah.
So policy gives us certain things to follow, whether the state of the game and stuff.
Sure.
Doesn't always play into the factor. So
Totally
basically, what I'm saying is like we know the top card of our library, we're not supposed to. Okay. The way we fix this in policy is we shuffle that card away.
Sure.
Okay. Hold on a second before you like do anything. Unless I hear like anything else, I'm gonna call this a looking at it card. You will get a warning for this. Okay.
Sure, bro.
And then we can go ahead and do the fix. The fix is to shuffle the card away, maintaining any cards you're supposed to know to the library. So like if you bought them a couple cards with Thrasios, we want to make sure we keep those cards in Thrasios so we have a
so
shuffle effect.
wouldn't it be correct to, I have activated Thrasios, wouldn't it be easier for us to just leave the card and move on because it makes no difference to the game state in the slightest?
So policy tells us, looking at extra cards, we shuffle the card away.
Sure.
Okay?
I've had this exact same judge call with other judges before, and they've said if nothing would change, you just leave it on top. So that's why I'm just asking for clarity. Because
so-
I'm not responding to this. I don't think anyone is. And
So
then my activation
I'll
is
give
the
you
same.
that clarity, and then I'll
Sure.
give my final ruling. If
you
you'd like
will?
to appeal at that point,
You got a
you're
card
more than
for
welcome to, okay?
Sure.
So policy tells us to shuffle the card away when we know a card that we're not supposed to know. It's not, the fact that it's not going to change anything shouldn't actually matter.
Totally fine. If that's your ruling, I respect it.
So my ruling is looking at each card, we're going to shuffle the card away into the random unknown portion of the library. But if you would like to appeal that, you're welcome to do
I
that.
don't care.
So how many times have we activated
I
Thrasios?
have no idea.
Sorry, a judge
Just
came
the
in.
one.
It's
Just the one.
Just the
There's
one.
one
Oh, wait.
activation
someone
on the stack.
someone said
previously
that
you have
someone in
activated
this room has a
twice
card
since
for
then.
someone else.
That's what I'm about to ask.
We are trying
I
to
don't
solve
know
a
if it's-
very different
let's not make it worse.
problem than the players.
Shuffle my library.
No,
Then I'm
it's
a
only
little
been.
confused.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
because
Have I shuffled since then though? Because I had a fetch.
Yeah,
line.
that's
I
what-
don't
that's
know
what
if that
I'm
was
doing.
pre or post fetch line.
I think the fetch
When
was
did you
very early
fetch?
on. It was very early
It was turn
on.
2. It was turn 2.
Before Thrasios was on
So
the board.
then Thrasios
Another reason I think this is a really
was-
important
I
moment
kept a force negation. I
for
didn't shuffle
players.
That one away.
Yeah,
Correct.
Michael's
And
asking the question,
then-
why
no, I
argue
don't
with
think
the
I put a
judge?
single card to the bottom. So it's just layer.
Magic is a
Yeah,
game
flare.
I did
all
show- I did put
about
a card in the
rules.
You showed the flare, you showed
and
the
flare was off of the thunder
judges
tap.
are there to enforce the rules. But something very important is that in order for a judge to make a ruling, right, they have to decide what the problem is, right? Before they can implement a solution, they have to essentially diagnose the problem, and that allows for essentially not quite politicking, but for information to affect the representation of the board state. And it's not uncommon, especially in high-level pods, for players who have seen a wide multiplicity of judge calls resolve to attempt to influence with the inclusion of information, the description of like what they think the problem is in order to get the judge to give a specific solution. That's not to say that it's like judges are great. It happens like all the time, and so any judge worth their salt isn't going to let a player like steamroll them and let the player make the judge or make the call for them. But if you're asking the question of like why argue with the judge, that is potentially a reason why. And then also, as some people are mentioning or saying, you can always appeal a decision and have a floor judge transition into a head judge. In this specific situation, because it's an on-screen game, they already have the head judge involved, which means that the potential to appeal is a little different.
OBM on the stack. Thank you. Thinking on it.
But yeah, I would definitely kind of categorize it
It's like a venereal
as like a
disease.
playing tier outs, basically.
Some say it
That was
never
my
goes
way of
away.
trying to deal with this board.
What is?
The daily.
That's a really good point.
The problem is this.
And what one person says is arguing it, another person might say is appealing.
I mean, I can only deal with it if you kill the spell skite. Is actually.
Well, I can't because I.
No.
Okay.
I cannot stop this because of
Alright.
spell skite. If spell skite is gone, then I can stop this.
Okay.
That is my position.
Can you force draws or some activations on your turn so that I can
If you let me in,
deal
then
with
yes.
But yeah, I think this is a
Like,
great
I do
example
it
of
because
like
I'm able to swing and I'm
any
able to-
any
but yes, I'm
CH
able to
player
get 4 cards.
If it is one
trying to like
fixture
seriously
in
take down
hand,
tournaments
fine to let it
needs to utilize every part of the cEDH game.
ETB Bowmaster. I will play counter on my orc. 1 point of damage.
So for those just joining us, Eric, can you give us a rundown of where everything's at right now?
Oh, yeah. The game started with a relatively slow series of, turn 1 and turn 2 plays with people developing board states. Blue Farm was the first to represent a real advantage with a Lotho, a Timna, an OBM, and a Delny. There were multiple clones of the OBM, resulting in what we thought was going to be Max being the last person to copy it, but instead he copied Urza and bounced the OBM. We then moved to Urza's turn, where we are now, where he cast a Hullbreaker Horror, and then he now has a Banishing Knack on the stack.
It does feel real legit when you're on camera, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a banishing knack on the stack.
That is
Upkeep, I have a fading
Oh, that's
trigger.
we're past that.
I'll remove 1 from my Urza.
Yeah.
On a completely unrelated note, in between all of that, I ate a Popeye spicy chicken sandwich, which kind of reset all my neurons.
It did fix me.
Yeah, I am healed.
Someone's heart rate is really high. Did you hear that?
Boom, boom, boom.
No, did you hear the watch notification?
No. Oh, is that what that
That's a high heart rate notification from Apple Watch.
Oh, dang.
A pretty intense game.
Do the combat.
Pretty intense.
Only one I can get on at you is the flyer. I don't think you're making deals here, so we're trying to stop your thing.
Yep.
I'm totally fine to do 1 squirrel at each of you guys if you're not blocking.
Sure.
Yeah, we have Popeyes. Super good.
And then I'll be able to activate Thrasios to get an additional draw.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll go ahead and tap 2 squirrels for attacking.
Some of the major decision points that have influenced this game so far is 1, the assumption that Rafine in seat 1 introduced the first OBM after tutoring. So that's a choice to find that as a piece of interaction. Second one was when Hayne played his OBM, if he should have targeted or not. And then there's what the Flesh Duplicate copied, but most notably is the fact that Hullbreaker Horror and Vanishing Knack can both be cast at instant speed. So potentially, I believe that represented the fact that they thought
Hullbreaker Horror cannot be cast. Oh, I guess it can.
Mhm.
Yeah. Me stupid.
I suspect that represented that they thought they had a pretty clear window, because Urza's ability does still follow timing restrictions.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe that that's why they did it then, instead of waiting for more stuff to hit the stack.
Let me think this through here.
Urza's does follow timing restrictions, but if you find Born Upon a Wind, you have all the other counterspells, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Actually, no, it's kind of hard because...
Did they just stay in exile for you to cast them? Or?
See Urza.
I'll cast an Expedition.
Look at... I haven't played Urza in a while.
Mhm.
I found the deck the other day. It's pretty cool.
It was really cool.
I'll pass on Expedition Map.
Oh, until end of turn. Yeah, so, yeah, you just find Born, and then you have all your counterspells.
Mm-hmm.
Or get what?
Talon Gates.
No, I'm getting Cradle.
Another notable thing about this game to me is that, with the exception of the fish that Max just played, the only real card draw engine in play was a Timna, a copied Timna, and then a Rafine, all of which are attached to combat.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 creatures.
9 creatures.
Is Hayne still the active player, or is it... It's Max's turn?
I know this is concerning, but
I believe it has moved to Max because he doesn't have a Flash Enabler out and he just played an Expedition Map.
The Expedition Map.
Alright.
Sure.
I think so.
Actually, I mean, that gives me a card draw on Mr. Kumar, so that's perfect. If you would like to, that's fine.
That'll be good. I'll back to negation targeting.
Yeah, I love Fairy Mastermind these days.
Fish trigger.
You got it.
I will draw on fish. There's a Bowmaster trigger.
Oh, we,
Kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, where Max was arguing to let the Chatterstorm resolve on the basis of being able to hold up mana for interaction. I think Fairy Mastermind is a piece that you're able to deploy under the guise of just card draw advantage, but also it is essentially one of 2, maybe 3 win cons that we traditionally see in Rock Threats.
Map back on the stack?
Yeah.
The concerning part here is that Rafine once again tapped out for another creature, and I think that's putting them in a really bad spot. Because we just saw them tap out for the Mastermind to draw a single card, pretty far away from their turn.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay, so packed on the stack. I'm passive on it.
Gotcha.
Totally fine, I think.
Yeah.
Check here. Do I give a shit? Sorry. Do I give a crap? Thank you, stream.
Thank you.
I don't give a shit.
I have to resist the urge to scream as loud as possible.
I have no mouth, and yet I must scream.
I have no seat in the game, yet I must curse.
And I must yap.
Let's think here.
Is that a Lavinia next to the OBN?
Okay, Rafine has interaction, but like Pact is really bad.
Pact is not the interaction you want to use here.
No, because then you're tapping out on your turn again.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, yeah.
And you've got enough actual lands. Pay for the Pact outright. I love when that happens.
I'll show a fluster on the pact. There's a storm trigger. It'll be enough that you can't pay because you're tapped out. Are we good to shortcut that?
That's fair.
Okay. Expedition Map on the stack.
I pass.
Pass.
If I were Max, I would definitely be using this as a window to try and just cast as many spells as possible. Because he has assembled a large enough board state that the vast majority of pieces in his deck have transitioned from value pieces into combo pieces, so he can use something like Expedition Map, a 1-mana colorless artifact, to start baiting out Pact of Negations, which means that if he has a Displacer Kitten or an Underworld Breach in his hand, he is very easily able to clear the field.
Untapping. That could be happening.
I think he also has to push right before the Hullbreaker turn.
Oh yeah. He cannot let them get any more mana.
Or a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get a time check?
Cradle definitely helps him get across the finish line, but
Remaining.
Alright, so this will tap for 1, 2, 3.
should tap for
5.
9.
As promised, I will spend 4 of it to activate Gracias.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Alright?
Yep.
Not helpful. It's very much the opposite of helpful. Yeah, I don't care. But it does
Yeah.
guarantee a draw over a land. Ugh, sorry, thinking. Any value in me playing? I don't think so.
Rizit is still off with Dranith, right? But the thing is, if he does a Hullbreaker Horror combo, he can just create infinite mana and then resolve the loop by bouncing the Dranith.
Okay, so I have 4 green floating here because I tapped it for 8. Double checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8.
For those who are just now joining,
Go ahead.
this
and
is
use
a
1.
turbo Urza, so the odds of them having some form of
Press a
artifacts that they would be
Wilder
able
targeting basic island.
to bounce is pretty high. Even if
I think
Yeah, it's
Sternberg is
definitely
looking
cheaper.
for a copy of Hullbreaker here.
His eyebrow went.
or like bouncing
Like,
his flush
something
duplicate,
stinks about
this would be a
that.
really good time to get one. There's
now
no
when he
there's no
earth
Ristic or
crafts,
anything to punish you.
Yeah, he's got his own Mystic.
Then it's just infinite then.
It's not infinite. How would that
Not-
be infinite?
How many
Not
attack creatures
here.
there is?
What's the
Don't you?
No,
You
it
have
is-
no way of pumping that into something that would make a token to kind of start a loop.
No,
Not yet.
That's no.
There's so many
the only way to do
permanents
that
on your
in
board
my-
It is
state.
infinite. He has
The only way to do that in
Candelabra
my
and
deck
Soul
is
Ring.
with a Dryad Arbor bestowed by Springer and Intuko is the only way to do that.
Copy that.
Any response though? I do need quicker decisions. We're running lower on time. Actually, would you mind
Interesting
saying
how he
that?
pushes priority on his turn.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say Griff targeting Earthcraft.
Psygriff targeting Earthcraft.
Uh-oh.
That
Oh, wrong target, guys.
At this point, I didn't think
Fish
I had to
trigger.
play. Yeah.
no, I'd target the Hullbreaker.
Lose a squirrely.
Mm-hmm.
It solves 2 problems, right?
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I'll draw.
Bro, us too, Kiwi. Yeah.
Researched.
I understand why Haynes doing this. I get it. I think it's the wrong choice, but I understand it.
That's, I'm just gonna replay
Another
it.
run
I don't
tap
care
one.
about that.
Also,
It's a lot easier to see things from our point of view than it is
Mhm.
theirs. And also the players are seeing different things that we're not seeing.
That's a
Mhm.
card strat. That's a
Yeah.
very,
We also don't have
very
access
large
to
card
Haynes'
strat.
hand.
Okay. Scroll's dead. You're targeting Earthcraft?
Yeah.
Right, he has some treasures up. I believe, unless that's an orc army.
Wild Growth, okay.
You got it.
Okay. Spend 2 green. Cast Earthcraft. Any response? Any response?
You got it.
Any response?
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, I think he's still
Go for it,
beating out interaction.
He already said he'll stop the Hullbreaker.
Yeah,
but I-
limited what I can do, but sure. Good to you.
Okay,
But
I
the point is, like,
believe he just
I have 4
revealed
hundred
a Finale of
because of that
Devastation in his hand.
Yeah.
Sure.
Revealed to us or revealed to the table?
I do.
Such an
they do.
it's
Yeah.
Available,
enables
but
it
like,
was
uh,
fully-
I have already
just the camera, I think.
so
Yeah.
I will
I don't think it was on
interact
purpose.
with
Yeah, I think that's it
totally
right there.
fine. Want me to use it,
Okay.
which means I
Furthest right on his hand.
Yeah, that's fine. I was wondering if you meant that he was like
Oh,
showing
yeah.
us
At
one.
least one of these is a
No,
summary.
that's good.
Would you like to interact with? Please make a decision.
Okay, if you're going to make me force you,
Yeah,
I'll
you,
just
I mean,
one
targeting Earthcraft. I have a fish trigger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just to clarify, winning before Urza untaps does count as dealing with Hullbreaker Horde. just to
That is a way to deal with that problem.
just
yeah.
to clarify. There's a lot of money on the line in this tournament, and when you make deals, it is very important to be very specific.
I think that reminds me of the time when I said, well, how about this? I don't untap my One Ring, or I don't tap my One Ring. I'll only use it in case of emergency. And it got to round time, and I tap my One Ring, and the players go, you said you weren't going to use that. I said, I'm only using it in case of emergency. And they said, what's the emergency? I said, the round is ending.
This for a single blue.
Yeah, Hayne is our Hayne is the TNK player in the bottom left. He is a local player.
Really, really good.
I think specifically something I've always really respected about him is his ability to choose which interaction to use when.
Force an
for instance, he started with the Sight Grift.
I will
Just so many
Urza's
different
players
things.
interacting.
show you the mystery card. Dispel. Not paying for fish.
Hullbreaker trigger, Hullbreaker trigger, Hullbreaker trigger.
Oh, I wouldn't say not paying for fish there.
We'll find out, I guess.
He's got a soaring.
You gotta make him remember it. You have to make the active player remember the triggers. Don't remind them.
Set this up in the past and hopefully stop him, but you guys are trying to interact with me here now.
Bro,
Hopefully
you have
stop
no-
him. He has one
fine.
card in
Mhm.
hand.
Storming off, bro.
That's fine. I'll
It's
draw.
a 30-minute turn.
That's fine. I'll draw. Okay. I will. You're targeting.
Oh my
him
god.
for something?
Correct.
He didn't. I don't think he lived with a Hullbreaker trigger.
Ooh.
I will.
Oof.
Oof.
Let that
He
count.
reminded his opponent to draw.
And forgot his own trigger.
Yeah. I mean, that can
I
hap-
forgot about it.
That can happen in games like this, right?
I have to
Jay, I'm
cast
not
it.
missing, right? I'm not missing something?
Well, my aircraft doesn't even do anything.
Yeah, I think
So
it's just
just let the aircraft get
I'm
countered.
thinking about it.
Maybe we
and
maybe we
this is
halt.
to say that we're
Just do
not
this
being
first.
critical of these players. I think everyone's playing at a really high level. This is one of the top pods of the tournament. There's lots of mistakes that happen all the time, regardless
I'll
of
think of
who
myself.
who's playing and you know what seat you're in and all that stuff. So
Yeah, we're not using this as an opportunity to say, oh, if I were in this game, I would have noticed. More to say that if even these players are capable of missing what is a seemingly obvious trigger like that, it could happen to anyone.
right.
And
I mean, if you're in Urza's position, your attention is so hyper focused on the player to your right that it's like you have to kind of look in front of you and go, do I have anything as well?
yeah, essentially
Saying there's a chance.
essentially we can think of Max having triggered like a tripwire and the alarm bells going off. And you know the Urza player.
The blast
like,
doors are closing.
I have to act. Which is like true. I think that was the right moment to dispel, but before you jump in, it's always important to take a second. And obviously in this situation, as a couple people have commented, and as we have as well, Max is going to be exercising a lot of energy and control over where priority is and how quickly it's passing. But that's definitely a time as a player where it's well worth it to dig your heels in. Because you deserve the time to think through an action, and you don't have to take 2 minutes. You don't have to get a judge called on you.
His dispels into
I
the graveyard by forcing
think
it into the graveyard.
Of a
you guys are
missed
they're
Hullbreaker
pushing
trigger
Max
on
towards
cast of dispel. I
his
dispel,
limit.
dispel.
You guys
It
have any
reads
for
off.
this?
I'm so
I
sorry.
don't.
I'm talking. Hold on one sec.
I'm just
He still has 6 green mana
Well, you're-
in the finale.
I
Over
apologize.
speaking.
I apologize. I did not mean to overspeak.
I dispel
I don't.
targeting
Unless you can get rid of
interaction.
Yeah, then I can try it, but-
So he still has
I
the ability to
missed my
finale for
Hullbreaker
4.
It
Oh,
went
they're
around
noticing it now.
My counter spell resolved, countering his spell. That's a missed Hullbreaker trigger
Oh,
in my
looks like
book,
you
but I
remember.
want to make sure because this doesn't say May.
It is the definition of a mistrigger.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is a really
Also,
important
I
time
need
to
to
call a
be sure
judge.
it's on these
We've seen this
dispels
happen a
as
couple
well.
times already in this
Yeah, we're
tournament.
supposed to note time when I call judge.
What time is? How much time is left on the clock, please?
All right. Huge respect for this.
Yep.
Um,
This is a very appropriate judge call.
even in situations where all 4 players are 99% sure that they know the correct ruling, especially when there's this much money on the line.
Right.
There's judges here. They are great people.
This is a very interesting situation. So I'm assuming that he's going to get the Hullbreaker trigger back because
Acorn today.
the players at the bottom of the screen, Rafine and TNK, will likely put it back on the stack.
Incredibly incentivized to do so.
For more of a draw, but
What's interesting is I think the right thing to put back, like to bounce with the Hullbreaker, is probably the Swan Song.
how was it?
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Because like if Swan Song is fizzling, you put it back in Haynes' hand. He still has 1 treasure. You can use it again.
I'm assuming it is a treasure. Once again, it's
No, I think it's a treasure.
Oh yeah. I think that's the same token that Bryant uses.
We had a missed Hullbreaker horror trigger.
Okay, let's listen to the
I'll
judge.
break it down since I called the judge. I cast a dispel targeting his force of negation.
Okay.
I missed my Hullbreaker trigger in that moment and said, he passed. It was countered. That resolved. We're sitting here. He's debating his next move, and I say, this isn't a May. I missed it, but I want to verify that nothing is supposed to happen.
May triggers are no longer, like, if it says May, sure, but
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
any trigger is missable. The existence of May does not matter in the purpose of missing a trigger.
Perfect.
Now, that being said, we do have a missed trigger. The policy on that is to give your opponents the option. There is
Just like you're talking
no
about.
discussion. Would you like to put it on the Hullbreaker trigger on the stack?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Somebody wants to put the Hullbreaker trigger on the stack. Hullbreaker trigger goes on the stack, and we will continue going from here.
Do I declare the trigger or does he?
You declare the trigger.
That's
It
a
is
good
your
question.
trigger.
Sure.
So you do everything necessary when
Yeah,
you're
as
on
normal.
the stack.
Yeah.
Declaring targets and then anything else.
Understood.
Looks like
Thank
someone
you.
shifted around a little bit.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
I will
Yeah,
fix my marker
elaborating
then,
on this a
'cause-
little bit further. Right, I definitely agree with this judge call.
I want to hear where it goes real quick.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh wait.
Okay.
We can appeal if you want.
No.
What
It is the
what
correct
are you
ruling.
thinking?
I'm just a believer that
Sir?
tournament magic to be based on skill, and he missed his trigger, and now he's
What are
getting
you
a free
thinking
interaction
best?
piece against me that you guys have the freedom to discuss that he missed, and I don't think he should get the trigger. That's my
What do you think?
I'll let you choose. I'm not gonna be able to
Just be
choice in that
careful.
regard.
Do what you like, brother.
Is he targeting?
I don't know. They're still discussing the.
Look, we're talking to you. One person said yes. So.
You guys
Yeah.
have 6 green
I have 6 green.
Thanks, Judge.
and 1 blue.
I have other things on the battlefield.
That's right. He can recast the rest with the
Recast.
construct.
Okay. I am going to ask you to please make a decision.
Yeah. Let's go with your thrusters.
I will float a blue in response.
Sure.
I'm good for that to happen. There's an Earth
Crash is not a bad decision,
Not a
but
bad
I
decision.
really do think Swan Song is probably the best.
Or sorry, there's a Swan Song targeting Earth.
So
Stack.
kind of dialing in on what happened there. First off, I do have, well, I agree with Urza for calling the judge. I think I do have a critique of the way they framed it. Once again, kind of reflecting back on Max's earlier judge call, I would try to attempt to place it within the context of, right, even within the 30-second sense, Max is clearly pressured him to make decisions really quickly. And so I think it's not just one player's responsibility to uphold the board state, that's the responsibility of all players. Hence the possibility of people to put it, on the stack if even one player says yes.
Player.
Earthcraft on stack.
Yeah, so while I do think,
Earthcraft results. I
well,
would
Yeah,
like
he's really
to
pushing that Earthcraft through.
tap Urza for blue.
I think
for
he may
all
be
points.
tunnel visioning a bit.
Or like cast Thrasios.
Pass.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. I would like to activate Thrasios targeting this land. This one that is now bestowed. I would like to cast a Cloud Phrase.
For sure. It's in moments like this that I try to remember that while I am very entertained by CDH, that these players, at the very least, have money, if not access to the top deck invitational locked behind their performance in this tournament.
Yeah.
Hence some of the higher tensions.
Chaotic says it's definitely an atmosphere killer, and I think it's interesting.
Go ahead and
I find it fairly normal the way that
use the screen.
Max's
Cast a turn on this.
is.
Pass.
Pass on a turn on witness.
I'll return snap to me.
Sorry, we have a judge checking the time.
To do that. I will tap guys. Great. One,
We have
two,
10
three,
seconds left in the round,
5,
but they have
6,
a
7, 9 green mana going up to 11.
Okay.
Using the mana from the Earthcraft on
They
this.
have 14 minutes left in the round.
Targeting my turn on this.
There's a lot of comments in chat about
I would like to present
attitude or things like that, and I think
I will activate
that
Thrasios,
I'm
put it
pretty
in
used
place
to
make sure I
this
can
type of
work through the
discussion.
melee,
And while it does
cast
seem
a
tense,
Shatter
especially
Storm
to
Infinite,
people
and
that are
then
not.
you guys for damage.
Can't finale with X equals a higher mana cost.
I will bounce the Lavinia before I do that. Sorry, I'll get to Talon Gates and Oboro. I'll phase out all creatures you guys have with my infinite colored mana. Then I will Shatter Storm into finale. If you guys are okay with the shortcut.
Chatterstorm?
We have already gone through damage because you swung to.
You are totally correct. My apologies. I will go infinite times. I will then cast Brain Freeze, targeting you guys. None of you have protection. I will Brain Freeze you out. I will then activate my Fairy Mastermind. I will have plenty of cards in my library. One time, drawing you guys out.
Yep.
Does that work?
Noel draws you here.
Appreciate you guys.
That's what I figured.
Okay, yeah, I think this is a good example of how, while things can be really tense, especially near the end of the round, the assumption of it being a competitive environment is that in a situation like this, you can just shuffle up your decks, shake hands, and then move on to the next round. Not to say that sportsmanship or the sense of camaraderie isn't like important or valuable or respected, but that something I've been working on specifically as a player is recognizing that at the end of the day, it is a competition, and you aren't most responsible to the atmosphere of the game. You're most responsible for doing everything within the rules to win.
Yeah, I didn't see anything that was like, beyond the pale in that game. Players are very allowed to express their distaste or negative opinions or whatever they want. It's totally fine, and it comes with the territory. You're not going to run into players that are going to agree with everything you do, and if they're trying to win, it's up to you to stop them. And if you're in this winning situation, then you have 3 people trying to stop you, and you feel like the world's against you. So I think these interactions are fairly normal, especially if you want to start playing tournament cEDH. It's something you kind of have to get used to.
Absolutely. I think that the responsibility isn't on TOs to try and remove these types of like potentially negative social experiences, and more I think it's on players to take seriously the reality of it and work to navigate within it, because especially at this level of tournament play, I think there are counter narratives that could be introduced into the conversation, as well as in the same way that if a player is potentially priority bullying, you're equally able to react. For instance, the Urza player did a great job. Once again, would applaud them on calling a judge to help,
Well, and then
resolving
even the Urza player, when they said that he's like, no, but like I'm talking, which is really cool because that's like stepping up for yourself. And then if the player keeps pushing past you, saying, "Hold on a second, I'm speaking," then that's when you call a judge and be like, "This player is aggressively politicking and is not letting me speak." But Max took a step back and said, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then let him talk, which is the right thing to do.
For sure. I think he is like pushing as hard as he can, which I would feel comfortable saying is his responsibility if he wants to perform at top level.
And that's why we see him with greater than 10 points, right?
Yeah, he's at 15 now.
Yep, that's 3-0.
Which, once again, is not to say that every style should be for everybody, or that, if I were in the Urza's player's shoes and was being talked to, that would be like, wow, it's so great that I'm feeling bad right now. But more to say that something I am looking to implement more in the games that I'm a part of is valuing advocacy and efficiency. So trying to communicate what I'm trying to communicate really quickly. Oh, dude. We could, speaking of behind the veil, we have Max right here. Do you want to...
Yeah. No, you can sit. Here, sit down.
You want to come over here? Dude, you got 15 points. Way to go.
Thanks, brother.
Dude, way to close it out.
Wow, your voice sounds so good in this. God, you just went from like already being a 9 to like an 11.
Thank you.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm bracket 7.
Dude, everything's a 7.
Dude, that game's awesome. So we were just talking about the value of kind of like sticking to your guns when politicking and the importance of like advocacy, especially when it comes to ruling. Sure. Like I really respected when you called the judge over for the Thrasios thing, working to communicate like your side of the story, as well as especially near the end of the game, recognizing that like you're in a competition, there's time, like you have to make sure that like game actions are being taken. And is that something that you feel like you've had to develop? What are some of those like milestones where you've been like, I now feel like I've grown either as a communicator in cEDH, or I realize that like when I'm in games, this is a consistent situation I'm in where I really need to put my foot down and say like, no, like this,
What do you mean by the no? Like with judges, you don't do that.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I want to speak to the real judge.
Yeah, some things are frustrating. With the Thrasios activation one, I really didn't care what they said either way. Hilariously, the top card was phenomenal for me. It was Clever Impersonator for the
Oh my
Bowmasters.
word.
So like in my brain, it doesn't change anything because I knew I wasn't interacting with Bowmasters in that moment. The card would have been on top. So the reality is nothing would have changed there if they left the card on top. Obviously, it's better for me if it does. But that's where I've had that exact ruling before where judges have said so many times, oh, no one was responding to this. That card would be on top. It is correct for it to be on top. We're going to move on as if nothing has happened here. Lots of judges just look at the situation, recognize the contextualness of, cool, we can just move on. Like, this doesn't matter, and tell you to keep it on top.
Gotcha.
So I was going to respect whatever the judge says there, but, like, yeah, it's just annoying when there's some rulings that different judges do in different ways, which is a pretty consistent thing I've had to deal with in my life. The Hullbreaker trigger, I knew that a judge was going to say someone could put it on the stack. I just personally hate that stuff because we are in a tournament. Right, this is a way to test your skills as an individual, and
yeah, for sure.
I don't like when someone can miss their trigger, and it can be, that one was not super deep on the stack, right? Like there'd just been a couple resolutions of spells. It wasn't much, but even if it was later in the turn, he could bring up that exact same thing at a random moment, and the judge would rule if someone says yes, it goes on the stack, and I find that ridiculous personally.
Yeah, that is a common almost trap I've seen specifically with Pact of Negation. If someone notices that a pact trigger goes unpaid, they will wait until they have tapped out all their mana, and then they'll say, actually, I think we need a judge here.
Yeah. So I just don't like that because I feel, he missed his trigger, and me getting negatively affected by him being able to just essentially get away with missing his trigger in the moment is a little annoying to me. I think in restraining myself, sure, I've gotten a little chiller.
It's just so interesting because something I feel like I'm trying to work at is like picking my moments of politicking, and something I've learned to really respect is like I've seen players like you or Jason like have this sense that like this spell has to resolve, and I need to use all the tools in my toolkit at this moment to make sure I get this Earthcraft or this Thrasios.
I didn't care about that Earthcraft.
Dude, I knew it.
I didn't care about the Earthcraft.
I was like, he's using every cheap spell in his hand to try and bait out all the interaction they've got.
I just wanted to see what they had, which is why I had the conversation about being able to deal with Urza to understand where they were at, and it was pretty clear they were gassed. And so I was like, okay, I might as well. Like, I felt very confident that they had nothing left in their hand they could do in any capacity. So that put me in a position to say, great, I'm gonna, I guess, keep my Earthcraft because it does make me more animated.
Well, if it's here, I'm not gonna.
The other card in my hand I was gonna cast was Metamorph to clone a Bowmaster, which again with Earthcraft ends up being mana positive if it's there. So like there was lots of little things that it made it simpler. So I figured I might as well keep it. And then in the same vein, if they fought again over the Earthcraft there, that was like extra confirmation that I was good to go Cloud of Fairies into whatever and just like chain away from there. Because I still had the relic to tap Urza and the construct no matter what. So I was in an okay position.
Another thing is kind of going back to that. I've been in similar situations with that Thrasios call, and one thing we're talking about during the stream is that like in order for judges to implement a solution, they have to figure out what the problem is, and so they'll rule that it was a mistrigger or like a card error or something like that. So something that the chat was kind of talking about is to what degree are players allowed to influence isn't like maybe the best word to use, but like help communicate their perspective of what the problem is to the judge.
Sorry, repeat the question.
So like you were in a situation where, like you said, a judge could kind of rule one way or another, and it's all going to come down to what they think like the problem is, right?
I just try and be really honest about what occurred. And that's why I definitely added the notes where you could have phrased that in two ways, and both are completely true, right? And it's all about context. I could have said, I activated Thrasios, we tried a shortcut, I looked at the card, another person said, I would like to respond, we put the card back on top. You could say it just as that, and that's accurate, that's true. Or I can say everything I said, which is equally true, which is I heard the word okay from multiple people, which normally when you're shortcutting a Thrasios and end step and you hear some okays, it's like, cool, let's keep going. I'm just gonna look at the card. I wasn't trying to skip out on anyone's priority. And then the guy said, well, I would like to respond, and I said, oh, no problem, and I put the card back. That happens in games all the time. It's almost never called because most of the time it's an irrelevant thing that really doesn't matter. And sure, there's going to be specific moments that I know the top card is a force of will. Like there's some occasional things that could affect it or something like that. But that was a situation where just nothing matters. And so, yeah, it's just whatever the judge rules. But I think I'm always a fan of providing the most context possible while staying reasonable. I don't need to tell him my heartbeat in that moment, but what happened in the game is relevant, right? And I think to a judge hearing, oh, you heard multiple okays, and that's the kind of thing where a judge might say, I'm not going to give you a GRV in this because you heard the word okay from multiple people. So I'm a little annoyed that I got a GRV for it because it's just like, whatever.
I missed that.
Yeah, I did get a GRV for that one.
Oh, dang.
But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's the same thing, right? I was sitting at the table earlier and I cast my Green Sun Zenith, and a judge immediately, while I was shuffling, just pointed at it. Where that's a situation. A judge could technically be GRV, but like that judge in that moment, this was a different game, obviously understood the context of this is the most commonly missed thing in cEDH. This man is still shuffling. I'm not going to give him a GRV for this. Move on.
Yeah, that's the one of the questions someone was asking in chat is, what's your record now? I think you're 3-0, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, we're feeling good. It's really good to be back. cEDH has been feeling really fun again. I went through a period where obviously it had its downs. Yeah. But lately it's been good to play consistent tournaments. So a lot of the last, I want to say 6 months for me has been, one tournament every month and a half, 2 months. It's been very sparing.
Nice. That seems like a good
and so
pace for you.
Going on this last, since March, playing in, it was Denver SCG-Con and Fishbowl
back to back, basically.
and you know, whatever, what was it, Heisenberg, into, you know, like a 50-person local we had down in Colorado Springs into a couple weeks.
Coming up.
Yeah. So I have this one this weekend, and then next weekend I'll be in Phoenix for Cradle to the Guild, and then 2 weekends after that on a Sunday, correct? On June 15th is Mortal Kombat, which is being TO'd by these guys truly, Critical EDH.
Yeah, if you're not tired of hearing us now, you can be tired of hearing us there.
Honestly, the best thing about that event is if you go to the special guests, you'll see I'm not the only Sternberg that's going to be there. My dog Suki on the poster.
So something I would love to know about is because I think regardless if someone's at the top of the ladder or at the bottom, everyone's going to experience ups and downs in cEDH. And so what are ways, as someone who is maybe coming out of a low into a high, you know, you're 3-0 right now, that's really good. What are ways that you'd encourage people to kind of like not let themselves, you know, like fall too low, either whether it be like in just one tournament where they're performing really badly, or maybe they've had a string of tournaments where they performed poorly.
I was speaking of the lows as more of like a mentality thing in terms of how much fun you're having, right? Records are what they are, and different people are going to have different consistencies on records. That's just kind of how that is. I was speaking from the low more from the standpoint of I wasn't having as much fun playing Magic over the last 6 months, and it's felt really fun again in this last like month and a half.
What do you feel like there was like a moment where that like kind of where like a flip switched, or do you feel like it was more one of those like sometimes I feel like you just kind of like wake up and you're like, oh wow, I guess I'm having fun in cEDH now, didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it came from a lot of the, I mean, I try and be someone who's not hyper focused on the opinions of individuals I don't know or meeting new people, but you know, I went through this stretch after everything that happened that was incredibly negative, and people I've never spoken to and never interacted with in any capacity just coming right up to me and like, you know, how much they hated me, you know what I mean? I'm just like, okay man, you don't know me, but like that's still that gets to you when you're constantly meeting new people who are so negative towards you because of preconceived notions paired with, you know, everything that you try to not read it, but you read in YouTube comments and Discord and Twitter, and it was this string of just terribleness. So yeah, it made Magic a lot less fun, and it was much more just like, oh, I guess I'm just trying to make money right now. And yeah, lately, the last few events I've gone to, it's been lots of people meeting me for the first time and saying, oh, super cool to know that everything I read about you, I don't agree with. Like, you know, you were like such a homie to me, and just like everyone's been really, really positive towards me lately, and that's made a huge difference in the overall mentality, because when you're traveling to these events, right, like underlying goal, am I here to do well and make money? Yeah, I'm here to make a bag. Like I'm trying to walk home with some thousands of dollars.
Yeah, you're not like bummed that you're winning.
Right, you know what I mean? But then pair that with an environment of when you're not in your games, not having a good time and having people just be mean to you, versus have everyone be really friendly and positive and happy. Like, it just makes it a much more enjoyable tournament experience. So yeah, I've just been having a lot more fun playing Magic in the last few months.
Yeah, I can definitely, some of those, me and Logan have talked about the last few tournaments that we've gone to. Well, like the in-game moments have been like really fun, you know, good, bad, or ugly. Once you step outside of like the cEDH tournament, it's everything around it that really kind of sets the pace, both while you're there and when you come home. And so, you know, we had some negative experiences, like just bad games at Fishbowl, but we had such a great experience hanging out with friends afterwards that it was like one of the most fun trips we've ever been on. And regardless of if we had one or two games where we just absolutely fucking crashed out, you know, being able to just talk with someone and just connect and have that good time was, you know, in some moments, some of the only like redemptive experiences of, you know, that day or that hour or that moment in time. And so I can definitely see how hard it would be if, like, right after you have a really hard game, you know, someone just walks up to you and, you know, like, yeah. I don't know if they were like,
I have some quotes that I do not think are appropriate to say on air that have been things that people have said to me. I'm like, really?
Yeah. All that to say, I think I can only just in maybe the smallest way now appreciate how positive of an experience you can get from people, and it's from extrapolating that I can only imagine how much difficult it would have been to have such a long string of negative experiences. But super glad to see you part of the scene. You're representing Denver really, really well. And, you know, hopefully by the, you know, you're 6-0, 7-0.
Gotta get back to number one on the ELO board. My God, dude.
Dude, you're going to get there. One last question before you go. What's something about Rock Thrash that you're just really, really enjoying right now? You're talking about how you're having a lot of fun in cEDH. What's a card that when you see it in hand, you're like, God, I love this card?
There's so many in that deck.
Yeah, there's a lot of that deck.
What I appreciate in Magic, I think more than any other aspect of the game, is the one in a million scenarios you put yourself in. Like the absolute diversity and contextuality of a game you get in CEDH. It's what always drew me to Kinnan and those play styles, because not every game is the same, right? If you're running Roxai, you're doing a very similar thing a lot of games. It's Nas, it's Necro, it's whatever. I really love the long, interesting game where you find these niche interactions with these cards that are just perfect for that moment. And I think one of the cards that's represented that the best has been Chatterstorm.
Ooh,
like, is it the best card? Absolutely not. But I've Spellseekered for it when I have an Earthcraft or a Cradle that I'm trying to storm off with, or like I cloned a Marnius and Chatterstorm for 17, and it just like, you know, there's sometimes where you draw it and it's the most dead card you can imagine, where I have one card in hand and Chatterstorm's terrible and I don't have Cradle or Enduring Vitality or anything that works with it, and then there's sometimes where it's just like, this is so cracked at this specific moment of time. It's like the most busted thing, you know. So I've had a lot of really fun experiences with Chatterstorm. I think This Town Ain't Big Enough is a really fun one in the deck. I will say I think the most fun this deck can be for me is either storming off with Springheart Nantuko Cloud of Fairies, Displacer Kitten Cloud of Fairies, or Song of Creation, because it puts you in all of these non-deterministic storm scenarios, and that's like my happy place. Like if I'm not on hard control making people upset, which whatever, I like doing that.
Thorn Mammoth.
Dude, I love Thorn Mammoth. Thorn Daddy is king. Thorn Daddy. But the non-deterministic storm, I mean, we talked about it a little bit after our round one over at that event in Colorado Springs, where it's the, what is the word I'm looking for? Sequencing. Like doing proper sequencing and that kind of thing. I love that brain puzzle. I find it really, really engaging. And yeah, it's putting myself in inconsistent, unique situations in CEDH that keeps me drawn to it, that keeps me engaged with it, and makes me work my brain. I love puzzles. I love strategy games. And so I don't want to be doing the same thing every time. So decks that are winning in such weird, unique, interesting ways, that's what I've really enjoyed about Rockdrass. It's incredibly flexible.
Heck yeah. Well, you heard it here first. You know, add Chatterstorm. If you're in green, you better be running it. Anything else that people need to hear about? Anything you want to shout out? Any potentially podcasts?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, tell us about it.
If anyone heard of my old show, Colors Are a Crutch, we are back. I have a new co-host. His name is Jordan Drake, most well known for winning the Boil 2 on TNT. Discord name Steel Dragon. He also offers CEDH coaching. I also offer CEDH coaching. So yeah, Colors Are a Crutch has returned. We're 2 episodes deep right now. You know, figuring it out. It's a new thing for us. Some audio issues, some lighting issues. We're getting through the normal things. But yeah, we're making new contact. Hoping to have a video come out either every week or every 2 weeks. We're going to see what makes sense for us with our schedules. We're both working people. But yeah, the podcast is back. One more time, we do have Cradle to the Guild next week in Phoenix, Arizona, followed by Mortal Kombat 2 weeks later on June 15th in Denver, Colorado at a Dave & Buster's, no less.
Heck yeah.
So super excited for that. So yeah.
Yeah, get tilted or get tipsy. Definitely do
what about both?
Well, dude, thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah,
you know,
appreciate you.
love you. Always great getting to talk with you, and then hopefully we can grab some dinner or something later.
Absolutely.
You know, look forward to talking after your.
I'm trying to go climbing after round 5.
Oh, let's go, dude! Climb every mountain. I think we're gonna take a break until the next game.
The next round.
We'll see.
Be starting in the next like 5 minutes or so.
Oh, literally 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. We got 19 minutes overtime right now, and probably about 5 to 10 to get shuffled and ready to go for the next one.
Ooh, Daniel, just now saw your question about asking about Glarb. Very sorry. I'll ask him in person.
Glarb? What about Glarb?
Oh, if you have any Glarb questions, Logan played it once or twice. We could ask him why he doesn't respect Wrong Side, but he's gone, and Logan, if anything, respects Wrong Side too much. He's not on Kinnan in his Rock Dress list. If I had to guess at his answer, Max tends to be very, very big on things. If you think back to the moment in the game where he said all he wants to do is hold up mana for interaction, I think he really likes being able to do stuff like that. And then being able to pivot into like a Thrasio spin or something like that.
I also think like Kinnan represents him being able to combo off or representing half of a combo on the board, where something like a Bora Breeze Collar does for those that know about it, but it also can just sit there without eating.
Yeah, like
interaction or whatever.
Saying I won't activate Breeze Collar is very different than saying I won't activate Kinnan. Like Kinnan just existing is so bad.
It also kind of like a Bora Breeze Collar is not good for your opponents to copy for the most part, whereas Kinnan can get copied by any Smothering Tides deck, and then you have a serious problem on your hands.
Yeah, then you're pretty fucked.
Yeah.
Captain World Sport says wrong side greater than Glarb. I'm gonna add a question mark at the end. Wrong side. Glarb?
Right now, I think it is. But I still really enjoy Glarb. I think it lends to my playstyle really well. I have a lot of fun with it. But I probably won't be taking it to a whole lot of tournaments somewhat soon.
Mm-hmm. Well, it definitely I think the deck has a very particular play style. As with most decks, I definitely think there's some value in letting it sit on the back burner for a little bit. If anything, just that when you bring it back to the forefront, you're that much fresher as a pilot, and your opponents are that much less prepared for Bane of Progress.
Hey, it's not on the deck anymore.
It's still on the playmat, which you can purchase from us.
Yeah. No, I think Glarb is like a turn 3+ deck, and I'm really looking for those turn 3- decks right now.
Yeah, same.
And if those decks have to transition in the mid range, fine.
Mm-hmm.
But Glarb is like, well, I don't really have an option to go earlier or a way to be more proactive earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of why I'm putting it on the back burner. I'm not taking it apart. It's still here. I
Yeah.
still play it.
Still here. He's still a frog. He's still noble. But no, I can definitely agree with you. I want decks to be able to pivot to mid-range. I don't want decks to only be able to play in mid-range. But yeah, we will stretch our legs. We'll go grab some water. Then we'll come back for round 4. See you guys soon.
talk about it. We'd be like, yo, did you guys see
Like,
this?
you see that missed
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Dang. Love it. Speaking of which, is everybody 2-0, 2-1, stuff like that?
I've only won one.
Yeah, 1-0 and 2.
Yeah, I'm 2-0-1. More, I don't know. Is it draws or losses first? Ties.
Yeah, I think ties is at the end. Yeah.
So 2-0-1.
I go baseball rules, win, loss, draw.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Right.
You know.
I'm 2-0-1. Or
Cool.
sorry, no, 2-1-0.
2-1-0.
Yeah, I've got
Nice.
one loss. Got one loss.
Good times.
Good luck,
Old
guys.
Blue Farm sat there and did nothing the whole game. Had 4 lands and.
Yeah. I mean, being last seat is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
He was last seat too. He just sat there, and watched us all do a thing. I was like, cool.
I watched this channel for a while. Can't remember who it was. Might have been Critical EDH talking about that exact thing.
That's what happens, dude. You guys ready to go?
I think we're waiting on a timer.
I think you just gave us the thumbs.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
I do have a pregame.
Sweet.
Yeah. The cave. This will be my luck counter. 'Cause I got it. And I'll kick this guy. Let's see. I guess they want us to still see it. Sideways will be the exit.
Chat, welcome back to round 4.
Loudly dirge.
Welcome back to round 4.
We've got pod 4 here.
Kind of going around the pike. We've got seat 1, Kinnan. I believe they are on the
Bread and butter.
grind them into dust Wounded Satellites list. Seat 2 is actually a Grixis Pirates. So top right is looking to win with Glenhorn. And then we have 2 blue farms in seat 3 and seat 4.
1, 2, 3, 4 cards in here. I give you a gift, sir.
Thank you. I'll play Otawara for land.
Yeah.
Good on pass.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Dude, turn 1 Malcolm is pretty good.
Tap, upkeep. Good to
Fish
draw.
is pretty good as well. Some pretty standard turn 1 plays.
Let's go.
Turn 1 Malcolm's nice, but I think the hardest thing for the deck is
So
to
tap
turn that
onto
mana
for
into
a
something
dragon.
useful.
Mhm.
So that's really what we're looking for him to do.
Mhm.
Ragavan's not bad.
I'll play
It
out
is.
the Mox Amber. Not paying for
What is that? What is that? The Kinnan guy?
Good on draw.
Yeah. And I will.
Elvish Mystic.
Elvish Mystic. Okay.
Good draw.
Yeah.
Seat 4 presenting their hand, saying, I have nothing.
Blue farm, traditionally known for having nothing. The deck that's in top left is Kinnan. They are on Wounded Satellites list, so we can expect to see some kind of grindy, control-y, kind of big creatures from them.
Passive phases.
These players' point standings. Kinnan is at 10 points. Malcolm is at 7. The first TNK, Matt at the bottom right, is at 7. And Colin is at 11, and he's in 4th seat.
Tap, because life is a resource. 2 in a black, I'll float.
I'm really interested to see. We've seen a lot of mana out of Malcolm Val so far, but exactly like you said, I want to see what he translates it into.
D-tutor, unable to pay for the fish.
Oh,
D-tutor. Okay.
Pretty good.
That does turn it into something.
So he's floating a colorless.
Or do you think the player's going for a value engine, or do you think they're just going straight for the win?
It's really surprising. I would have expected them to swing Malcolm out if they were going for the
Turn
win.
1 Malcolm, turn 2 Tutor.
It's possible, depending on what they have in hand,
I like to carry
that they have a way to translate the colorless into some rock, like a soul ring or something.
The players are commenting on it.
Yeah. Keep that hand every time.
Speak softly, carry the mistake.
Dude, that's incredible. Like, did you just make that up?
No. It's Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm sitting here.
Do you guys want to hear something that I just made up? You should always pay the 1.
Sir, that's a Mr. Gamora. That's paying 4.
Buy some chicken. Yes. Finger looking good.
We are.
Yeah, no, Matt is a friend of the channel. Played against him some. He's a really cool guy from Hawaii.
And so is Colin.
Just
Colin's
hashtag
from
not sponsored. would tell you
Oklahoma.
Colin's
that
from
place
Hawaii?
exists.
No.
Oh.
He's also a friend of the show.
Yeah. I got the chance to play against Heisenberg. Incredible player.
Yeah, we ate Fogo de Chao together.
Yeah.
That was nice.
He is a really, really good politicker.
Yeah, I I had a game with him at Heisenberg, and I was unable to speak. And he's like, "Dude, you're an insane politicker." I was like, "Sure, dude." He couldn't talk.
Okay,
Here's the Malcolm swing.
just letting the colorless go away.
A fish man.
So why did he do it then?
Use this treasure because it's
I don't
beautiful.
know.
Create a treasure. Move through steps and phases. Anybody need anything for?
What's the die in the
Yes,
middle?
sir.
Good. Good on drop.
Got it.
Yeah.
We are most likely dying over there.
Is it
Oh,
cards in
he's just
hand?
keeping cards in hand? That's interesting.
That's so kind.
Not quite sure what the point of that is.
I'll play this land and then. That's what I
Ooh.
got.
Grant Chuggy Bear Shindo says, "Who I represent."
Draw for turn. Good.
Quick shout out again. If you're in any of the far-flung
Last
places,
seat, of course.
like Hawaii, and you're looking to host cEDH tournaments, LandGo wants to partner and collaborate with you. So right now we're in Nashville because it's a really good central location, but they are looking at expanding the reach of LandGo tournaments. And so if it's something that you or a local LGS might be into, definitely reach out to them.
Yeah, I'll enter combat.
Go for it.
Is it gonna hit Malcolm?
I'll go 2 over here.
Ba-boom. All right, time to hit passes.
There it is.
Ooh.
Can I get a treasure token if you don't mind?
You got it.
Nothing but value.
Perfect. That's
pretty free.
Yeah.
Let me ponder that. I'm gonna main phase 2, scrubland, tap Mox Amber, tap Plateau, and I'll go ahead and put.
Let me see a Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on, let me make something.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay for that.
Look like it's threatening.
Yeah. Good on draw.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that's way less threatening than Voice of Victory.
I'll
Should
move
have
through
tuned for
phases.
that pact.
What's that? Go for draw?
Yep.
Oh, let's play an emergency zone.
That's not spooky at all.
Oof, this is rough. Alright, so we're looking at a loop with Malcolm next turn, probably Glinthorn.
That would be my guess. So you put Glentorn in hand.
I told you I went and got a pact.
Yeah, for sure. Anybody got anything that's gonna help on that one?
Oh,
Had to
man.
rely on me, unless he can draw me a card.
Not on this board state, I can't, bro.
Can you draw me a card on tap for my lands?
I'm trying to think. The Glinthorn is.
Like I said, I've died with multiple pieces of interaction in my hand all the time to this deck because, like,
That's what it's. What
I mean,
it does.
yeah, that's what it does.
Yep, I feel that. All right.
Like that's why I was like pretty okay with feeding farm,
Fair,
even
yeah.
though like I
You gotta
don't
do what
like
you gotta
those
do.
games, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta make
like you
the
guys are
decision.
C1 and C2,
Yeah.
like
So,
yeah.
kind of returning to the
I'm
colonist
gonna ride
as a
this dragon
politicker.
until
Right.
Until there ain't nothing left
Essentially,
on it.
all he did
I
was
was like no fetch lanes, even
push
like
almost
nothing in the
exclusively
graveyard,
push
I'm
his
like,
own
whatever.
board state forward, right?
I had Mox Amber,
He
so
got
I was like,
access
I'm
to
gonna get big
ramp,
with this
like
dragon,
he
Mox Amber.
sent stuff well. He essentially has ad nauseam mana on his next turn, but he is making sure to do the legwork of portraying it as like,
Go for answers.
you know, this is for the table.
So flip 2 green, go specify blue.
I cast this Arcane Signet for you, Kinnan.
Specify blue, because it's really the only thing I can't do. Play Ristic.
Gosh.
That'll stop the Glinthorn.
Before you can get something up out. Good for Ristic.
I got nothing.
Just cause. Meh. 2 tunes are.
He has to win.
What? He doesn't use life.
Yeah, he does. He
What do
definitely
you mean he
uses
does?
I don't know if I've
life.
ever seen a Grixis deck.
Grixis.
use life before.
Come on, he's Grixis.
Also
That card,
Grixis,
that
yeah.
card is garbage.
No, I'm sure. Alright, I'm moving
Yeah,
through phases.
okay.
Good?
Yeah. Good for it.
Go for it, brother.
Dude, these players are
First
the best
game,
about using the
hands
active
on
player
string,
token
yeah.
of anyone we've played with.
All the other ones, everyone else drew, bro. Like
It's a
somebody
shame
has
this
to
game is going to be over in about 30 seconds.
Gotta do it, bro.
Everybody just gets risky.
Seat 4 is not even touching his hand.
We just lose a creature.
Everyone, literally everyone's hand is on the table.
Hey, man. As
mean-
much as it swings one way, it swings the other way, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna jam it. So you guys
Do what you gotta
guys
do.
are really
There we
talking me
go.
out of it
You
right
gotta do
now.
what you gotta do.
And now I'm feeling like I shouldn't.
I
I mean, I'm not gonna reveal any information because like I am last seat, but like the only thing I'm gonna say is like I definitely want to go for a win attempt with 0 backup. That's all I'm gonna say. Like he has Ristic,
easier to pack.
Cannon, mana.
I'm gonna draw on some.
We fed this farm player enough cards to where like
See that? Like,
Maybe has some.
you have board advantage, right? So like pushing your board advantage.
didn't they feed him 1 card?
You know what?
So many cards.
You make a
Yeah.
good point.
Like I just
You
want
make
you
a
to like.
good
No,
point.
tap
no,
out
he
the
doesn't.
board.
He goes, nah.
Yeah.
Disvalidate.
Yeah.
Push it.
So
I'm
many
just gonna
cards.
feed
This
this
isn't an
to
One
actual.
card.
It's not actually a good point.
That's the answer. That's the answer.
He's getting expertly politics by Colin. It was
Yeah.
just, yep. That's why he's
I don't do
the
anything
goat.
with him anyway.
He does have backup though.
Play Chrome Mox.
We've seen a ready blast.
Take a 1.
No, this is bad.
Don't.
Yeah, I don't have
Good upstanding magic
Yeah.
here.
Do what you gotta do.
You guys good if I just exile
Oh,
it on
there
your
is-
G-Fist?
oh my
That's how
God.
we remember it's red.
And,
You guys
draw
got
Are we
some.
missing something?
Yep.
All right.
The
Comments.
resolving Ristic Mystic triggers.
Let's go, baby.
Cool. Go. Sick.
Are we missing something? Is chat saying
red.
something?
Second treasure. Or red. Glint.
Yes, he went for it anyway.
Why?
Yeah. 3 cards in hand.
You lost 2 life off that from the extra
I
Okay,
don't
he's
remember
gotta
if I
have,
did,
like,
but I'm gonna do it.
I think you just lost 1.
C4 clinging
I don't
into
have
your
it.
life right now.
Yeah. Take a pass.
Got it.
He only has 5
well,
cards
it's
in
just a
hand.
loop, right?
Chat. He doesn't have
Yeah,
anything.
this wins him the game as soon as he goes combat.
Does anybody got anything?
Do you have?
I mean, the only thing I can do is literally just feed you guys a card.
Well, take a card.
I mean, I'll take a card. I don't have anything here.
cEDH player. Yeah, you can draw me a card.
Draw him a card.
I need 1 more mana.
My favorite thing is when people ask.
Why do you?
Never
No
heard-
one has any.
Never thought I'd hear
I
that.
need 1 more mana for the flash source in my hand. Which doesn't do anything here. I've got nothing else to really do.
I'll put a Vampire on the side.
Draw.
Good on, man.
Blue Farm taking 1 for the team.
Drawing cards.
Am I good to?
Tutoring for the boys.
Do you have
Ferda.
Could I fetch?
Yep.
Ooh, he's fetching.
No issue.
We're gonna see how swords are path.
This is in response to the cast, correct?
And to cast, yeah, Glint Horns on the stack.
You better not see an Angel's Grace here.
I mean, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
It does kind of matter here. I'm about to say, so you're doing this in response to the Vamp Tutor, correct?
I mean, I'm
It would
okay to
have
let
to
it.
be.
Yeah.
I would go ahead and get your land at least, and then we can talk about.
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay to let your vamp.
I think it'd be beneficial to maybe just I don't have anything. I have 0 way to draw a card anyway. Like maybe this will give me a little bit more information about what I should get. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't wanting to play the vamp. You know.
If you guys don't have a couple counter
Like it-
spells, you need to draw cards.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
And once again, not
Unless
throwing
you guys have
shade
things
to this
in your
Blue
deck
Farm
that have
player.
one that card.
But like, if you dig into that argument,
I mean,
right?
we could
This
open
is
them
they're on
to
turn
my break or
3,
whatever, but it is what it
meaning
is.
he more than likely kept the hand
You guys
on the
have
back
boundaries,
of the Ragavan plus the Vampiric Tutor, more than likely.
I'm not gonna
But now
squeeze
he's
it in
positioning to the
'cause
table as
I
like,
don't wanna need to go.
oh man, I don't even want to cast this.
This spell gets me any card in my deck.
Yeah.
I don't really want to cast it. You know,
Dude,
it's just like,
like 1 mana and 2 life for any card in my deck is such a bad rate.
Once it goes back down to Glint, we'll have more talk.
I don't know that they lose to C3 here.
I also don't know if they lose. I honestly don't know if they lose to Glinthorn. It's not.
No, I'd have to go into combat.
It's not a bad argument that there is potentially a lot of interaction on board. We still don't know what Malcolm has in hand.
I'm not super good at math, but I think I have enough to get you guys.
I don't know enough about them as a player to know if this is kind of like if they're essentially like socially
I just don't
sandbagging.
even know what to get. Like if I'm not like getting a turn or anything.
A win con. Because this got sandbagging.
There's no way for you.
Like you guys don't have any opinions or.
You would have to go back to your turn, Doug.
I would get
Removal? I don't know. I would say you can't really do anything with it. It's either removal or go for a win con on your own.
If I were the Malcolm player, I would have asked for game actions by now. I think.
I don't think that there's a lot of. I mean, I guess.
Because essentially there's 2 situations. One, like your opponents are having a conversation that leads them to the wrong conclusion, feeding off of each other's
I'd be
ideas
remiss
instead of
not
information
pointing
present on the board.
There are some mystics and ristics on the boards too.
Yeah, well, you're presenting when.
No.
Or
Hey, if I didn't try to politic, baby.
they just kind of like make a decision like off the cuff and it ends up being the wrong one.
Card chosen.
I mean, I think he's making a game action. He's just
Moving
tutoring.
back down to the Glint. So you're on priority.
I'm just
He's
trying
got
to think
something.
The right move here. I think it's just this.
The right move here is to not lose the game.
Glenn Horn's on the side.
I just want to confirm.
Wait. He didn't fetch. Where's his fetch?
Oh, that is his fetch. It was Otter Water.
Oh, it was?
He got
Okay.
an Underground Sea.
Okay.
Also, like the Cannon player asked if anyone else had anything. You're supposed to wait to respond. I think.
Okay.
You got it.
Too bad he doesn't have a ready blast.
Yeah, fortune favors the bold. I'll attempt to.
That's kind of like already blessed.
That's kind of hot.
Let's start.
I gotta say, it's really bold to keep the one that can be spell skited.
You have nothing to stop.
Go back down the stack to the Glint.
Kennan's got something.
I will pitch a Perplexing Chimera. Paying a life. I will force the Glint.
Forcing the Glint.
Am I good on draw?
And he picks his hand back
We're
up.
drawing him.
Okay. I think this is where we see it packed.
Lose now, lose 5 minutes from now.
It is what it is, bro. I gotta go for the
Listen,
most advantageous.
I was
point.
on Team Pirates for a minute.
I'll be the responsible one here and do nothing about that.
Yeah.
Sounds like Glenn.
Got him. You got me. You got me.
I'm loving this game so much.
2 cards in hand. I will now move to combat if you guys are good with it.
Yep.
Oh, no pad.
Spy play. No. I got to do a smart play. Swing. Create a treasure. Treasure good. Treasure.
I think I would have bounced Malcolm there.
Yeah, I think you definitely bounced Malcolm.
Good to move
there.
out of combat.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
I just think like I don't know.
Crack it
Like there's no way you guys both
Hold on.
didn't have one of those.
See it. Bird.
The reason I bounced Malcolm there is he doesn't get a treasure. He's taking off Fierce, SWAT, all that stuff. And then,
I cannot.
should it get around to his turn again, you're forcing the other two players to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
Well, let's see
Right.
the percent when
Yeah,
you turn.
like especially like
All right, boys, it's on you
Give us
now.
something.
I think that would justify TNK's kind of like premature
And don't forget the Vance tutor on the top.
interaction there.
Something
Is
flexible.
if
Probably.
I think if you hit the Malcolm, then you're creating a problem down the road that other players have to solve on the back of you. Like I already used my chain of
You're just delaying it, yeah.
8 cards.
8 cards
1,
in
2,
hand.
3, 4, 5 mana. Land for turn. Rock. Go up
Commander
to,
top
like,
left is
9.
Kinnan.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to combat 6.
That's enough for gifts and
Yeah,
gifts.
see, we're
Four
looking
gifts.
really good.
My turn?
What's the rest of the pile?
Still a hand, bro.
What's
I can't present
what's
this
the rest
speed.
what's the rest of the pile? I can't win against this
why
gifts.
bull
Like
in
you're just like
grave?
spewing and it's like not
It was Force of Will.
Spewing enough, actually. Hold up. Pile on a gifts and given would look on any.
So I could go 4 mana
Go
gifts,
4 mana.
2 mana born. What do I do after that?
How about so you
Wait, he was bouncing Malcolm, right?
A 1, 2, 3, 4,
Wait,
5.
what?
He went. Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
like,
Wait,
I was like,
what?
I'm
Oh
in
yeah,
my-
he went.
I see-
It
yeah,
went
yeah,
but
yeah.
then it got
Like I love like gift is a card,
hyroblasted,
you know, I just-
and
I don't have the
then
mana.
Gifts
Oh.
got forced.
Interesting. So it should be on field.
I get you. Oh.
No.
I'm
Glenthorn
confused.
was on the.
Oh, it should be
stack.
bounced to hand. Ooh.
Not pay for that.
What is that?
This is in response to your Mr.
No, I'm just gonna make the 3 to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
To pay the Mr. Grimoire.
So that way I have a little bit more interaction.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I have 1 black.
Yeah.
floating.
Okay, just kidding. The move we were suggesting they make was in fact the one that they made. Good for them.
Too many cards.
It just basically got countered. Sorry guys.
Yeah.
Was it? No, it wasn't.
Well, it's
Chain bounce to hand. Why is it in yard?
because it got countered.
Like the turbo wrist
What?
version
By the
you
Power
had.
Blast.
I mean, you just draw Ristic, right?
Then why?
Like,
you gotta
Yeah,
do.
but why
Your
is
Simic, right? Like, you don't
Glenthorn in
tutor.
the yard?
Because it got force of will after.
I kept it my turn 1. I knew I could play it turn 2.
The chain was targeting Malcolm?
Mm-hmm. The
Was it?
chain was targeting Malcolm. Got countered.
Yeah.
Priority goes back down to the Glinthorn, passes to the Kinnan, who counters it with force of will.
Okay.
Next turn, Chimera.
Yeah.
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 Shows you how much I know.
Yeah. Like the Kinnan was kind of sandbagging. If you start the conversation with, does anyone have anything? You're not sandbagging.
Yeah. Okay.
Farm, baby.
Go to Discord.
Going to Discord.
I mean, like, otherwise I just feed him 100 cards.
No, I feel you. No, yeah.
It's kind of disrespectful to be casting cards away when some of us are less fortunate.
Jeez.
Hey, I've seen it one with less.
Oh, that's funny.
That's not true. That could be a reanimating your hand, bro.
Go to Discord.
Somebody's flicking their cards in their chest.
I'll bin a Rite of Flame and a Mox Opal.
Yeah.
Damn, that's so much
I
mana.
definitely could have fed you some cards.
Come on.
Good done, top.
Yeah. I'm good.
Upkeep. Good to draw.
So
Alright.
we see Matt
Off return.
binning Rite of Flame Mox Opal,
Mhm.
which Mox Opal doesn't really create mana, and so there's really no reason for him to cast it right now.
I'm gonna go.
But that also means that, like, if he were to cast Opal, he's probably paying for Ristic, but he doesn't want to pay for Ristic, so we're presuming that he has something worthwhile in hand.
And got rock.
Kinnan do have mana.
Keep that 2 mana open.
Gilded Drake would be great. You can take a Kinnan.
Treasures.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Wow.
I really
I
hope
don't
he
know if they
tutored
want
for
me to use
Adnaz.
treasures or
I think if he tutored for
we have
Adnaz, though, he hits
We
the other
have
TNK.
several.
Yeah, let me just grab another one.
I'll just put some.
Flex.
Split them up. Half down there, half down here.
Sweet.
Right? Yeah, here you guys go. Another one there.
I don't know. If he tutors for Nas, he's definitely
You're gonna-
shouldn't main phase it, I don't think.
Do
There's a
I
study
go
here.
with Drake,
A study and fish.
That would be.
and feel like I'm a baller.
I think that's the move.
There's a
And
lot of mana.
You're in a good spot in that case.
Seems like Necro, maybe?
Don't bother me none.
I mean, if you're able to resolve like a whole ass Adnaz.
I mean, unless he just has the pieces in his hand, he's just dropping
That's
a
not
GA
really what
right
I
now.
wanted to do in last seat, but
It's either the
Once again, if he's trying to get a GA, then I still think he hits the
He's talking
10K.
about being in last seat.
well, he has one card in hand,
Yeah,
right?
let's say it ain't gonna do nothing. So probably Ken's a better option.
My man's doing so much groundwork.
I agree.
Let's go.
But he's also not like being a super aggressive politicker. Like
He doesn't need to be.
he's getting his arguments in constantly, but he's not like overstaying his welcome.
I will. This is interesting.
You think he has to send back
The only
Nas?
It's not that interesting.
Which isn't a great argument.
He's looking over the Drake.
I mean, do you have a counter spell for
I
this?
think
Like,
he's
I don't want
just
you to burn it
fishing
off.
for.
No, I'm not burning it.
He's fishing for information.
The only thing I can say is he's got one card in hand. It's not good on his side to really even take it. He's the only one that can really present. I'm gonna
Dude,
have to
he's
play
like-
crap to present.
If you have a way to.
It's such- it's so interesting.
I'm saying,
It's
like,
so
if You
good.
think I should take the Malcolm? Like, if you can deal with him.
I can't do it.
I think
Just true.
some less experienced CEDH players wouldn't see what's going on here.
Significantly
Yeah.
more concerned about.
Well, especially like,
Okay.
I think this is a great example of. I think the TNK player is attempting to prolong the 1v3 that they previously were in, where like there's people are more willing to share information than they should on the basis of trying to collaborate to stop the Grixis pirate, and so he's like extended that window into his turn to keep gaining information even when it's no longer relevant. Plus, I mean, like, it's
Plus he
essentially
can
a free
just,
cast,
for free-
right? It doubles his treasures, takes him off his opponent off Fierce.
Yep.
That'd be wild if he had Adnaz.
If he doesn't have a counterspell for Drake, they don't have a counterspell for Granite Vulture.
It also makes his Mox Amber top for blue. Fuck, dude. This guy's incredible.
It is Gilded Drake, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it would get if it.
The cards in board on top left are
There's a channel I've never heard of called Critical EDH.
Force of Wills in Yard,
Bad
then
card
Gilded
games.
Drake,
Bad
and
cards
then
like, it's crazy.
Elvish Mystic,
I will-
and Ristic Study.
This is interesting.
Do you just pop a silence?
Top.
Pop a hot silence.
Card for 2.
I don't think Kiddin's about to go off.
Kidding just got stolen.
Blue.
I guess he can copy it.
Oh, did he mistake?
Scrubland, double blue.
Oh, double blue. Okay.
See, this is like exactly what we were talking about earlier. He's like, every decision, he's giving himself as much time as possible to make it.
And then he's immediately passing through their draws.
Pass on it.
He's going, yeah, draw.
Yeah. He's giving
This
himself.
is exactly how I want to play. Like
Yeah.
this is exactly what I want to do in tournament.
This guy's crushing it.
Yep.
And he's not like bullying people. He's not like pushing people through.
It's so subtle.
Like I don't even know if I'd realize it. I would like sense that like something's going on, but I don't know if I'd be able to see it so clearly. Okay, but essentially like because of Kinnan, he now has.
Now he's leading to I don't know. I want to get something, and then now someone else opens their mouth, which is giving him more information.
He has stats as decon. Like he tutored for one. He can now tutor for the other half, right?
Could, yeah.
His odds of having it
tap
are
in or tap out.
pretty high. He's got all the blue mana he needs because of Kinnan.
This actually doesn't tap for black. So
No.
I'll just.
Why do you need
not
to
touch
tap for
it,
black?
Add the blue floating, and this wasn't tapped.
What?
Oh, he tapped his mana incorrectly. When people see God bleed, they will cease to believe in him.
If I were another player, I'd be like, no.
I'm
you
just trying to
tapped.
like see how I can get the
It's
most
tapped. You get rid of
advantage
it.
without shit getting countered.
I don't think it would hold up after a judge ruling, but because it's not like a legal game action, right? Because
Yeah, but you pay for a spell though, and then you have mana floating.
that's a good point. No,
Just rip the wish claw, dude. Just rip it.
Pact, I guess.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
my god, you're getting reverse circle. This is crazy.
Oh my god, this is incredible. This is exactly. I was waiting for this to happen sometime today. This makes me so happy.
If I'm any of these other players and I have a brain between my ears, I'm laying a turd in my pants right now.
Yeah.
This is based on. I got 3 cards.
Yeah.
3 cards in one of them
Dude, he's
circle.
still going.
I don't want to counter it if you're going to get something reasonable.
He's not getting anything.
The problem is he can just lie to you.
I know, I got
Yeah.
but I seem
Like I promise, like I'm not gonna like.
There's no Thassa reveal.
Yeah, you seem like a straight
The Thassa's with Wish Claw right there. I see it.
I'm
What like?
drawing
with you,
is
Z.
cool, you know what I mean? Like I would
Like, you
rather
have
have
something?
I have stuff. I would rather I'm very concerned about the turn that we're going into.
I'm going to tell you, I've lost Kinnan unless I can get
I know, I know, I
Well,
get it.
no. To give you peace of mind, I've lost Kinnan. I have rocks in hand. The problem is I have to get it back before I can do anything else.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I guess so.
Like obviously I have the wish claw. Like
Because it clone effect, he gets
Yeah.
Cannon back. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. I don't want to burn too much time on this, but like
Chat, we're
I have 3
happy to
cards,
keep
I feel like
you
I can resolve, like,
apprised of
something
Kinnan's
right
board
now.
state here. It
'cause, like, you can
is basically just Rhystic Study and 2 creatures that
I
don't
have
do
Wish
anything.
Claw and Tainted Pact.
Dude,
probably
this is a.
are like worried about me just.
He's
like,
now
getting
saying he
through
doesn't want to take
Wish
up their
Claw
time.
stuff,
I think he
right?
picked this up from Eisenberg.
Yeah, I think the Wish Claw is a diversion.
Yeah.
I think as long as
If you
Because
show me-
also
if you
like
show me
it's already
something,
on field.
then
He's floating 2 mana. He's got the Tainted Pact
I
on
don't-
right
I
now.
won't even.
What if
I
he
won't-
has?
if you
What
show
if
me
he has
something,
Decon Thassa in
I
hand?
won't get the
Yeah.
You should make a promise that's thinly veiled. And
There's no
forward
way his
that
hand is
you
that
can
good.
Later turn on its head and still be
Okay.
truthful.
He has
I just
3
won't
cards
tap
in
the-
hand.
I won't tap the wish call this turn.
yeah, I'm good.
Yep.
Okay, I won't tap the wish call this turn.
Entirely reasonable.
Okay. Tainted Pact on the side.
Yep.
You're passing. Yeah.
He didn't make any promises about Tainted Pact.
It's demonic concentration is the top 6.
He has 2 basics right
No,
now.
it's not. It's not top
It's good.
6.
I mean, with no cards of ever.
Judge.
I believe this one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go help resolve
I
this.
was just
Yeah.
attempting to like. reveal
Yeah,
the
he's
top
the one
card
that
of my
calls a
library.
judge
I
too.
died.
What is the white
Yeah,
card?
so,
It's
I mean,
an
that was,
Elvish
like,
Mystic.
literally 1, 2, 3, 4, but yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Can we go to the Jumbotron real quick?
Jumbocom.
Yeah, I just yeah. If I'm
This one was next on top, and then that one was on top of that.
perfect.
Dude, Logan saving the day yet again.
Yeah.
Can we get some +2s in chat for Logan?
Run it back. Game 6.
Good on Tainted. You're good. Good to start flipping. That's a great card.
I'm gonna continue.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. They're so cooked.
They're hosed.
Don't make me use a pact.
See, even he's in the middle of Tainted Pacting for a win, and he's like, more information from me. The +2s are because you got it right.
Reveal Jewel Amulet. Put it in my hand.
Ooh, that's good for next turn.
That's
Diet Chromox.
Diet Chromox. That's
I'll put it at
crazy.
the work on the side.
Any of you guys casting spells?
Are you okay? Don't choke on your spit, bro.
Crack for 3 blue.
This is the funniest thing that ever fucking happened to me, dude.
Cast any spells.
I've literally got nothing, dude.
Let's hear the players.
Not an instant.
Does Matt have a
You
pact?
can stop it, but he's not this confident going in without something protected.
Yep.
So I hope you got something.
Why did he stop?
Red Blast?
Why did he stop at the Jeweled? Why not stop on a counterspell?
What, he needs the devotion,
I
right?
will.
He stopped short. He didn't find a counterspell. He found like land.
Cast Marina Filth.
Sheesh.
You got it.
This might not turn out the way he wants.
I'm so interested to see how this is going to go.
I'm passing.
Yep,
That's
same.
Random field has resolved.
He's like, stone rain yourself, dumbass.
He's like, I will literally just win
You still
next
can't
turn.
cast anything. No spells.
I'll show you your hand, man.
I wouldn't show him your hand, but
I mean,
I don't care.
yeah.
There's one on the stack.
I just
Because he's
think
still
in
playing the
for farming. I
information
think he
game.
has
It's
the
nuts.
answer. Like he had the answer. He had the
Bro,
chain paper last
you
time.
are
Yeah, he's like,
presenting a
bro,
stack.
don't-
Yeah. He's exactly
I'm
right.
gonna
He's
let
like,
him
bro,
look.
you're winning.
He needs to know that he can go in. I'm not shy about what I got in my hand.
I agree.
And if you
Well,
die
I
this
disagree
turn,
with this
he's like, "Oh,
Kinnon's players' proxy choices. I do agree with. I think this is like a time you're gonna be like,
No,
Yeah.
we're
Well, if
all
he had
losing right now.
Austin,
You
goes on
gotta.
No.
So to speak.
Both go the
sorry.
way it goes.
Do you mind if I?
You got it.
Blue footing.
Either way, I got nothing to push for.
These players
I'm
have good
not
hygiene.
moving.
I mean, like game action hygiene.
and like their board states are like very readable.
Aside from the proxies, that's okay.
Something. The point of the Wish Claw. I'll be honest. My suspicion is Colin probably went in with this.
Yep.
Like if he went back on his deal and Wish Clawed, I don't think I'd.
I'll pass on it.
Sounds good.
Like if I were in this game, I'd feel really, really bad. But like,
You know, a wise man once said.
Like-
No, I think the wish claw is literally he has surplus mana. He's using it to
I'm pretty
get
sure it's
information,
Shade, but yeah.
just as he was with Go to
Notoriously
Drake.
gigantic Magic fan.
Amazing
Yeah.
cEDH player.
Magic is a game about drawing cards, making mana, and getting
I apologize. Who are
information.
you targeting for that?
Oh.
Sometimes you can
I'll
also give
target-
information.
Okay,
Whether
yeah,
that,
no,
whether,
party.
whether that information is correct or not is, you know.
Non-blue player.
Non-green player. Sorry.
Wow.
Disrespect.
Yeah.
Just not
I highly
I'll see
suggest
myself
everyone
out.
go back and watch the replay of this. I think you can do that on YouTube. Watch exactly how this played out and see if we're right. I think we've been presuming a few things and been kind of right along the way, but this is
I'm gonna offer a draw here.
this is a really good example of high level play.
yeah,
Be opposed? What you got? Anything worth anything?
yeah. No,
Dude.
Like just saying it's bait is not really the.
I really
It's not
want
really
to work.
giving it enough weight.
So the other thing is though, so he still has the Wish Claw.
All I know is if he has
an
all those
LED
cards
in hand,
I'm
if
not
this
gonna let him
doesn't
just
work
get, like,
and he's willing to go back on
3
his deal,
swings or something.
he can just LED.
What is it?
Just my take.
Breach.
I mean, I'm not.
There's
you're
no-
not
there's
gonna
no
argue
breach
game
in-
after this.
there's no
I'm not
library.
gonna
I'm gonna offer a draw.
He has no library.
Yeah,
With that.
I just sacked 2 of my lands.
That's fine.
He has no library.
Oh, he does.
I'm not a smart
Wait, he does
man,
not.
but
Sorry,
know what I'm
even
gonna win.
I've been stun locked by his politicking.
draw. I'm a little bit of a draw.
I also.
Yeah, you get
Are we
shuffled.
drawing?
Wait, gentlemen.
Holy shit!
GG's, guys.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry,
That's what happens.
Comment section to talk about it.
Sheesh.
Yeah, dude, you
I was
jab
trying-
out. Yeah,
I
it
think-
wasn't. If I had the cannon, it would have been dope. But I didn't really have any good outs.
I think there was an angle there to make that a win, but
Let me put y'all onto the hand, but I
How
haven't.
would you have?
Oh, I should have.
I had your card.
Oh, thank you. I'm just glad you guys.
Wow.
It was
didn't
about halfway
pack
through. You had the
myself to-
fastest in hand. I was like,
Yeah.
crap.
You had
That's
what?
what it is.
I don't think the blue firm had
No,
the
no.
correct
What'd you have?
colors to make that work
So we
for
got
silence.
forcing that draw.
All right, chat.
Yeah, I was.
This was the hand.
But okay, if he silences there, then Matt just
I'm like
intuitions
last seat.
right
Someone
then,
ride
right?
your hand. I'll ride that all
Yeah.
the way to the smothering
He
tide.
just responds to that.
See what I'm doing.
That
No,
chain of
he, like-
vapor gave me so much pause. I was like, can I just let this go and start bouncing stuff?
I wanted it. I had the pact in hand from the very beginning, but I wanted you guys
now
to
we
feed
can get it from
cards,
the
and I wanted
Malcolm
to see how deep he was going to go,
Vial
'cause I knew
Thrass.
you had some
Malcolm
position
Vial
to
Thrass?
change.
Malcolm Vial Thrass.
Malcolm
Vial
top right,
Smasher?
top right, top right.
Vial Smasher?
He put himself in a
No.
position
Guys,
if he
everybody.
if he
GGs.
correctly interpreted Blue Farm's intent.
The world may never know.
I don't think he got a silence because, again, I think that it was a pretty correct read on the board state. And also just, I don't think he had the mana.
What round is it?
All right. Well, so far out of 4 rounds, 3 draws, 1 win.
It's the caster curse, dude.
You guys are welcome. We have one more game today.
Thank you for the gum, by the way.
Yeah, thank you,
I've
boss.
had nothing but 4 cups of coffee today. Dude,
I mean, I think the player played well and had a really good just like perception of what was going on in the game and getting information from other players. It could have been a slight misread or misplay on their end, and like that happens, but sometimes you get so far in the hole, it's like, oh, I already tapped in a certain way, made a certain amount of mana, oh, I can't do what I think might be best here.
A couple people are talking about why he didn't get a silence.
Why didn't he just get a Wish Claw right then? Or like, why didn't he just use Wish? Oh yeah, he already resolved the Tan Pack.
I don't believe, like, he had open mana, but I don't think he had open pips. Like,
I don't think he had open white.
He had to crack his treasures specifically for blue and for black.
Yeah,
there wasn't any.
We commented like he's like, oh, I'm making black, and we're like, oh, he's got it.
He would have had to keep. Yeah, so if his only white would have been the Savannah, in which case then he's down to blue pip and can't.
Blue Farm had a treasure that he used to pay for Ristic.
Yeah. Sure. You want to talk to us?
We're gonna take a break for a second.
It was to make it sweat, make everybody sweat. Yeah. Mostly, I was trying to.
All right, we're back.
I'm not repeating that.
I want to watch that game back. I think that's something we could probably review on the channel. Is just going over some of the VODs.
Well, that was riveting. I liked it.
Yeah,
a little bit.
You want to come yap with us and how you messed up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we? Would it work?
All right, we got 3/4 of the pod here.
All
right.
When they talk, does it get picked up?
Yeah, you just got to talk a little loud.
Okay.
All right, so we're here with
Colin.
Matt. Chris.
All right, what did you guys play? Were you Kinnan?
Kinnan, yeah.
Kinnan and both T and K players. Do you think you had it if you had silence there?
So
You Wish Claw for silence?
I was going to Wish Claw for silence or just any type of interaction, like make them react first. But I knew if he had something, I couldn't protect the Tainted. Wait, no, I had 5. I didn't have mana for silence. I had mana for pact. Like I could strictly only get pact. But I was banking on the fact that if they didn't have the counter spell for Glinthorn, they didn't have the creature counter for the Oracle. So obviously I was trying to reverse the Oracle.
Yeah. Did you think about potentially Wish Clawing for Born and then waiting and doing this whole thing at,
No,
waiting to pound?
definitely not. So
Okay.
Kinnan obviously had like 11, 12 cards at the time.
Yeah.
Like if he untaps, now I have to reset the whole situation changes. He gets a full grip. He gets to develop his mana, maybe play another fish, maybe copy another Ristic. Like a lot of Kinnan players are just copying Ristic a million times. Obviously, the other farm player had fish, so I'm going either for a win or a draw at that point. If I pass turn, I'm not getting another turn, and I'm never going to be able to develop with the game.
And based on your points, you had 11, right? But when you came into it, so
yeah,
you're not hugely incentivized to lose the game or even win.
Yeah,
Like,
you had
you're
the
fine with
highest number of points in the pod.
You're
Yeah.
fine with the draw.
Yeah, I'm chilling with the draw. Yeah.
I go up to 11, you go up to 12.
Yeah.
I'm all right with it. All right with it. Yeah, if it would have gotten back to the top of my turn, I had oh goodness, what's the otter, the flash otter.
Valley Flood Caller.
I had Valley Flood Caller and 2 0-drop rocks as well as a Soul Ring in hand. I was literally, if you would have gone flash, it would have just dropped a stack on top of you.
Yeah.
It would have been awful.
Sure,
Just
but
fed
no,
fish
like
out.
he can wait until you go for flash.
That's true.
And then he goes on top of you.
That's true. That's
So.
true. I didn't have any interaction either, which was really weird. I just drew a bunch of lands and rocks.
As you guys were mulliganing, were you like, I need to be ready for 2 turn 2 win attempts? Or
Oh, 1000%. Like I was already saying pre-game, I've died to Malcolm and
Dude, he was telling us all about it, man. It
Malcolm
was
Vile.
rough.
Like I've had Flusterstorm, Fierce, SWAT, and just die. Like I got 3 pieces of interactions dying to Glinthorn all the time.
It's rough, dude. It's a hard deck to play against this format.
And playing TNK, like all I need is turns. You know,
Inevitable.
The deck is inevitable. You know, people are scared to like not play their draw engines and stuff, but if you just interact with the decks that are kind of fragile, then you're just gonna come out on top. You know,
it's too much advantage at one point.
Yeah.
It's just literally you snowball out.
Yeah. Matt, I know that, previously we were into, when you were on Italian, super control-y list. Blue Farm has access to a lot of interaction, but a lot of its interaction is, you need to let me vamp tutor to stop this hard. Being in games that are this fast, does it make you wish you had more interaction? Or do you end up in this fact that, well, I mean, intuitioning for Savine's Underworld Breach essentially had the same effect as if you had the counterspell already in hand?
Yeah, I mean, so if he had went for Crack Wishclaw casting any non-creature spell, I had both Mystical and Empiric Tutor in hand.
Okay.
So I think to go back to the original question of like, would I wish that I had more control? I think I'm okay with how things are playing out right now. I think after Tarkir, with another human Abolisher effect and Mysterize, it's so much harder to play control.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, it's just, I would rather be Cavern naming humans than trying to stop people doing that.
God, don't we all? Yeah.
There's just so few cards in a Dimir shell that can do it.
On your last turn, or on the last turn of the game, I saw you were kind of looking at your mana situation, trying to evaluate in your head what kind of mana you had. Did you have mana for Abolisher there?
No, I had 1 floating extra mana.
I think
no,
it was
before all that. So like, had you not draked, or if you drake into Kinnan, then you double white.
Yeah, if
because,
you don't wish
floating.
Our chat was commenting that you paid for Aristic, and you might have had a little bit more.
I didn't pay for Aristic.
You did. You actually paid 1 for
Did
it.
I?
Yeah, you cracked a treasure and paid 1 for it. It was your last treasure.
Yeah, honestly, like, I'll fidget. I'll be honest. I'm gonna tell the chat some truth. Like, I was kind of fidgeting because I wasn't 100% committed because I had Smothering Tithe in my hand. I showed you guys my starting hand, and I was like, Smothering Tithe isn't a bad way to counteract the board. But
well, and Kinnan and Tithe is pretty nuts too.
And like you're right. Like I probably crack the Wish Hall, get Born, and just chill with Smothering Tithe and Born. I was just trying to evaluate if I was trying to play the long game or if I was just trying to commit right there, right
yeah,
now.
Yeah, because you just had a relatively drawn-out fight over Malcolm's win attempt, which for the most part communicated that at that time the majority of interaction had been used, but there's enough draw engines on board that you have no idea, did he draw all 10 dorks or like all 10 interaction? Because you're on Wounded's list, right?
Modification.
Okay, which I don't think you know, unless you talked about it pregame.
No, really. I talked about it to them that it's a little bit more of a mid-range. I'm running the original Grind to Dust list with some modifications on it, but I'm not doing the hardcore like double copy Ristic and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so I think that's an additional layer of complication to like, am I supposed to push now? Is like, is Kinnan super vulnerable right now, or is this when they're strongest, right? Or they're most able to stop me because they've got all the stuff they need in their hand. Because you're betting like, do they have like a bunch of rocks and stuff like that, and I can't let them pass the turn, or is it a bunch of counter spells I'm supposed to wait for them to pass so that he eats all the interaction on his next turn? Yeah. And that's a hard bet to make. And I don't know. I think you put yourself in a position where worst case scenario you get a point, right? And that's
could be worse.
That's where it was gonna play out.
As long as you didn't solely have the interaction, I knew that he'd be okay with a draw. You know, he went C3, kind of hid behind a fish, which.
I went down to 4.
Yeah,
well, I mean, what else?
You gotta do you're hiding behind a fish. Like,
yeah.
He's probably like not comfortable with the game state anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly. I know that. I mean, granted, if it gets to Kinnan's turn, I probably draw a lot of cards.
If he drawn, I think 8 off of me.
Yeah. Someone wants to know why you agreed to not crack the Wish Claw.
Yeah, I already had the Oracle in my hand, so the Wish Claw was only because I had 1 floating at the very end to crack the Wish Claw. I could just get packed. So I was like, he can counter my chain impact right now, or I can just be like, all right, don't counter it. And because I was basing the whole idea off of Glenhorn was very hard to counter, this Thoracle is going to be the same way. You know, it just didn't work out the same.
It was a debate. You know, you threw out, I'm going to cast this chain impact. I tried to push for, well, you go get value, and you're like, nope.
And like even like my body language is like, I'm like trying to bait them, thinking that like I need to go get Thoracle. Like I need to go get Thoracle with my Wish Claw. And so I kind of play into the part a little bit, and I'm like,
I have 3. You're like, I have 3 in hand. I was like, oh, he has it in his hand.
Like, I guess I won't crack it. Like, I guess I won't crack it and let it resolve. And I'm like, yeah.
Once you weren't super
pressed about
why stop at the Jeweled Amulet?
It was just the last card.
Okay.
Because the 2 or 3 cards before that were like nothing.
Gotcha.
Because he flipped like a good chunk, and then like a smaller chunk, and then like an even smaller chunk.
Oh,
and then
gotcha.
he individually flipped a couple. And then he's like, well, there's nothing here.
Oh,
for me to
gotcha.
take.
Okay.
Right,
I was looking back and forth, so I saw you flip like 5 cards and then stop, and I was like, wow, that's like the strangest decision I've seen him make.
Like,
okay, that makes way more sense. I'm sorry for.
I thought about leaving 1 card because my devotion was 3 with Kennen and Thoracle, and so I was like, I'll be fine. Like if they have a bounce spell, but I'm putting them on. This is gonna resolve. So he plays Chain, he plays into the Flood Maw. Now I have no devotion. You know, so I was really like debating that 1 or 0. Basically,
we thought you played particularly well, and the entire like we picked up really early on in your turn that like, oh, as soon as you started talking about Gilded Drake, I'm like, he's just fishing for information on the Drake.
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh, you know, I can cast it, I can take Kinnan or whatever.
Where am I supposed to cast
And then
this?
like the rest of the table started opening their mouths, and we're like, don't say anything. There's no reason. Like you're showing him your ass basically.
Did you go into that turn thinking like, I'm gonna make it 1 attempt and it will end on my turn one way or another, or was it not until after you got the Gilded Drake and had a little bit more information that you were like, okay, time to?
That's a great question. I'm a Ragavan enjoyer. Like if I have Ragavan in my hand, like I'm just gonna ride it. You know, like I was gonna ride it, see if it made sense. And actually, the Gilded Drake made me want to push because I had mana for Wish Claw. I just had an abundance of mana to develop, which maybe it's right just to play Smothering Tide, but. You know,
you still ended up
Smothering Tide is also vulnerable. Like, they're not going to let me just have Kinnan Smothering Tide. Like, that's not going to fly by them.
Or they shouldn't, for sure.
Well, anyway, great game, guys.
Yeah,
We really enjoyed
Tons of fun to
watching it,
watch.
and,
Really enjoyed it.
Better luck in your next games. Win your games. You know, make it
Someone else
team.
win.
Yeah. Make it all. You guys better make it a top 16 so we can see you back here tomorrow.
Let's go.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. GG's again. GG's, boss.
All right, chat. We'll be back with round 5 in a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. We'll be here in a bit.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Chat, welcome back. I need to update this. It's not round 4.
Round 5, pod 9.
We saw nothing.
I still see nothing. I have my eyes closed. Current seat order we have is Malcolm Kedis, top left, seat 1. We have Shauna. Seat 2, we've got Matt Lamora's cards on
Rog Thras.
We have someone who was actually previously, I think, last round, right? Malcolm Vile. And then we have a Marnius in seat 4. Seat for the Imperium. Right now they're resolving mulligans. Deciding what to keep. How low do you go? How low do you go? Pretty excited to watch this game.
You said earlier, if you ain't playing first, you're playing last. So I'm in third.
It's terrible advice. How would I say?
I'm a mathematician, but turbo do what turbo do.
Yeah. I agree.
I'm excited to see these Malcolm decks, dude. I've been thinking about building these. They look fun.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're gonna die.
They're cringe.
Yeah, Rog Thrash is so much better.
You shut your mouth.
Hey, Rock Thrash is the new kid on the block, alright?
Yeah.
For those who aren't familiar, Shauna is on a basically polymorph deck, where while they have Malcolm Kedis in the command zone, they have one creature and one creature only. No Glenhorn here. It's Niv Mizzet a Perun.
I have video evidence that I'm not a bandwagon, so it's better for me. It's fine.
Daniel's asking, why can't you play 110 cards in Glarb? I don't think that's a Glarb issue. But if you want to solve that problem, you could just run my list.
I do miss running
that's you know, many players have encountered that problem before. We would highly recommend that you reach out to, if you have a pen and paper handy, wizardsofthecoast.com. Not entirely sure what their email domain is, but I'm sure they've got it somewhere on their site.
They're very open to player suggestions.
Yeah. That's
I can't say that with a straight face.
What's the top right player on? They're on Rock Thras. That is Matt from Lamora's Cards. Notorious bandwagon player. Only picked up Rock Thras like a week or so ago. No, keep a close eye on their gameplay this game. If you like what they see, they've actually released a few really good videos. Before I took Rock Thras to a tournament, I actually watched some of that, and it helped me a really good perspective. They have a really good grasp on kind of the history of the deck.
Actually, stop eating during.
Now, talking about history, the Grixis player, the Grixis player in the bottom right was actually on just last game. They made a win attempt very early on. So it's looking like this pod is kind of in the top left in the bottom right corner, potentially going to be really aggressively pushing early on. And then in the top right and the bottom left, we have players that very likely may be kind of attempting to pull back on the reins, try to make it a slower game. So we'll see which one ends up winning out here in the mulligans.
If I could just get landfish, that'd be great.
Fourth seed landfish is terrible. Don't keep that.
That's so bad.
Especially because
I hate any landfish.
Captain Moral Support says Glarb is poop. I will say that people do say that apathy is worse than hate. So if you truly wish to communicate hatred of Glarb,
No, I think the only time we played was on
don't say
the
anything.
stream that you did.
Yep.
I think it was the only time.
That sounds right. How far we've fallen.
Is that Gold Sabertooth
Yeah, we
himself?
see a proper
Who?
format.
Yeah. Now I can sneeze in real ID.
Glarb is great.
Oh yeah.
So that's the goal already.
Just gonna double check. Just
Make the most interesting stream game ever, guys. ID, go grab some dinner.
Ooh, only speak facts. Here's a fun fact. People who jump from the Golden Gate Bridge don't die from impact. They die from drowning because it breaks their legs and they can't swim
No, but I'm
afterwards.
just gonna go ahead and put this out with 5 cards.
That's what it's like against triple Remora, right?
Yeah, they need to. Yeah, they said to tell us when we're ready.
Let me make sure it's.
Oh, there's Nathan, sorry.
Can you give them a thumbs up from us? We're good.
Oh, right. So we have a different time.
Heck yeah.
I'll get a little timer.
Yeah.
Dude, thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
The real ones know that Emily's what's keeping this show together. Give Emily some +2s in the chat.
I'm gonna land pass. Oh, I'm pretty cool.
Dude, spicy.
Yeah, good. I already messed it up.
Already?
I already messed it up. I was so diligent.
Oh, why do I put it?
Just on your
Boom,
board.
there we go.
So put it in the middle so we don't remember. We don't forget.
Can't be gold saber tooth. Not enough rings on his fans.
I agree.
that fact was fire.
Tropical Island.
I wonder if we're gonna see Rings of Brighthearth this
Roback.
game.
Yeah.
Got it.
Not likely.
There you are.
Thank you. I'm just gonna hold it in my hand. so
Perfect. That really helps the stream.
Show the stream your hand real quick.
All right.
They like seeing the cards.
This is gonna be a really funny story that I get to tell after this game.
You're on Reanimator.
Whoa.
I'm sick.
It's not gonna work because he's at 5. So he's gonna not play for a while
In the
if that's
long
the
game.
case.
The Marnius
I've already
mat is
spliced
so
up the
sick.
stream, though.
I have one.
It's really
No
cool.
way.
Lotus?
For people on stream, we can confirm the player in seat 3 did pass without taking any game actions aside from drawing and moving through
Brisket
phases.
for the biscuit, for a black M-seal?
Oh my god.
You got it.
All those things are good.
Alright, get your predictions in for what he's M-sealing now. We have yet to see a draw engine.
What do you
Are we
mean?
gonna?
You're blaming that on
Is
your
this
own?
gonna be a
You're
gold
blaming
saber
this
belt to
on your own?
ass?
I will be putting this one on top. I have
Turn
no
2.
problem shortcutting.
This would be
I'll shortcut
an
to a Thunder Falls.
incredible turn through passes.
By shortcut, I mean not shortcut
Yeah,
at all. I don't know
can't
why I
shortcut
said,
them.
Don't know why I said that.
Surveillance. Just gotta do it.
That was a stupid thing to say.
Just watching Rock Cross 2 year. So what? It's a Rock Cross 2 year.
Like it's since you're not
I guess we're in my end step. Oh, shit.
This is on top.
Beautiful.
Ragavan incoming. There's no way that's what they M-sealed for.
It's Marnius.
Alright, this card.
No, they're probably talking about
Oh, I see. I was like, I don't think that.
More cards?
Well, actually, no, it can't be Malcolm Caddis because they're only on Niv Mizzet.
You're sick. You're sick.
I went with that.
Smothering
That's my only
Tide.
win right there.
Is that Worldfire?
Draw for turn.
What is that?
And
The land?
Training
No, that.
center.
You want to look up at the list?
Yeah.
What is that?
See what the art is.
Yeah, but how does?
Is it
He still needs another piece of acceleration. for-
Transmogrify?
Transmogrify?
Basic Island.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's Worldfire.
It is Worldfire.
Honestly, I don't even need the mana. Maybe I
What?
just.
You shouldn't run
In
that.
the world.
By the way, they're really bad.
Pretty good sometimes.
That's
no,
just,
I'll play the Pluto Delta. We'll chill on it.
That's so cool.
Uncounterable Dracios.
Seems good.
6 in hand. Go ahead.
Is he playing
Missed
the
active player
Hare
thing
Ruya?
No. It's literally
Sleeves?
just
I gotta
literally
do
just
it.
Niv Mizzet.
It was my fault.
There's only one creature in the deck.
I guess I should go through steps and phases.
Yeah.
Do I need to
Pass the card, Vine.
We're going to combat.
Nothing in
We're gonna combat.
attackers.
Good.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna
so
go to a
cool.
wallet tonight. I swear to God.
No, yep.
What
You
happened
took
down
my
here?
advice on the other thing and not this.
Shocking.
This
My new
is the
advice is
second
let me know.
turn that the only game action is taken is drawn
better study. You better
and
study more.
proceed to move through
He
phases.
mold down to 1?
Oh, I don't
No,
know.
he's on.
Just study counter.
I think it was on
I
5.
can do one thing in response.
Why?
Doesn't matter anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Ristic Study, probably what they M-sealed for.
Card in hand's like 1?
1. Yes.
This is gonna resolve.
In Denver,
I'd say I
it
kept a
would
bad hand,
resolve.
but I kept a worse one, so.
Yeah.
I'll fierce it.
Whoa, that's awesome. Dude, my prediction incredibly incorrect. I respect that though.
Prepare.
Got it.
You guys are gonna get paradigm shifted forward hold. Yep. I'm kidding. I would never do that.
I was hearing about Ketramos locking people down with Parallax Wave, Felia.
No, what?
That's brutal.
That's spicy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What card did
That's
they
an
play?
image.
Long-term
You got it.
plans?
You'll see
I'm a
it.
little confused as to why we're in a 3-pod right now. Do you have any insight as to what's going on?
Dockside count 0.
It's been a
so
long 4 rounds potentially.
No, it's one over
We've
here.
been promised a funny
Sure,
story.
if you mull down a
true.
5.
It
So
may
we're in a
have,
commandeer or
it may,
what?
it may have been 4 with them. If it was a commandeer, they would have hit the.
Study?
Oh my, dude, imagine.
Of the day.
Well, no, but then
I will melt
if
them and pass.
if Grixis commandeers
Oh my gosh, I got the thing.
the
I'm not active
Ristic,
program.
it still just gets fierce, right? Right?
Yeah, but he didn't have
Well,
priority
right
yet.
there's this
yet.
one.
Yeah, that would feel so bad
I almost
if,
cut
if
it
that's what they were
just
holding on
'cause
to.
I'm sick of looking at my opening hand. It'd be Hedge Maze, Mistrad's Village, Shifting Woodlands, Immersion Zone.
That's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
Have you ever considered running?
For whatever reason, the meta in our area is to counter Ristic. Yeah, I mean,
I love how
I don't know.
I love how Surveillance like phased out Triumphs completely.
Makes
Like,
sense.
that's so sad.
They
Sad.
deserved it.
especially if you're jamming.
I will surveil one.
But we just get punished by doing it because everyone plays Ristic.
Yeah, yeah. It's the. I don't think that like
They pitched their phone, so it's kind of fun.
countering Ristic is all. I mean, hopefully we don't communicate that we believe in hard and fast rules that you should always follow every
No,
time.
but as a general set, like if everyone's playing Ristic and that's their main game plan, if you counter one Ristic, there's another one behind it. It's like the Hydra. You cut off a head. There's 2 more, and then your game state is unstable.
Yeah, kind of going back to that.
The stream is so confused right now, for sure.
Yeah, they're sitting there like, this guy has got to be the best player of all time. Or
No,
a
they're not
complete
saying
buffoon.
That's
If
what
someone's saying that, that's wild. You might be, but off of this, they haven't got to see much.
They don't understand that you multiplied. He multiplied 5 guys, and he drew for 2 turns in a row, and he's gonna get a stern talking to when we get home.
Shifting Woodland.
This is a really good game for seat 1 and seat 2.
I just don't. I maybe they know something I don't, but there's no way.
Wrong colors. I will cast a Gilded Drake.
Oh, hell yeah!
I'm good on the guild.
I'll respond to the ATB. I think we could just pass there. I'll submerge it. Put it on top for a problem, a tomorrow problem.
If Lamoris has a counterspell here, I think he just wins.
Fine.
All right, Shauna, don't forget the Gilded
But why
Drake.
would you counter? Why would you waste a counterspell?
Don't forget the Gilded Drake.
Like if you get the Caddis
I
here,
will.
the Malcolm, like it's your game to lose.
I'm just showing now. Guess I'll go
Yeah,
to
we know.
combat.
What's up, Morminator? Top right, player number 2 is Lamora. And then player number 3 is a player from our previous game, actually.
There's just one. Go ahead.
Anyone got some?
Damn the
Voodoo
disrespect.
magic for him to final land?
My God,
Oh,
is
there
he
you go.
drawing and then discarding a reanimator target? What's happening here?
You know what? You're right. It's not a reanimate.
Oh, imagine Sandbag.
It's a very greedy hand.
Are they keeping Commandeer for Polymorph?
Oh, you need to call him.
This, I wanted to propose an addendum to reading the card explains the card. Look at the 2 cards you pitched to make sure they went the 2 lands you needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. I will step to combat. Swing nothing. Go to post combat.
You got it. Yep. All through the steps and phases.
Oh, fine.
Oh. This is why they told me to wear my glasses.
I'm gonna land pass.
Okay.
Really banging on that Ristic.
It's a good M-Seal.
Though I guess also like
This Horizon of Progress into play.
I guess
Cast
if you
the
have-
Kedis.
Good by me.
Go to combat. Swing Malcolm for 3 over here. Or 2. Everybody will take 2 though.
yeah,
Gun,
C1 and
tax,
C2 are in
nothing
really
on
good spots right now.
trigger.
What's
No
the
block.
cheapest
I'll make 3
polymorphs? Is it 4? Is literally the cheapest one polymorph?
Even if you don't play the game, you're
I
still
don't know.
punching bag for me. Isn't that good?
That's true.
I'm looking through the list for you.
So about that Gilded Drake, you're gonna draw next turn. Pass.
End step. I might do something here.
You even remembered this time.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Keep doing stuff in my end step. Good magic player. How dare you?
Yeah. Okay, it looks like the you also have Divergent Transformation, which has Undaunted.
I know. You have. It's been really easy to keep up.
Yeah, it's still not that cost reduced.
Mm-hmm. It's reduced to 4.
I'm chilling. I go to my turn.
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Now I'll take the
think
card.
they're
Go
on
along with it.
Chaos
Oh, that's a
Warp.
goat. That makes more sense.
I can't wait to go home and blog about this.
Your MySpace will love this.
Draw a card.
Dude,
Oh.
Yik Yak is gonna go crazy.
Write that down.
Dude, you just write down a post-it note, slap it on the mailbox.
Emergence is a great sleep token. So
5 mana.
I'm not gonna kill you, little guy. But you need
Those
to
are
go
sleep tokens.
Fly. It's like those doves that you release at a wedding, but they're actually dead.
I'm actually gonna not even go to combat here. I'm just gonna, well, I'll step past through it and then I will.
He's saving the Guild Drake for my Nif Visit. How dare he?
I'd like to think this is the most interesting game they've seen on stream today.
It's gotta be.
Oh, let's go. Alright, Daddy's online.
It's interesting for a number of reasons, none of which are good.
Talisman.
You're online. You're on stream. That's what he meant.
Holy shit. He's achieved 3 mana.
When you win,
You
it's gonna
wanted to
be so
keep a
sick.
red E-Blast for Shadow Hardcast Nif Visit.
Combat, declare no attackers.
Yep.
Move to all the stuff after combat. And hand you this beautiful card.
Okay. Land pass.
Let's
Grim Highland?
That's quite good.
Okay, that's good.
Pass on that.
Cool.
Get on Highland.
I'm gonna move to subspace. There you go.
Yeah, Seaport's wrist got countered by Fierce Guardianship out of C2.
Another land. That's crazy. Okay.
You are legally obligated to complain about drawing lands if
care about
this far ahead.
Okay, should I?
My deck that only produces mana. Oh my god, another land.
Grim Highland?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, he's gonna Drake it.
Grim Highland?
Not if I cast an Invisit. I'm gonna go to combat. I'm gonna send 3 at bind, but everybody will take 3. It's a group effort. Okay, so I am gonna do the thing that I said.
You're gonna be the tiny dice.
Like throw the active player token at someone.
Not good, fine. Not good.
I don't think
Thanks
I've
a
seen
lot.
anyone get really angry.
Like a
tap
like a
for
shuriken.
6. Passive Visit.
That's why the active player token's not metal.
Yeah.
Good on the casting of nuke.
Good.
It's good on
It's
me.
only when
Instants or sorceries.
and when you draw a
When I
card,
draw.
it pings. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. Great. Pass.
Man.
Insta.
That's always on your end. So.
Born
I have 5
Drake.
mana on Thrasios, you know, so
Yeah.
that's just guaranteed.
Just easy, right?
Activate Thrasios.
Yeah.
Are we?
Why did he wait till after
If it's
this?
not a
That's not at its
land,
best right here. I'll bottom
yeah, why
that.
did he do it in response?
Eternal Witness. Yeah.
He's gonna lose his run back.
He's drawing.
No other effects in the end step.
Great.
Yeah, I don't know.
Draw for turn.
This one she draws.
Oh, it's when she draws. Okay.
My god. If it were
Whenever anyone else.
no. I would just do it in response.
I feel so bad. This is definitely near the end of the day. When Shauna was explaining to Visit, I was like, "Come on, guys, this is the Visit. We know how it works." I immediately get it wrong.
Kind of awkward.
I surely spectated a lot, not EPL.
How long you been on Martius? Recent, right? I feel like everybody's kind of getting on.
Well, I've only been playing CEDH for like 6 months, maybe.
You're doing very well.
That's what I'm gonna start telling
Very well.
people.
You're undefeated, right?
Yeah. No. Shout out the roommate, man.
Yes, sir.
Back in Austin, we just sit there and
Played
brew
3,
all
maybe
day.
4 games.
Nice. I'm gonna cast a Mystic Remora.
That's a good idea. That's a good card. I will do nothing about that.
Yeah, everyone in this pod is technically undefeated, but they all have 8 points. So
Been very few non-creature
they've
spells
won one
cast
game
this
and
game.
drawn 3.
But wait, there's more.
Enough out of you.
I gotta contribute something to this game.
You really don't.
Humor's really all I got.
You really don't.
That's what my psychiatrist says.
She needs a raise. Drake.
Cast Skill the Drake.
So I can counter this. but I will not. We promise to take the higher.
Oh, Merc thinks we're
Otherwise,
sweethearts.
we can do
So
battle.
nice.
We can do great battle.
That's really kind of you to say, Mercs. Means a lot.
This is counterspell.
Force your hand, call your bluff.
If you want to see the counterspell, that's fine.
Couldn't hurt to see it.
Do you know who Naystrom
cool,
is?
right?
I don't think it's this person.
There's a new one coming out though, so like that one.
Nice.
If you guys are curious about who's in the pod, you can go to the link in the description of this video,
I mean,
and you'll find the bracket info.
ATVs, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's on the stack.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie about
I trust
Drake.
Matthew. Yeah, with my life. The only thing I'll contribute is I do want to say that for whatever he kept this 5 for, it has to be a heater 5 to try no lands, right?
Was it?
Fine.
No, you're gonna laugh after
Fine.
this.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a heater. Like,
It's just a fear going to 4, maybe.
yeah.
Anyway, let me know.
I feel like I kept like the best 5 I could have.
I'll wait till the mics are off.
Okay.
Then I'll have some words for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cards in hand.
Me?
Is it 4?
No, it's more. 1 to 5.
5.
1 more than 4.
Oh man. It's tricky. Marnie says a card.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll show it to you if that protects my hireling, but
I think we're just trying to resolve Drake.
It does break your highlight?
no, I mean like if you're down and does
Or
not
is that
take
a
the hireling,
breeze
I'll show you the card in my hand. But
It's a Drake.
She's like Niv with this much man. You just have the most stuff.
So he discarded the breeze.
yeah,
I don't know about. Yeah.
she's the only one who can keep up with you right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's his live race. Okay.
Come on. This hand can't be that bad.
You're so
Just-
right. He kept
just
it.
take
He kept
Niv.
it God tier 5.
I think we just take Niv from here.
Yeah, I've played.
I think it's supposed to not be making a deal here.
Yeah.
This is some.
the Grim Hireling. It's just go
This is some
Marnie as
round
an
5
alpha
ass
suited, but
politicking that's happening
He
right
has
now.
so
I
little.
mean, it's either
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what it is or what he's doing. It's either guaranteed value or maybe losing to the Drake. I will let you have that for free. You can do whatever you want with it.
But then you're letting. So if you don't. If she's proposing that she's going to interact with the Drake, I think you make her use the interaction. Otherwise, she's
I'm
then
not
sitting on the
attached to him
interaction
anymore.
for
then,
long.
then I'd want him.
Yeah, because it's a control.
I want that to go. No, I think my intention is still if it resolves to hit Niv.
That makes sense.
Yeah, there we go.
So it tells me you have 1 piece of interaction. I think.
No, it doesn't
You have
tell her
bonus,
anything
zone,
inherently.
Shifting.
Oh god, you don't have any interaction.
Also has a fish.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
That's more like it.
What am I saving this for, if anything? I don't think anything.
A win attempt.
That's a fair point.
That's so fucking real.
He's the only one with silences in this pod.
Correct.
Yes, I don't run Dosen.
I don't know why anyone's
I
putting in
appreciate that
Marnius at the
information.
moment.
You do not have to tell me that.
It's just deflecting so much.
It's gonna make it more cool when I cast him off of Delighted Halfling. So.
I think I'm gonna be cool and pass
Who's
it.
flicking their cards? It's very annoying.
Sorry, that's me.
I'll collect your
Oh shit! Sorry.
That was okay.
Yeah, you should stop.
I'm gonna be cool. I'll
Sorry,
pass
it's
it
the.
across.
I'm the 4th player at the
I'm gonna
table.
Put this Talon Gates into play and phase it out in response to the ATB. I was thinking about saving this for a possible silence from him, but I think it'll be a while until we get
Like an
back.
abolisher effect.
Yeah, it's so good for that.
So do you have 1 treasure left?
I have 1 treasure left.
Okay, cool.
Right? Because I have 3.
Is she facing the Drake or Niv?
Bragi, I believe, Logan got them from the spike feeders.
Yep.
Yeah, you had
They're
2
awesome.
and then 3
They're so
treasures.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just you
Yeah,
got
I
rid
think
of the
they're
rest, so I shouldn't do
16
it.
millimeter chest X die that
I
are
am
somewhat custom.
gonna be fine with
I'm
that.
assuming you took 1 off your fiery islet.
Oh, I need to. You assumed incorrect. I need to take 1 off this too. I'm literally the worst.
Doesn't swap.
Yeah, it wasn't
Go ahead.
just the land, it was just Rise
To
in
me?
Progress.
I have an instant. I have a game action
Let's
to
go
take.
blind.
Let's go.
Got it.
I think the swap fails and it dies, right?
Mystical tutor.
I'm
gonna be
sorry.
an active.
Someone
I'd
needs
like to do
to.
it for blue.
If I were them, I would call a judge.
Trickery charm.
Why? What?
Because if it's face down in response to the
Put them
ETB,
back in any order.
If it's lose or
I have a nip trigger.
I'm
Like-
passing on it, obviously.
does it?
Yeah, I have a fish trigger
Yours
under.
will go for,
No,
sorry,
I'm active.
I'm gonna draw and kill a Roger, I guess. I don't think I'm getting up to another.
That was clean.
You have 2 mana.
Maybe you're right. I think they are 30 mil.
I do. Don't mean no brag, but I do.
Yeah, they are 30 mil. My bad.
this is the. I'm having a hard time interpreting the pace of this game. In terms of like tempo.
We have to stack this trickery charm, guys.
No.
This will win the game.
I'm not thinking about this. So this is just look at the top 4 and then rearrange
Watch this be
it.
the cleanest misstep of your life.
There's no. I'm just thinking about like there has to be some.
Like it feels
there has
like
to be some gas over
there's
there.
so many arguments over things that kind of don't matter.
I cannot.
Obvious answers.
I think players are gassed.
How hard I planted this.
I think it's been one
I
day.
was trying to get it in to get a land.
Did you draw off your fish already?
No,
Matt's
I
playing
was-
really clean.
'cause there's
though.
a
He's not leaking information.
I was just thinking about
Makes
that.
sense. So right now we're on the NIF targeting rock.
Yeah,
He
there's
hasn't
no
had to
trigger.
like re-tap because he tapped the wrong way or anything
I'm
like
just.
that. He's
I don't
playing
think it's
super
gonna
clean.
matter. Just in case you care about this, I'll show you this if you want to change your mind. But otherwise, if you just don't care about that, because just if you are worried about anything, if you just don't want me to have that,
I think he's got a SWAT.
You also showed me your card anyway.
They
So.
Talon gated the Gilded Drake.
That's
Yeah, I
basically
think
my
it
ability to
should
do stuff right now.
Die.
I feel like more should happen than what happened.
Yeah.
So I think I don't care.
Like my gut tells me that like, something was missed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might want it to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down totally for sure. I don't think anything's gonna happen on this turn cycle, so I think you have the chance to
no, I
recast it before we
don't
need it though.
know.
So I'm gonna still target rock.
Works for me. Back to
Shauna's using a boogie
or down
board
to
on the
fish trigger.
side, and then she's where you're just using the
Drop.
life tap app in the middle.
I'm gonna pass on trickery charm.
Oh, boogie boards rule.
You got this, Vine. You got this.
Oh, please, please.
They're just so scared of a player that kept a very strange
You look
hand.
at these and there's no lands. I'm gonna cry for you.
Doesn't need lands. LED and breach in hand.
Put it back in any order.
There's no way it's.
But they're stuck there, right?
He resolved one.
He's never resolved this spell. So
All right, I will resolve.
Okay.
There was a land. Cool. That to me?
Mm-hmm.
Give him a thing.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it.
Cooking with gas now.
Let's go back in.
For those of us, or those of you just joining us, we're still dealing with a little bit of internet issues, so apologies if the stream is dropping at all, at least in video. Our audio, from our experience, has not been dropping, so hopefully you're enjoying the sultry sounds of critical EDH.
Yeah, unfortunately, they use some of the fiber optic cables used to carry the Wi-Fi to stick some of the playbats. They're unbinding them in order to give us back to full potency. But until then, if there's any kind of mic on the stream, we're super sorry.
No way. Metamorph.
Yeah.
He just wants a creature so he can polymorph into Glinthorn.
I would love a Niv visit.
It's so cool that you paid 3 mana for that, and I paid so many.
And 2 life and a trickery charm.
Yeah, I should do the smart thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we all know it's a little too late for that.
I mean, if he wins this game, it's going to be legendary, right?
And nothing.
Oh, thanks, Marminator.
And then post combat, anything before pass?
You got it.
Sick. On top.
No, that's sick. Being able to pay 3 mana for a Niv is rad as hell.
Someone call that broken.
What'd you call that?
You got it.
3 to go.
No blocks.
Cool.
My Metamorph.
Well, this is resolving quickly.
It's broken.
Is he going to just cast Marnius Pass with 1 mana? That's going to be really sad if that's the case. That Marnius is dead.
The Gilded Drake phasing back in won't get an ETB.
It won't need to be. It also just doesn't get sacked, so it'll exist.
It'll just be
Yeah.
there.
Cool. All right.
Roll 3/3 guy.
Cast
I feel like it doesn't happen that way.
All right.
There's definitely potential for us to
I'll
learn
move
something
end step.
here.
Effects.
Nope.
There you go.
Nice. Untap.
If it matters where he has 1 more mana than he shouldn't have, that's going to be interesting.
Niv King is gonna hit. They're both 5/5s. The problems, both problems are the 5/5s. I'll
That's
hit
a
the
3/2.
I'll hit the higher leg.
Yep, it's Marnius Pass with 1 treasure. It's not looking good.
I'll swing the team.
The team.
Marnius doesn't play
I
non,
think
right?
No, I'm not.
Marnius
things are looking
Necro.
really, really good for Sean right now.
Okay.
I'm not even
Oh, yeah.
on wondering.
Yeah. I mean,
Jeez.
I think I use my life the least of anybody, but
so I'm gonna send
I mean, we're all taking 3 either way.
You can find those
Or well, Kedis is a
Hareruya
5,
sleeves by buying expensive
I'm gonna send
cards
2 over here, and I'm gonna
on the
send 5
website,
at you.
and they will send them to you in those top loaders with the branding on it.
You guys will take 2. You'll take 7.
Worth it.
And expensive is like, I don't know, 60 plus or 80 plus dollars, something like that.
Yeah. Kind
So I'm
of.
gonna probably work one of those bad
Can you
boys.
guys back up on the
think
state of the game? We have
we can
Shauna, who started in
flip
seat
it over here,
1
and that one's fine.
on their kind of notorious
I don't know
Malcolm
what
Kedis
the
polymorph
here,
list.
but I
In
feel
seat 2,
like-
we have Matt from
Yeah.
Lamore's Cards playing his
Yo, so
also
they're
kind of
both
like
5
notorious
rounds.
rock grass list.
Nivens and Santa better,
We
so I'm
have
thinking it's gonna
a
be Niv.
Grixis Pirates player in the bottom right in seat
Yeah,
3,
we can.
who kept a suspiciously
I
slow
think-
start. They didn't play
I do
any
think
lands for the first 2
Grim
turns.
Marnius
And then
is
we
very
have
good
a
in game. I'm not
Marnius
casting
player
Marnius
who
then.
So
turned
this is
1
gonna
imp
kill the
sealed
Mark.
for a
They
turn
could-
2
yeah, so that's
Ristic
good.
Yeah,
counter
draw
in
trigger.
seat 4.
Yeah.
Yep, cool.
Can I?
Shauna ended up horde casting the Niv Mizzet. Matt tried to Gilded Drake it, but it ended up getting stopped by Talon Gates, and now the Grixis player has one
Yeah, I'll go
Phyrexian
fish trigger, I guess
Metamorph.
you're
So
responding to
it's
that.
Niv Mizzet, but also an artifact.
Let's do it. You lost your life already? If this stream calls us bad Magic players for not losing life, I swear to God.
No, especially with the fact that
Boom, here you
I
go,
think
Goober.
for the next 2 players' turns, not turn rotations, because for the next 2 players' turns, she's really favored.
doesn't have a whatever.
She's able to kind of start to pick apart Matt's
This
board.
isn't a pig goblin though, or whatever this monstrosity
This is
is.
the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. I hope you know. And I have looked
They're
at
not mine. I don't have no allegiance to this.
Ooh, that was almost.
We just lost a
everywhere.
sponsor, guys.
Yeah, that's okay. 'Cause I don't have
They're
any
not
legends.
ours either.
I do like them though.
I think they look fine.
They're pretty
Wouldn't
fun.
it be funny?
I could go to
Yeah.
Orc Army
Would
Token.
it be funny?
It's gonna go.
I am
crazy.
extremely
Just
partial to the
not
ones
why.
that Steven made.
Likely it's gotta be good.
I mean,
Not gonna lie.
Vegas would be backing you right now. Let's put it that way.
If it's Glinthorn, you might
also
have to
Niv?
hit it with the Niv Mizzet trigger.
I actually
I
cut
can't do
Niv.
Because it'll happen before.
I play with
Oh, yeah,
another
yeah,
Niv
yeah.
player, and he's really, really good with
I
it.
forgot that we
There you
were
go.
resolving
It makes
it
me
right
scared
now.
to
We were
play it.
resolving his land.
Yeah. Okay, so now the Remora trigger. That's cool.
What is the Niv Mizzet? The Niv Mizzet trigger is targeting
Has it-
Grim Hireling,
so
right?
this has one already
yeah,
on it. This has not
it's
resolved.
targeting that though.
This is not resolved yet. I have to
Yeah.
draw. I have to draw.
Oh,
and
to
then
draw
we'll
it.
target
Yeah.
For my
Okay,
Niv?
we're on Remora trigger.
Yes. And your Niv is getting flippied.
Correct.
Into someone.
But for the cast on the transponder.
But yeah, you have a Niv
fire,
trigger,
The trigger
which
is
will
on
resolve
the
before mine.
Okay, that's why I was
She's-
trying to
Yeah.
make
Well, no,
sure.
it's
She's
Flipping?
polymorphing his Niv Mizzet.
You're
That's
active
not
active
how
player,
that
so his goes on the
works.
second
I'm
last.
active player.
No, that's a really good
Well,
idea
yeah.
actually. That's
So
a
your
mine resolves
turn.
first.
that's
so
a
his resolves
very
first.
I think elegant way
Yes.
of
Yeah.
dealing with
Yes.
the
I'm
high
doing your
likelihood
trigger.
of your
So I
Niv
draw
Mizzet
a
getting
card.
cut
You got
is you
it.
just turn it into like a DRC.
Oh, that's not the card.
Or another clone.
I think you've let the Kedis live its life.
Yeah,
so.
I think he's as good as dead.
Treasures, right?
Sorry, buddy.
Back to fish trigger.
Yep, fish trigger's good.
You good on that?
Yeah, you're good.
That's me on the token.
Shy away the mad more.
Yep.
Back to
I got
Niv
that
trigger.
song
I'll draw
reference.
until Hireling. And then back to
Transmogrify.
back to this transmogrify. Flip.
Pass priority.
Best of luck to you.
Same.
Exile it, and then flip until you hit a creature.
I'm gonna say this is my exile pile
Yeah.
on camera, so we can see it, right?
Cool.
Flip until I hit a creature.
Yes.
Oh man, not a creature.
Would have been pretty good draw. Glad you don't.
Oh my goodness. Intuition LED.
Glad you don't have
And then he's going. Is this bottom after or shuffle?
It's gonna get
Oh
shuffled.
come on, what are they gonna get? What are they gonna get?
It's just Niv
That's
Mizzet.
the literal worst
It's a
thing you could
0.
possibly
Fuck,
flip.
dude.
At least it stays
Oh,
alive. It'll be
man.
a
That's
1/1.
flyer. That's
It's a
flyer.
1/1.
Oh
They just shuffle,
no.
Shuffle in.
Or just
Shuffle
straight
into
That
the
is
one.
not the copy effect we were looking for.
Wow.
Wow.
That's not a Glenhorn.
Massive L.
That's the opposite.
It's a barred
So
bird.
I'll be passing as far as
It's a
I'm aware.
barred
That might have been
bird.
the best thing you could have hit in the entire deck.
I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
No effects, Indian step.
Yeah.
As
Really,
I untap,
really
Gilded
good
Drake will
play for
re-enter
Shauna.
above, or it'll
Yeah.
That's like
appear. I have a
that's
fish
like the
trigger
best
up.
possible outcome for her and the worst possible for the Grixis player.
She's got 6 mana open, just chilling as well.
That is so cool.
I will pay.
She's
I
crushing
gotta
it.
use one of these.
Oh.
Bam.
Oh shoot, that wasn't even. Frick.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go yell at them.
Oh, you used them too.
Yep.
We
Hold
told
on.
them we would.
I thought they wanted it for mana.
Shock in Avery.
It did have to be a
Which one is
creature.
yours?
Woohoo.
We should have been more specific.
Only mana. I did it wrong.
There you go.
No. I thought I was being so helpful.
No. Yeah, that was Shauna's idea. Okay, let me get my little baby dice then. But camera can't even pick it up.
I just realized it in the color of the mana. I just realized that.
Yeah.
I thought they were just cool.
Look, I only have 12 mana die.
One age counter or whatever.
Yeah.
I think the two things, people who have never met Logan personally may not know this, but I think the two things you are most particular about is that you only use the big dice for mana, and then if you ever take commander damage, you better mark it on there.
The commander damage thing is a meme, but now that I'm playing Maelstrom Wonder, sometimes it matters.
That's super. I just keep track of how many times I've been hit.
Let's go.
Yeah, the die thing is just like, I don't know. Sometimes I reach for a green one and I see it's over on Remora. I want to throw it through the window. Like,
well, and it's also something I've seen so many times. It doesn't happen as much as it used to when we first started playing. But people just play so much differently when they have to keep track of their mana.
Yes.
Cast Eternal Witness.
Pass a wit.
And I guess it's gonna be a Boro.
I'm hearing static. Do you hear that?
Breeze Caller
I'm hearing
or
static as well.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I'm chill with that.
You guys hearing static?
I think I just get fierce.
Oh my god.
And it's
I know
done.
something.
We fixed it.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people think this deck just turbo Breeze Callers. Turns out it doesn't really do that. Don't think swinging makes any sense here. We have a 3/5 double strike. I guess no blockers there, but it's fine. I have the best chump blocker in the world for Niv.
No, Jesus. Imagine polymorphing into that little guy. He's the worst.
Big of.
Oh, yo, show, what's up, bro? Glad to hear you guys aren't hearing static.
Borrowed time here. We got there.
When did you realize that? Was it after you?
Immediately after my first play.
For your first play, it was like turn 3 though.
You're not wrong.
So you read that for a while.
He's already dead. Don't kill him.
That doesn't get. Actually, that's this though. I will tap for red. Rite of Flame.
Cool. You'll go first.
Good.
Go for it.
Yep. Not paying.
Um,
Yeah, I can't do nothing about nibs.
And then I'll draw, and I will hit.
See what happens. I kind of feel like
I think Ewit's gonna die.
I think
That's
Lamora
okay.
is
I'll
not
hit
going to
the-
interact
I'll hit
for
the Drake.
turn shifting one into a breeze collar.
Go ahead.
Flame
Hands up.
sauce. Look at us.
Remember the dice, though?
Look at us. Kedis with that.
Oh, Sam, what's
That
up,
card's
King?
so bad.
God, imagine running as your commander.
Oh, just a random Kedis. That's cool.
Is Kedis a pirate?
No, it just cares about your commander. Because your commander does the damage.
Oh, curiosity.
Just trigger. Just curiosity.
No biggie. I don't think we'll be in Vegas.
No,
unless you're referring to the Vegas that's about a third of the way to
but-
Albuquerque.
Then you realize
In which case we may be there again at some point.
In which case, also no.
I had a flare duplication. The things I would do with that card. It's only instant restraint.
Yep. Not target curiosity. That's
I know.
not one of the things.
I think I'm required to dig through time here in case I hit commandeer. I think I need to do that. I think that's a
Dig
must.
through time.
I will get rid of-
Don't worry, guys. I'm pulling it
I
up.
need to pay one more. Get rid of all these. Nib trigger?
I know we all know what it does, but
I have
I'm
a
looking it up
fish trigger
anyways.
Yeah,
also.
go ahead.
It's interesting that she's just saying, "Oh, it's resolving."
I think it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where you can kind of like
Through
condition
time, eh?
Yeah.
the way that you present
Almost
something
cut it
to
out
the
1,000 times.
board,
Went back in my
essentially.
binder several times. And I took it out several times. It's really embarrassing.
It is a Niv, is it? Yeah.
Dig through time is delve. You can look at the top 7 cards, put 2 of them in your hand, and the rest
fine,
on
but
the
I don't
bottom
have
of your
single backup.
library in any order.
This is
Kinda
like
how my deck's
stock
built.
up.
Oh,
What do you think about this card?
Oh, it's not
I love that card.
Yeah, but like in terms of
the original plan was
in terms of the game state.
What do you think about this card? I love that card. He's like, no, in relation to the game state.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I think you got
That's really funny. He's looking for
Gonna
comedy
be-
or SWAT.
Yeah, I guess I'm good on. We're at Niv Trigger. If everybody's good on that.
I mean, you can't just play a curiosity in front of a Niv.
Not a Niv.
What?
Someone's asking how the Mockingbird is a Niv. It's not a Niv.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. He's just putting a curiosity on it because
Yep.
he's desperate.
Hit the Drake.
2 damage marked.
Yeah. Back on, take your time.
Yeah, now we're at the dig. I'm good on it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've got to get this. The odds are so few, but I can do it. Come on,
Okay, so let's see. Commandeer, SWAT.
That's
What untimely
I'll take this
malfunction?
card.
Or deflecting SWAT.
That would go so hard. That would be so good. I didn't think about that. I'll take this card as well. The rest goes to the bottom, and I'm otherwise good on curiosity.
Pass party.
We're locked in, baby. This is
Yep.
where it turns around.
Yep.
All right.
These players are going to rethink their life if they lose to Malcolm Vile here.
Let's see.
No offense to Malcolm Vile.
Life is a resource. So, you said you're not on add-ons?
Nope. No,
I don't
no,
think
no,
anyone
no.
here is using their life in any way that's
Yeah.
relevant.
I'll just go choose. You got 34.
I mean, she's got lands that are tapping for life, so you know.
That's true.
Big.
Mockingbird.
Yep.
Draw trigger.
I know I tell this story a lot, but whenever we have the life as a resource conversation, I'm taken back to a game where I was playing against Logan after he resolved a Bane of Progress. It was a 13-13, and he asked the table,
You're not gonna see more from me.
you know, does anyone here use life as a resource? And I said, and I was on Rockbust, and I said, no, not
see how
particularly.
many IDs
And Logan said, well, you're about to. And he just absolutely punched me in the nose.
I think I did it 2 turns in a row. You're
It
like,
was so funny.
You're like,
I was
oh my
literally-
god.
I was down to 7. I don't think I could afford to I think I had to pay mana for a mental misstep.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I'm
you
seeing
see
4,
what I'm talking
guys. I
about?
accepted that I was had like
good to
a
draw.
15% chance to win this game.
I'll drop. Kill the
Good by
Drake.
me.
17%, but yeah.
D-tutor away.
Huzzah. Any card, huh? Real nice if Kedis was my commander right now.
3 to 1 minutes
Did you
left.
get this far?
Dang.
Frankly, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, well, that makes
You might be in a better spot.
that makes
than
one
I
of
am.
us. This is such a peculiar game. I'm
Would you say it's curious?
not in any way, shape, or form.
Is it stemming your curiosity?
No. What it
No.
Maybe if it was Ophidian Eyes. No,
I'm going to claw my Ophidian eyes out.
No, I think this is going to be. Right now, I feel like Shauna has a decently commanding lead.
No, take your time, bud. I don't have
Yeah,
dinner.
she's been knocked down quite a bit though, and I think Rogthras is really not sandbagging, but just kind of sitting
Anything about
quietly because he doesn't. He's not being required to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Nothing really demands his attention right now.
Active.
You're busy shuffling.
I yield my time to the senator from California.
Blue
You're
Delta.
sleeping on the Mockingbird.
Or just keep taking chances. I think I'll
Oh yeah, there's
crack this first reveal. Sure.
way better players have lost way harder to Shauna. There's nothing wrong losing to one of the greats.
Oh yeah. There's killers in this pod. There's
Yeah, I mean,
no question about it. Sometimes games just end up very strange. And that's part of the fun of cEDH. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what the game state's going to look like. And in order to be successful, you have to be able to navigate these tough situations.
All right, surveil trigger.
What commanders is top right running? That is Rog Thras.
I just have to pass. Go for it.
Yeah, and stream is choppy. We're dealing with pretty rough internet situations here, but hopefully our audio is clear. And we are recording all these games. They will be posted on our channel later.
Exotic portrait.
Yeah, the table that they gave us is actually a butcher's block, and for some reason that extends to the choppiness of the Wi-Fi.
Recast Caddis.
Here comes Caddis.
Those.
4 mana to make 3 mana. That seems like a losing proposition.
Bad card. Who's gonna tell her?
This way.
Yeah, she does. That's so funny.
No block.
It's
You'll
like
pay 7, you
casting
can take
Caddis,
2 each.
and here's combat. And not
Yeah.
that it's wrong, because someone can speak up and say,
Yeah, they would say, whoa, 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 whoa,
but
whoa, whoa.
she's in the reality where
1, 2,
you're not
3,
interacting
4,
with me.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
9, 10.
It's so
That's
I just think it's like so fascinating ways that you can like prime your opponents to like give the response that you are like trying to get. Very quickly moves through return.
Untap.
Not politicking a lot. Not taking a lot of game actions. She could have played the vault, but she doesn't need to. She had to deal with the birds. Smart.
Draw step. Flooded Stream.
I'm really interested to see what Matt does here. Paying for fish is, I think, a really good move here. This is somewhat of a pivot point in the game. Marnius and Grixis Pirates have amassed enough resources to be
Basic Island.
like kind of relevant again, essentially. Marnius has recovered from
Basic Island
Ristic getting countered.
Play.
And Grixis Pirates has managed to get some lands.
I'm going to stop you there. Has Marnius recovered from Ristic getting countered?
Alright, so.
Or the Caddis.
He just has Marnius with nothing else on the field.
It's just a guy.
There's like so many cards he could play though to just be like instantly back in the game.
Sure,
He has a
but
decent amount of treasures.
he has 2 cards in
Okay, that
hand.
is pretty cringe.
Oh,
Oh,
2 cards
God.
in hand. Just kidding.
If that was your commander,
Sorry,
actually, that would
sorry,
be
big
very
guy.
embarrassing for you.
Yeah, we're playing a 1v1 right now.
I'm gonna use the island to cast a candelabra.
Very cool. I like that one. Pass.
Yeah, Shauna doesn't care. You have no creatures.
Going, but it's so mid.
And all of your creatures died in Niv.
Losing to Malcolm Caddis beats right now, so
It's getting there.
yeah.
You guys are at, somebody's at 4.
I mean, she's literally going to kill Lamora with damage.
Yeah, Matt's life total is really low.
I'm going to. I'll
Do you
get that
use your
land, but
life
I'm
for
just gonna
anything?
move to clean
No.
up.
You're about to.
You're about
8
to.
mana, I believe. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You're welcome.
I'll discard Dry Rubber.
Off you go, bud. Don't forget the thing.
Yeah.
Hey, if you guys do want to play cEDH, slight self-promo, we are hosting a league. League signups end tonight. So if you want to sign up for that, do so quickly. But you can find that in our Discord. It's in one of our YouTube channels or our Patreon. You can find all the information.
Good. I'm passing on that.
I have a Remora trigger,
Got it.
but I'll have to finish off my analysis.
Remora's cards.
Lamora trigger.
You should do that.
That'd be good. If you're in seat 3 or 4, I don't know about you, but I think you're looking to kind of feed Matt a couple cards here. You need to. It seems like
There you
he's
go.
playing kind of passively. I think you need to give him enough cards to kind of like inspire him to action,
Only
essentially.
Matthew gets a
Dishonor
reward.
on your cat.
True.
Dishonor
Are we?
your whole
good
Not like
on
throw the
my
game or
fish?
Good on
anything,
your
but
fish.
I will draw. All right.
This is his D2 to try to
See, the
get
trick
the
is
elementals.
just keep feeding each other.
Yeah.
You're going to pass. I will.
look, he doesn't have Cradle out. I mean, there's a lot of ways for him to get it super easily.
That's unfortunate. That's a lot
just-
of mana that I don't have to pay it.
It's just counter. It's just flat counter. I don't have any trigger.
I'll have a Remora trigger
You
on
go
top
first.
of that.
Yep.
I'll draw.
We tried.
I'll draw and kill your Caddis. And that's what you get for stepping.
You know?
You get for trying to play this
Yeah.
game, where you
Should've-
win. You
How
pass the
dare
first 2
I.
turns.
Clearly. you
Get
don't
out of
know.
my game.
Wait, it got countered?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, that makes this next play not good. Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna feed you more. I'll
Look at the Discord
combat.
server limit.
Post combat.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Go man strong.
Just delete one of the other ones and join ours.
I don't see a world where this
Easy.
rolls, but we're gonna.
Yeah.
This is over.
Okay, Marnius is untapping. Let's see what. Ooh. Tapping 3. Okay.
Ranger captain.
This is gonna gum up the game even more.
Do they have the ability to just win
Strict Serenade.
after cracking it?
Wow.
You're fine.
Oh, dude.
This is solving a problem.
Unless
That is
you're
probably the
responding.
first time
gonna let you
Marnius
pick
has
your
seen a
card,
strict
man.
serenade in a long time.
Yeah. I'll gotta.
Oh, don't do that. He's gonna make a token.
You have like what, 2 cards?
Yeah, 2 cards, man.
I don't think I'm supposed to fight over your Ranger guy.
Don't do that. Oh, she's. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Marnius is making a token.
3-minute
Token
cantrip,
spotted.
baby.
Why wouldn't you want to silence on the board if it stops someone else then?
It doesn't stop him. He's all creature based.
Yeah,
It only stops
exactly.
Bind, and he's not doing anything.
Huh? Then I was like, well, why are you strict serenading it? I feel like you just made your own point not to even waste
So
a
true.
spell like that.
So true. Trick.
Yeah,
She's like.
I'm gonna draw
Anyway.
and
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna hit this guy.
Wow, that's a really fun fact. Did you know that there's a counterspell in the stack targeting one of your spells? Passing party.
We're going nowhere fast, so I gotta do something about
Do it.
this, right?
Do it.
A force negation, strict serenade.
Good. Nip trick. You just go first.
More sugar.
Wait.
Hard cast, hard cast.
I'll
Okay.
draw. I might do something.
I thought
for
the same
your
thing.
trigger Here.
Get a trigger thing. There we go. I'll put it on the pile. In case there's a big stack.
It's strange. She's. Yeah.
It's not an
I
opportunity.
think maybe.
I
could be
think
cool
before it
beans.
gets out of
Yeah.
control.
I guess he doesn't want the
probably
token.
the right
This
answer.
better not be a removal because these are.
He doesn't want the
different
token.
Oh,
Well,
man.
Yeah, it's all.
Doesn't he know that?
Doesn't
you
he
wanna
know
draw
he's Charles
cards?
card? Yeah,
Oh my
but-
god, who's gonna tell him?
I don't think I have any responses to that.
You wouldn't surprise me if you had stifle, so.
That's good. Put a nib in hand.
That's really good for Lamora.
I mean, doesn't it just get recast?
Fine, I literally wrote not yet when he showed you that card before. Like,
Let Otawara.
I was like, question mark? Any response to the nip trigger now?
I'm passing on it.
I will draw, but no damage will be dealt. I'll hit your face.
There wasn't enough trigger here.
Oh,
Yeah. we
I
just
just
said that.
said that. Come on, Sean. Force an egg. Force an egg. I'll miscast since you're tapped out.
Whoa.
Actually, I did not do that in response to the Odawara. God, I'm so dumb.
Now you're just feeding the fish.
Miscast.
Stupid.
I was like,
Okay.
we just agreed the strict
I know,
serenade needs to
I
just
know,
go away.
I know.
Okay, we're good to resolve stack?
Yeah.
Okay. Exaldia?
Yeah.
Awesome. Range captain.
I believe they have 5 treasures.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Dang.
Guys, you really need to draw me my cradle at some point because this is getting out of hand.
Fun fact, the opposite sides of a 6-sided die, if chiseled correctly, should always add up to equal 7.
It, but, you know.
Oh, okay. So just go to hand and then.
Yeah, it's in hand.
Yeah. Beggars can't be choosers.
So true. Land. I will
Isn't that the same with the D20? They should add up to 21.
I believe so.
This won't do it.
I'm gonna knock something over. I'll let you put the bottom.
Got you. That's it. Sorry.
5, 6 will be treasures. Recast Niv. If that's cool, I'll go to combat. He's so old. That's great.
uncounterable,
1
so
go
I'm
to
chilling.
Vine, and then 2 go to Matthew. Everybody will take 3 total.
Any responses?
I don't know. If I were a viewer at home right now, I'd be jamming games in our league
I don't know why I
and
said
watching
that.
this
You're not
stream.
asking
Yeah,
me.
I think it's pretty possible to do both
priority.
in this situation.
Be a nice Saturday.
Dude,
Crack a cold one
just
with the
vibe in.
boys.
Absolutely.
I think I'll be passing after that. Let me double check.
Get some chicky tendies.
Yeah.
I'm
Go to
passing.
the store, grab a pack.
I have.
Probably return to Ravnica.
I don't think I
maybe.
did.
Maybe Lost Caverns.
No. Chilling over here.
Let's do it.
Get some Zins and ice cold Coors.
Oh, dude. The Blaster. The Blaster. Says that it is the same with D20s.
Yeah.
3. Sounds like a lot of mana.
It's so crazy that, like,
I have some poorly made dice if that's the case. Well, I got news for you. Just got a win in the league. Hell yeah, Church.
Oh, way to go, bro. Get those points,
I think
King.
I am inclined to let it go. Yeah. Fish can go.
Wow. After all those turns, Fish is going. Hey, is that Niv? Is it
Pride.
Perun?
Esper and then 1/1.
If he isn't paying for fish, why is that a light halfling tapped?
Blue 1-drops. Could have an
Not
accent
covered.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, it's already dead.
Mr. Ray's Village land for turn.
Yeah. Could be anything. What do you mean? Could be a mystery.
The invite stream is not currently streaming right now.
I think the invite's done for the day, right?
The
Invitational.
invitational rounds were firing off a little bit faster than the open, as well as they were firing off less rounds overall today.
I've just been hating on it since it came out. Since I was in Esper. I was like,
I think it's pretty rough.
I'm like
in
that
general.
card.
Let's go. I might just activate it to make this thing get through, just to have a thing. Sure. Activate Mr. Ray's.
Sure.
Tap 4. Tap 4.
I think we see players starting to turn the corner here.
They need to. They're running out of time.
You're not on silences.
They're a little bit behind the round timer.
Yeah. So you said you're not on silences, right?
Official round timer is at 17:30.
If I had to ballpark, we're probably around 23, 24.
Yeah.
I think we're in the back third.
Which means we've got like another turn cycle under our belt this late in the game.
Sanctuary asks, do you guys plan to have overlays at any point? Player names, commanders, and caster names would be lovely to see on screen.
Yeah, we will have those in the future. I think we're a little tight on time, and we can add these things in post with the when we post them as well. But right now, top left is seat 1. That's Shauna playing Malcolm Kedis. Top right is Matt, also known as Lamar's Cards, on Rock Dress. Bottom right, checking player name. Hold on, is Bine Gooden or Bin? I don't know how to pronounce that. On Malcolm Vile Smasher, and bottom left is Taylor Brown on Marnia's Calguard.
No, it could be less, but
it's also turn order.
There's no crazy 1-drops in my deck. Sylvan Safekeeper, Magus of the Candelabra. It's
You already got Candelabra.
I got the better one.
Yeah. Got the good version. The less easy to
Currently resolving in Nature's Rhythm.
Is it?
That makes sense. Checks out.
My suspicion was just good value.
Yeah, without
suspicion,
I
correct.
could have paid extra to get a guy that gets a cradle.
My goodness, it's a temporary nib visit.
I will have to move to cleanup for sure. If anyone has any effects in my instep, I'll do cleanup and then I'll finish shuffling.
Thought so.
But if you can, yeah. Okay, I might have to. Yeah. My trigger will be last.
Dude, I love tutoring for 2 to get a Cloud of Fairy, not a Cloud of Fairies, a Flesh duplicate. Like, people never see it.
Okay, so we have Niv trigger
Why is she
underneath.
syncing that?
Sync.
And then I'll have one on top.
And then
I'm a little confused.
You've got yours.
From your perspective, Eric. I tutored. Someone just tutored directly in front of your face to the battlefield and spent like 5 mana or 4 mana to do it. Don't you sync that over just a VAM tutor?
Yeah.
With a player who has essentially done nothing all game. Again, no offense to the player.
I can tell you respond. I feel it in my heart.
May I inquire as to how much time we have left?
We have 27 minutes according to my clock. It might be give or take a few.
Try a deflecting swat.
Sure. I'll have enough trigger on top of that.
I will as
so
well.
will you as well. Mine will resolve first if that's awesome.
Yeah. No response. I'll just try to. Man, we're gonna need a lot of these, aren't we?
Yeah. I'm gonna draw and hit Thrasios.
Oh, she's getting a
This
Niv.
is good.
I will draw and actually get to deal damage myself. You guys have like nothing. Ranger Captain.
Just hit the Kedis.
Yeah.
Seats 3 and 4 have been tough this game.
King Kedis. We're at good on triggers. We're just back onto the spot on the stack.
You're tapped out.
I have a hedge mace.
You have a hedge mace. I'll miscast the swap.
Niv trigger.
Mine will go first.
Yeah, let me represent mine underneath this. I might respond to yours. I don't think that I care.
I'm with you, Shaw. I think you got a good read on the situation.
If they
Shauna
just
is
wanna nuke the
traditionally
field,
a
goes
relatively
crazy.
control player, while Izzet does have the capacity to move pretty quickly and rather dynamically, especially when you're in first seat. I think in this situation, she's doing a really good job of
Yeah, I'm good on
utilizing
your trigger
all
now.
the time available to her in the current match
There's a
to
damage
slowly
or
accrue
trigger
value
targeting
while denying it
presence.
to her opponents.
That's damage.
Sideways is damage. I like
Sideways
it.
is damage.
I
I'll
am
respond
a
to
little
the
surprised that
damage
if she
trigger
had
and
access to a
here's
synchronous
the
duper, that she let the
And I'll have a trigger.
flush duplicate through.
Got it.
If I had to guess, it probably wasn't on the
it's
top of her
bonus
mind,
targeting.
or she has other spells in hand.
Yeah, I'm sure she's working with a lot more information than what we
there's-
can see as
the
casters.
board is
and-
getting blown up, so yeah, it will.
And like, I don't think like specifically Matt having access to a nib is especially dangerous to her.
Also targeting the van?
I know
And so
you-
she can afford to hold on to the
yes, I
inertia
have
for something
to have a
scarier.
trigger.
I know you guys are looking at the round timer, and we're
I had to
looking
make
at
sure as
13
many
minutes.
strays are getting
They're a
thrown
little
out
bit
as
behind
possible.
at about,
Can't wait to go
I
back
think,
and
plus
check.
5
So
minutes.
you have a trigger on top of this.
So there might be a little bit more time than
targeting
you
sack
think.
other than your shenanigans.
Did you already resolve your nip trigger?
I have not. I'm assuming he's gonna respond.
Yeah, there's it's on the sack right now.
You're out of nip triggers?
No, I got some more, but I'm not gonna put it on there if it's just a lot of resolve. So we're not doing that, so I feel like it might.
Isn't Rogthros known for their free spells?
I only run one counter spell that costs mana.
Yep.
Let's consider.
She definitely could have.
A card.
I think, kind of like Logan was saying, at this point, I'm
I'm losing it
semi-comfortable
anyway, so I'll
assuming that
flare
she
second
knows something that
pressures.
I don't.
This will also go to the zone.
They know
But
that.
definitely,
We have double
keep an
triggers,
eye
blah
on
blah
it.
blah. I ran out of trigger tokens on this side.
Good.
Now I have upkeep triggers, I guess.
Okay. You can just put on top. I'll drop. I'll hit. I'll hit your niv.
Ping.
Yep. Howdy, howdy. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Oh,
it.
we can do those things. Yeah.
Thanks, Brian.
Get to work, bud.
Once
Yeah.
again,
Is there
Logan
a
coming to
giant
the
waste
rescue.
marker?
I got one.
Despite my accidental best attempts to prevent him from doing
So we're at
otherwise,
your trigger.
I
No,
almost
mine
killed him
is
with
one there.
Yeah, and then you
fight
go.
bird.
Got it. Back to my Niv trigger.
Yep. Go ahead.
Draw a card. Niv trigger.
Is that
has
a
Malcolm been
red
sent to the zone
marker or a clear one?
This game? No. How is that?
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
The seats 3 and 4 boards, not the seat
That's
1.
fun. They're doing ping in red and draw in blue. That's fun. That's hot. I love that.
Ping and draw should be the same.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's
10.
4 treasures?
Yes.
So lands. Okay, so I have 1, 2.
You know, this is actually the first time we've seen a stack like this develop
Niv.
over the course of the day.
So this
This
one
all
has
ends if
resolved.
they just
now
all
we're
point
at
at Lamar,
Flare of
right?
Denial
Mhm.
targeting Mindbreak Trap.
We don't know why
would be
halflings
misrepresented.
tapped. We're trying to figure that
My
out.
niv will not die before.
Again, this is what we were
So you
talking
can't kill a
about.
minor
cEDH
with
is
your niv
complex.
because I'm above your priority.
It's very hard to maintain everything
Okay.
to
But
100%
you can still do it.
perfection.
We can also just kill
We
and
can
stuff.
also
Proceed.
spend our brain space
Flare's
looking at the
good?
entire game instead of worrying
what
about
is
what's
the
in our
flare on
hands
the
and
same?
playing
Flare's on
spells
Mindbreak
and
Trap.
targeting stuff. So it's a lot easier for us as viewers to pick out these mistakes.
Trigger.
Something my colorblind eyes hate this. It's a 3% milk marker.
That's it. That's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut. It's giving big powdered milk energy. Usually my assumption is if we have the energy to notice things like the tap delighted halfling, that means that something else
spell
is
pierce?
kind of eating up.
Targeting the flare?
And so is it just the social dynamics of the table? Yes, probably, but also more than likely it means there's something in his graveyard or his hand that is occupying the lion's share of his attention.
Do I care about this?
It could have just been that he
As the
was
stack is
really, really
your
focused on
niv.
if he was or was not supposed to pay for fish.
You have. This is a ping.
That's
No,
damage.
correct?
That's
This
that's
is damage,
and these are draws.
and these are draws.
Jeez.
Dude, don't you wish you were in there trying to keep track of that?
Yes.
No.
After this. So as it is.
I don't because this all.
As it is, you are losing the entire stack. You have to counter this.
No, I'm thinking about the pings.
Yeah.
I don't understand quite what we're fighting over.
Do you remember what the flare denial's targeting?
Yeah.
This
my
Mindbreak Trap.
Oh, okay. Just triple checking.
the player at the bottom right is like, please, I'm just trying to vamp tutor. It's not that
I'll
big
also
of a deal."
MBT.
Nip trigger.
Not my stuff on the vamp.
What does
yeah.
the kids say these days?
Nip
Yeah.
trigger.
You got it.
Gosh, dang.
I'll drop.
Can I get a trigger?
Draw or ping?
Drop.
Both.
Draw on that one.
Drop. On this one.
Trigger.
Go ahead. And mine will go first.
Yeah. I get another draw trigger.
They're just
Not good to resolve
forcing the player at the bottom to
You're-
draw them
you're-
the token.
Yeah.
And I'll shoot it.
He
your job.
drew a
Take
little
one.
frowny face, little sad man.
Draw card.
What is your job?
Oh my god.
What is my job?
Yes.
You draw tokens. Oh my god.
will-
Draw me more tokens. Look me in the eyes. Say you like
I know
it.
you're gonna- Go ahead. Dispel.
I am. I think I'm good on this dispel. I'm good on dispel.
And that'll take off the trap. And then you'll have a draw.
Traps countered. Draw trigger.
Draw. Kill Malcolm.
Malcolm
This
dies.
is done. Draw again.
Draw trigger.
Yes.
I will. I actually don't. You have like 2 in hand.
God,
right?
imagine if
Yeah.
he kept his
Is it
fish.
the Oracle console?
No. You want to see him?
Sure. If you show me, I won't kill the thing.
Do you remember one of them? One of them was the Esper I searched for with Ranger Cap.
Yeah, I know that. That's the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
The really crazy thing is that the Ranger
I'm never
captain
gonna
is
get
still
to
there.
Just hit
Ping one, sure.
He does not care about any of this. He's like, no damage is coming my way. It's gonna be my
Can't
turn
see
in a
his
little bit.
hands. Can't see his cards.
Drop. Same deal.
Anyway, on my upkeep, sack Ranger
For my
captain.
ping.
Yes.
Fight.
This is done.
That's his decon.
All of your spells, including the vamp tutor.
Gosh.
So this is
That all that Marty's player is thinking is, thank God it wasn't my vampiric tutor.
Yeah.
Into exile. Draw Fniff.
yes.
Ping you one.
Yes. My damage on the Thrasios, this is irrelevant. Yours.
Back to draw.
Draw.
Same deal.
You got it.
Miscast fizzles.
It's done. My draw. Ping face.
Got it.
No, I
Draw
might not
trigger.
build Malcolm
Yes.
after this. I might build Niv Mizzet.
It's sick.
Ping.
Yes.
You got to
And
talk
then
to
my
Anthony,
second-
Glacial City, if you're gonna build Niv.
My head is
Shout out to Anthony.
I will
Greatest to ever do it.
Flare of Duplication, sacking Niv.
on the
Targeting Synchronous Super.
I knew about this. Nip trigger.
I know about this.
I'll draw. I'll deal 1, 2, face.
Right into my plan.
I knew about this. Yes.
Exactly on schedule, Matthew.
Oh, Jesus.
Just in time for my misdirection and targeting your event.
Pitching.
Oh man. I think it says a lot
So hard.
that she's trying to bounce his nib instead of the ranger captain.
Is it Niv?
Free information,
No,
guys.
it's a it's force of negation.
Goodbye me.
Draw. Hit your face.
Take one.
Where?
The no, the sink right here.
Is that
they,
hers?
They got flared. Yeah, they got flared.
That's
The flare.
that's it. Yep. And then sink.
Yeah. She's
Sync fizzles.
force of negation for that.
Oh.
I have a much bigger cleanup.
Yeah.
Oh.
If it
I have a
is-
much
if it's
bigger
like-
cleanup.
I tried.
Okay, we get it.
Discarding- I'll try to keep it.
Guys, he's sculpting.
You
his
can go ahead.
perfect seven.
I don't think it's going to affect what I'm doing. Or what you're doing.
No, I agree with you so much. I would punt so fast. We were talking earlier about which it's easier to punt on, turbo or stacks, and I think the correct answer is on polymorph.
When we talk about stacks as an archetype, this is generally not what we're talking about.
no, I think I am very impressed by Shauna's ability to kind of maintain cogent and salient politics and.
I mean, there were really not really any politics going on there.
Yeah, like she just keep moving down the stack and doing a lot of things they were talking about earlier. Like even when she's talking about her mind break tap,
That guy-
she's like exile the stack.
That guy's like, fuck me for trying to vamp tutor, I guess. Anyway, pass.
I get one extra card. Oops.
Alrighty.
Combat. Of course. Swing for 3. Double strike.
I'll take 6.
6 commander. At this rate, might be notable.
Who knows?
It's gonna be rough if he sacks that in her upkeep.
Let's just pass the turn.
In your upkeep.
Do you want to upkeep Crack This Ranger?
Oh. I swear I don't have a line over there.
Lamora's like, please God, please God, please God. Is that a trick line?
Draw. Hit your face, Matthew.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Do you guys have anything for the trick line?
You can't respond to it.
Oh, it's split second. You're still right. I totally forgot. Okay.
Jeez.
Ready?
Oh man.
You guys are
Anything else in upkeep?
so eternally
Good,
cooked.
That's kind of
Benny
what I'm
Jesuit
looking
voice.
at.
Trick bind targeting Ranger Captain activated ability. This is awesome, dude. This is so cool.
Got anything relevant?
I'm gonna do
The only things I can do is give it something to.
Dude, it's
we're
the
gonna
like.
float
just makes
a
it worse.
colorless,
I know that Niv is technically what? He's like a dragon wizard. From here, he looks like a boa constrictor. She's choking the life out of her opponents bit by bit. Oh, there's a tainted pact.
In response to what?
Her
Just her
upkeep. He's probably digging for another silence.
Hmm.
I mean, she's just
Don't.
counter spell whatever I cast, right? Just has
Probably.
counter. Just counter spell in hand.
I mean, the best thing you can grab is probably silence, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I just wanted to hear what they said.
Yeah. Do you think he put the pact in there to force a draw?
Yeah, close to the card you got in hand there, so.
Very good. Sean.
Wait. Yeah, I mean, I already
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine. You're
Alright.
fine.
Other than like
I don't even know if Bow
channeling
Masters be
him
that
off the
good.
board
Yeah.
again.
Bowmasters is great because Lamora
Yeah, I
just
guess
dies
Aurora is
faster.
another play potential.
No,
Full disclosure, that's what
Not
I'm
on
trying to bring to.
Aurora.
I'd scoop his sorcery speed if my Ranger got
Sure.
tricked by
Own Trick Bind, which you're not on also, I'm guessing.
Consign.
Do I stop at the cycle or do I just keep digging?
I don't think so.
I don't know what I'm looking
Dude,
for
you're
here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's in your deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joke's on you guys. He's just reverse Lurkling. He's got Born in his hand.
Actually, just thinking when you need a counter spell,
That
right?
would
So I
be
think you should save your
hilarious.
deck. Like,
Grab this
yeah.
source. Didn't see anything that really hurt yet. Alright, cool. You good?
Go to draw.
Yeah.
Draw, hit your face, Matthew.
Why don't you
Play
just?
Cephalid
Why didn't you do it
Cross.
before she draws?
Yeah.
Play for turn.
Why not just say like
I guess he wants him
tainted
to
pact
die.
on the stack? Does he think he's getting another upkeep?
That's crazy.
Cast Curiosity.
Oh, it's not their
No, we're not
upkeep.
very on
It's
that.
Shauna's. They attacked.
Let's see, that's
Gotta
what
pass.
Trick point was nuts.
Show you this. Do you want to respond to my nip trigger? Or do you want it to happen?
If that's a
don't have any
minute
response.
22
What's the-
according
oh,
to the
the-
round
yeah.
timer,
Oh,
they have an extra like kind of 4 or 5 on top of it.
Yeah, this is
Oh.
what I've been saying, and you've been ignoring me, Captain Moral Support.
Pretty much gonna.
They have like an additional 5 minutes
I mean,
on
if
top of
you
this.
got
It really
It's
doesn't
your game.
do
Although
anything
like
to help.
slow play is slow play,
You
whether
know
it's
what? I like to play.
Matthew
True.
is so good at draw.
6 minutes or 60 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's
Do what
go
you
with
got.
that.
Should more people be playing Dampening Sphere on this Cradle meta?
That would be the threshold.
I think Silver Bullet stacks pieces are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of results.
Oh my god.
Why is he?
Does it even go that high?
Why is he? Why? What?
Yes.
5.
What's happening?
Blue.
Nas?
-1 black. Lindell.
Sure. Nip trigger.
Why are we killing him?
Hit Matthew.
Jobin.
I'll attempt to candle your Volk Island with the Nip trigger on the stack.
Oh, you can untap mines?
Yes. That's awesome.
That's
This is a weird
Good to die.
dynamic.
Take one.
Good game, Matthew. Good freaking game. Limdol's is fine. Go ahead.
What in the world? Yeah, 07 in the chat for Lamora.
Yeah,
this is just
rip.
kinda drawing out the inevitable if I.
If you're drawing out the inevitable, why'd you kill them? I don't understand. That's a big. I think I need more information. I need
Okay.
to
Just let me know.
watch how this
No,
plays out.
that's it.
Okay,
I mean,
cool,
I can't
great.
get it to hand. I'm just trying to do something to see if
Not a
magic happens and you punt it or something.
Not a problem. Nip trigger on the mental misstep. Draw. I'll hit bind in the face. Mental misstep on swords. Good. Curiosity results.
Chat's sounding off with 07. Nice.
Cool. Good game.
Good game.
Do be how it is.
Angel's Grace incoming.
Good game.
Good game.
Wait, they just passed?
You
Oh,
actually-
oh,
No,
okay.
no,
Just
no.
watch it.
Yeah,
Okay,
she
that's
landed
it.
Curiosity on it.
Rational.
Dude, congrats to
yeah,
Shauna.
what's the deal?
Woo! Is it does it again?
Sorry, I missed the misstep
The
when I
mic
saw
off.
it.
Yeah,
No
put it on
problem.
the
You
ground.
take the mic off
Put that
for
on the
this?
ground.
Yeah, let me put it all the way on the ground here.
I think
put
this
the
mic is
two
gonna pick you
cards
up.
to the side was a lotus petal and temple.
H2?
That's what you
Oh, yeah,
want.
that's a story.
I thought it was the reanimate.
You put the
and
wrong cards to the
curiosity.
bottom. You put the wrong cards to the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No!
Because I had turn 2 attempt and
Oh.
biffed it. Huge disappointment.
You know what? That is.
All right, I think we're gonna see if we can grab Shauna for a quick interview. But after that will probably wrap up our coverage for today. What we are gonna do is use this stream setup to record some additional games. Whether those will be actually streamed or just recorded, we're not really sure yet. We're going to try to see if we can get the internet issue addressed and hopefully fixed before tomorrow. But thank you all for hanging out. Please stick around for a little bit, see if we can get a couple player interviews, and I guess we'll go from there. So just hang out for a minute. We'll be right back.
Nice.
Alrighty. So we just finished the game, and then we're here with Shauna. I think it's the first time we've ever gotten the chance to talk to you. This is the first time we've ever met.
You guys are the Lango people, right?
We're the critical EDH,
You're
but
critical
we're
EDH.
here because of the Lango
Great.
people. Having never met you, I've heard a lot about you, and specifically your Is It polymorph list.
I love that.
So if you could just give me a short rundown, kind of what inspired it, maybe the elevator pitch and what the history is of it, and what you like about it, and why people should play it.
Sure. So I was on Niv Mizzet Perun for a long, long time, 3 years at least, I think. And bans happened. I lost Dockside, Jewel Lotus, which are the two things that I mulligan for. Like, the deck just doesn't work. Some people are still trying, but I pivoted to Malcolm Kedis because it powers out the same amount of mana. We're still looking at like a turn 4, turn 3 Niv, right? And let's have Captain Moral support. Oh my god, I love him. I don't know if I should talk to chat while I'm doing this. I can't now. Okay, cool. So I tried Malcolm Kedis because it's like the same turnaround. Some people can still get in about turn 4, but I have both flares and I have early Fierce Deflecting SWAT, so I prefer it. It loses to Bowmasters a little harder, but I think it's still solid. But yeah, the deck is like 48 instants, one commander, one creature, which is just Niv. My polymorphs only hit Niv. I'm not a Tandem Lookout. I'm not a Glenhorn Buccaneer because I want my polymorphs to resolve. If they don't, I literally have to like mulligan to them. So I can't keep a hand without a polymorph, otherwise I can't win the game. I have no other win conditions, no like dual caster, nothing like that. So well, I have World Fire. It's a win condition kind of, but it's really expensive. So
and not a polymorph target. So.
Exactly. So the only way I can get my polymorphs to resolve is if I'm not a Glenhorn, because everybody's like, why are you not a Glenhorn? And I'm like, well, if I'm like, hey, if this resolves, it could get Niv or Glenhorn. You could die or maybe die. So nobody will let it resolve. So that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. It puts you in a position where instead of saying there's a 50-50 chance you lose now, you say you are guaranteed that, well, I'm going to get a big, scary card.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to deal with it. It is a problem for later.
Yeah.
Is it? Another thing that I was very impressed by watching this game is your decisions on what to counter and what not to counter.
Yeah.
And I know oftentimes players kind of like rely on these heuristics to navigate high-level games.
Sure.
And one of those is like only counter spells if they say win the game on them.
Sure.
But I think that's kind of presents this false window of observation because especially with Rock Thrast, there's so many cards that don't say win the game until you combine them with literally any other card from the deck, and then it says win the game.
Yeah.
So kind of walk me through, as a player who seems to be especially skilled in playing a control shell, some of the analytical questions or observations you might make when evaluating, am I supposed to counter this spell?
Sure. Yeah. I used to not counter things unless I said to win the game. Obviously, we can assume value engines like Mystic, Ristic, or Tithe are must counters. It won't win the game, but I'll never beat that amount of value. I countered Binds, Mystic Remora. Even though I didn't. Sometimes I'll be like, if I have a niche counterspell, like if I'm staring at a spell snare and somebody's putting a Bowmasters out, I obviously still won't counter that. But if it's like a niche counterspell, of which I have a lot, I have 48 instants. Like, I might use it if it's good enough, just because if I don't think it'll be relevant for the rest of the game, which is not something that anybody else will ever run into, because you guys will have counter spells that will be good for anything. But the way that I rationalize using a Stubborn Denial on Binds Mystic Remora is that I'm spending one card to prevent, like, the average is 4. Like, it's going to be around forever. So I'm spending one card to get rid of 4, 5, 6 cards. There's no way he's drawing one card from this Remora, right? So, yeah, those cards, I mean, we know in cEDH that the cards that are like on game changer lists or considering to be banned, which is Mystic Remora, Dockside, before it got banned, the One Ring, you just gotta counter them if you can.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't use your own counter on them. If I'm staring at one Force of Will and I still have two turns to schlep through, I'm not gonna use it. But yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, like some of the things I'm hearing are, evaluating specifically the control shell that you have.
Yeah.
Some of them are really, really specific pieces of interaction.
Sure.
So, for instance, thinking back to your Trick Bind, that's not a piece of interaction you can use just on any old spell on the stack.
Yeah.
And so, if there's like a moment to use it,
Yeah.
there may not be another moment very soon.
No kidding. Yeah.
And then, especially since you're on so many instances, a card like like Mystic Remora offers an opportunity for you to get a really, really high value off of countering it.
Insane, yeah.
As opposed to like maybe Italian player who might not care as much.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also know that while a really, really cool shell that has access to a lot of like really neat combos and interesting tech, oftentimes people over time will gravitate towards 3 or 4 color shells in order to just get access to more of what Magic has to offer.
Totally.
What would you say are some of the values of keeping focus to like a monocolor or a dual color pile?
Sure. It just depends on your game plan. I've always been a big Niv person, and I've always been like a very glass cannon player. So I play League, I play other video games. I like strategies that are central around one big thing, you know?
Gotcha.
So I'm not even on Breach combo in Niv, even though it wouldn't intercept polymorph lines, because I don't want to draw LED, I don't want to draw Brain Freeze when I'm trying to protect my Niv, you know? If Niv dies, I have no way of getting back. I cut Time Twister, some people are on Dino DNA to get it back, but once it's gone, it's gone. I want only gas, I want to keep it around, and then once it's gone, I'll either Wildfire or I'll go for a draw, either one. And that's just preference. So if you have other win conditions that you like, that's great, but I think Niv is the only, like, commander. Is it commander? People are talking about Vivi and stuff like that. You can try this with Vivi, but Vivi's a turbo deck and always will be. You can't build Vivi like this. You have to build Vivi with a lot of win conditions so that you can go for it consistently. I don't mind kind of like sitting around and waiting for my curiosity to come to me, even though I only have 2. So I have a couple of tutors for it, but sometimes I just go to time with Niv because I just don't find a curiosity, which is tough, but I just don't lose Niv most of the time. And if Niv sticks around, my win rate's like 75%. So, but like, it's just what you prefer, honestly. A lot of people are like, should I be on Rog Thras? So then I can just include Niv and have it for fun sometimes. And if that's what you want to do, go for it. But like Rog Thrash polymorph won't be as good just because you don't have the mana to protect Niv. You have the mana to polymorph fast, but you can't protect it as well.
So you talked a little bit about League of Legends.
I
played a ton of League of Legends. I played for, I don't know, probably 10 years or more,
It's
or
a
however long
sickness.
it's been out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yep.
But I think, I don't mean any offense by this, but like you were essentially one-tricking a deck.
Yeah.
And I see there's a lot of problems that come with like one-tricking a deck in or like a champion in solo queue.
So many.
Are you finding some of the same problems in doing that in competitive play here, or is it not really the same?
I have 2.5k million mastery on Syndra.
Nice.
Or not even 2.5k, 2.5 million mastery on Syndra.
Okay.
I have one trick. Everything.
Sure.
Everything I do. So there are always problems.
But there's a lot of advantages, right?
Yeah.
Because you get hyper specific, you learn all the fine little details and stuff like that.
I'm crazy good at Syndra, crazy good at Niv. If Syndra gets banned, it's over. If my deck gets banned, Malcolm Kedis was a big adjustment period. I lost a lot. Like, I almost didn't qualify for Invitational. I might still not qualify for Invitational because it's a learning curve. I lost a game yesterday in Mox Masters because I thought Niv was my commander still. Like, and Niv is not my commander. It turns off Deflecting Swat. When I lose Malcolm, I lose Swat Fierce, and I keep messing that up. So, your question was what problems I run into, right? Like,
I guess I'm just saying, as players who play competitively in other games and other spaces, are you seeing a lot of parallels between like one tricking in another game to one tricking a deck in cEDH?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at anybody else that's doing good in the scene, if you look at Wounded Satellite, Freedom Waffle, Ian Flannery, they pivot decks so that people can stay guessing. They know that they're good players. They know that Sam Black's a good player or whatever. Sam Black is probably the closest to closest person I can relate to right now because he hasn't been one-tricking Rog Thras for a long time. But his politicking skill is so good, and his grasp of the game is so good that he still succeeds regardless. I don't have that grasp, so a lot of times when I sit down with Niv, my polymorphs just don't resolve. So that game I kept Step Through. Step Through Niv is 8 mana. It's the worst polymorph ever, but it keeps the channel ability of Step Through and the uncounterability of Niv Mizzet. So even though it's 8 mana, I won't get countered by it.
You were
you know?
already representing a lot of mana at that point,
Yeah.
so it seemed quite safe.
Totally.
And then you're just like, oh, I'll just generate more mana after Niv anyway because I'm going to combat again.
Yeah.
So I mean, it made sense to me. I was like, oh, this seems like really clean. 'Cause
Yeah.
you're just getting an uncounterable Niv.
It's so nice. But my first game today, my second game today, anybody who, like, whenever I play my locals, I think when I come to these bigger tournaments, I have a lot more success because my locals know what I'm doing. They know that, like, even if my Niv's not winning the game, even if I give them my entire hand of 9 cards and there's no curiosity, they will still kill my Niv, even though something else is happening. And I will, like, it feels bad because I'll get king made, but they're like, we can't let you untap. Because the turn that I cast Niv is my most vulnerable turn because I have the least amount of mana, and after I untap, win rate's 75%. Like, you can't let it happen. But then it just feels bad sometimes because I just catch removal and stuff that, like, I catch removal and I catch hate when I'm nowhere close to winning the game. But it's just an unbeatable piece of value that you can't
I
let
think
stay.
that you've done a really good job. I've watched a few of your other games, and especially this one. It seems like you're doing a good job of identifying your window and identifying a space where Niv can live without eating too much hate.
Yeah.
And that seems key to your deck operating. So if you can identify that window or carve that out for yourself, then it seems like, yeah, you can just chill out and, find the line through there.
I've got to talk my way into a window a lot of times. A lot of people, I annoyed somebody today. I will not let anything happen that will potentially get rid of Niv if I can talk them out of it. Like, if I can give them some other avenue, if I can make some kind of deal with them. I try not to, like, I've worked a lot, like, it's so easy to develop anger issues in cEDH just because it's so easy to just, like, lose the fact that it's a game. So I've taken, like, before I played today and before I practiced last week, I didn't play cEDH for, like, weeks, months, something like that, because it's so easy to just, like, forget that you play this game because you love it, It's so hard to just, like, it's so easy to tank and just, like, get so tilted by things that happen. But you gotta politic. Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, if you are one of those players who is like, I'd rather just put my spells on the board and hope for the best, you'll have a worse win rate than everybody else. I'm sorry. There's no deck good enough that can absolve you of the politicking skill that exists. So. Yeah,
I totally agree. And you were talking about the I guess, like, crashing out or just, like, tilting.
So bad.
I mean, it happens to players whether you're, top 10 or bottom 10.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, you feel like you're owed something, or you feel like something's supposed to go your way. Or, and sometimes it doesn't. And we have a very extremely high variance game.
Yeah.
And I think that being able to adapt to, like, most of the situations that's really where the skill comes in. Mm-hmm. And it seems like your deck is extremely flexible. You have, Jesus Christ, you had Trick Bind for Ranger Captain. Like,
did I?
I was just like, as soon as it resolved, like, from a caster's perspective, as soon as it resolved or as soon as you cast it, I'm just like, oh, she's not losing. Like, you're winning. Like, there's, if you just have everything, you can't
like
lose.
that's the joke. Whenever anyone, like, casts a Thassa's Oracle or Ranger Captain is like, oh, does it have a Trick Bind? And you do.
Yeah.
I do know that, like, how do you, being on so many counter spells, how do you avoid being put in positions where people keep passing priority? Because, Sean has always got interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've been third 4 times today. And, 3/3, a first, and a second. So I get priority bullied a good amount. Not everybody's, I do well at bigger events like this because not everybody's aware of how many instances I'm on. I didn't get priority bullied too terribly much today, but it's very easy to give your opponent some information to make them feel like they owe you something, right? It's harder for them to priority bully you because if you're in front of me in priority and I have no information about your deck, but you see that I have 7 cards in hand and mana open, and I tell you, as soon as a Grand Abolisher hits the stack, I don't have force, but I can counter the thing after that. I don't have this, I have a counter the thing after that. Even if I'm not being entirely truthful, even if, like, somebody played
You're just being obscure.
Somebody played an Emrakul today, and I have Mana Drain in hand. But I know my opponent has force, and who's in front of me in priority. And I know they'll probably priority bull me. I take 2 cards out of my hand, I say, I have 2 pieces of removal that don't hit Emrakul. I need you to force will this, basically. So give them some information, because cEDH players love information. Because now he's not just forcing an Emrakul, he's forcing an Emrakul and getting 2 pieces of information about my hand that he didn't know before. Yeah. So offer information, and they won't politic for you.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's I feel like one of the things that people talk a lot as they're trying to develop is, like, politicians, but politickers.
Yeah.
Is, like, you can't make deals where people don't get anything. Like, no one wants to give something and get nothing.
No kidding.
And so even if you're not giving people the information you know that they want,
Yeah.
you're still offering some degree of like information.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to give someone your whole hand. Because
Yeah.
like you said, you can show them 2 lands and be like, I don't think this stops Emrakul, do you?
No
One
kidding.
quick thing on this note is that one thing that we've been suggesting for new players is, or we can spot a new player, is because they're unwilling to give information.
Yeah.
They think that like, oh, I'm helping my opponents.
Mm.
But a lot of times it's not really the case. You're
Yeah.
in a 1v3 or
Yeah.
you're in a 3v1 or
Yeah.
whatever. And like you have teammates sometimes.
Yeah.
For new players, it's really hard for them to grasp like when to give information or to give any assistance.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for new players in that regard, and like how to break over that barrier of, instead of just being totally closed off and saying, no, I'm not telling you anything.
No.
It's, how do you make that step of, okay, now I'm going to start to like give a little bit of information and get over that hill?
Yeah, I mean, I've even dealt with the opposite, where players will just like slam their hands on the board and be like, my hand is garbage here. And I'm like, never, ever give that much information in this situation. Obviously, there are other opportunities where showing your whole hand. I've done it thousands of times. Slapped an entire hand of 13 cards on the field because I want them to know I don't have anything. Like, proving my credibility early on in a game is so huge because I almost lost a draw because of it. I almost like that guy who Emrakul me had a chance to take control of my board and basically set me up for a curiosity win that I could have just forced a draw with. But he's like, I don't know you, I don't believe that you won't just take the win, basically. So that led us to a weird situation. We ended up drawing anyway, but it was fine. So building that credibility, being honest, is huge. But in cEDH, new players have a majority rule. It's a 4v4. It's a 4v4. It's a free-for-all. So if 2 players are telling you something and 1 player is telling you something else, and that player is trying to do something else, you can always just like ask a different player or an uninvolved player, like Bine in that game. Bine was a completely like, and for a good part, the Marnius player, where at any time that Rogthras player, if he was uncertain, and he did it multiple times, showed Bine cards because he's like, you guys are equally in the crapper with us.
Right.
Help me, you know? And I mean, obviously identifying who you can expose information to is great. And it takes some time, but for the most part, just like use the crap out of your opponents. Like, if you're a new player or you're a newish player, or there are always more experienced players than you and you might be sitting with them. So just ask them what they would do and they will tell you the answer. Or if they're hesitant to give you information, that's everything. Like, there are times when you can just propose a draw and you can tell who, like, as soon as one person declines the draw, you can like pivot focus of the table to them. Because even if you don't want to draw, you're showing this person doesn't want to draw. Why is that? You know, like, there's so much you can glean from just talking in cEDH, and there's a fine line between talking too much, not talking, and being aggressive, whatever. You just got to find that window, but always talk to your opponents, always.
Awesome. So I got one more question.
Yeah.
This is for the more experienced players.
Of course.
All right, so we talked about your deck building style and how you're running basically only a couple win cons.
Yeah.
And eventually you'll just either find them or you won't, or
Yeah.
you'll force a draw.
Yeah.
I think that comes with a lot of confidence and experience.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't agree, but I think you're one of the more experienced players, and like at least my Glarb deck runs very tight on win cons. I'm basically running Thassa's Oracle with backups of like Mnemonic Betrayal and
No Doomsday, yeah.
No, it's just Oppo and Scheming Symmetry, but
Sure.
like cards that I would run otherwise anyway.
Sure.
So I'm trying to find like these. Okay, if I can't go for my main win con, then I like really have to dig for my backup or
Definitely
assemble something.
Definitely.
So I think that comes with like more experience and more time on the deck.
Yeah.
And a lot of players will start to go like, oh, I can run these combos, and then they
Sure.
stuff their deck full of 10 combos. And
Yeah.
it's like, now I'm just trying to assemble A plus B. So how do you find the line or the difference between going, okay, well, now I'm just stuffing my deck full of good cards,
Yeah.
and I'm playing control, and then I'll just get to my win card, because that's what you did this game.
Yeah. This is easy for me because my deck is less cannon, but you need to find out what cripples your deck. What is it that when you lose this, like, what can you not recover from? And if that's the thing, you need to put cards in your deck that prevent that. Because you can always find win conditions as long as that one pivotal plan can stay intact. If you need Displacer Kitten, if you need like something in Glarb to always stick, you need to find that and you need to keep it around. And another win condition won't help you there. Like, a Doomsday is not going to prevent you from losing the thing that will lose you the game. So, and just like, I'm definitely all about playing your game based on how you feel. Yawgmoth Will is a great card. A lot of Grixis players have been on and off it for a long time. It's been like the 99th and a half slot, right?
Right.
I just talked to my friend who's on Malcolm Vile. He's been on Yawgmoth's Will because he's been told not to cut it, right? Because it's an insane card. It's counterspell bait, whatever. He hates seeing it. I don't care if you have a win condition like that in your deck. If you don't like to see it, you don't have to cast it, you have bad experiences with it, cut that card. Because if you don't like to see it, you will never use it effectively. You will, you can always just throw it out for counterspell bait, but there's no reason to have cards in your deck that you will hesitate to play because you are burned from the past, you've had bad experiences, whatever. So it's not worth it. If you're seeing a card and you're happy because of it, good. But it doesn't matter what happens in your gameplay, you're preventing your own burnout. Because the worst way to leave this format is just because you're tired and you're not having fun anymore, you know? And the best way to do that is to build the deck you want to play, you enjoy playing. I'll never cut Trick Bind. It's an insane card. I love when people exile their entire libraries in a Trick Bind that Thoracle. It's so great. I don't care if there's ever a better card. Trick Bind will always stay in my deck because it makes me happy when I see it.
Sure.
Yep. And the good thing is,
and it wins you games like this.
Yeah. Not to mention that if you change your decks a lot, it's kind of easy to forget what lines you have. It's hard to forget lines you have when you like those lines.
Right.
So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then I just have one last question. I'm super excited and interested by the juxtaposition of a deck that is built around improvisation and kind of going with the flow, but also is so focused and so specifically goal oriented. Do you ever feel that creating a sense of tension as a deck builder or as a pilot, that the deck is on one hand gunning for Niv Mizzet, but also trying to solve this multiplicity of problems? Or do you feel like that's a situation where all the individual elements kind of equal a sum that's greater than just the sum of its parts?
It's how I'm still playing this game. If Niv wasn't so variable, I don't know how it would be more linear, but the only reason I'm not bored of this is because in those big stacks, you can always address them in different ways. You can always have cool opportunities where you draw other things. It does the same thing every time, but you need in Magic the Gathering, in a tournament where you're gonna grind a lot, where you're gonna play a lot of games. I played 5 rounds today and I feel like I've played 1,000. It took forever. But you need something that stays consistent, but you have a variable. My plan is always the same. It's get Niv. But once I get Niv, everything can change, you know? I don't like politicking. I hate that part where I have to beg people to keep my Niv around, basically. But I love seeing what I can draw. I love seeing when I can draw win, and it's the coolest feeling in those stack battles to just I can basically just reveal the top of my deck and throw it onto the stack because I know it's going to be relevant. But it's relevant in different ways. And it's so fun because all those niche-shifting counterspells, I can look through what I'm what I have in hand. That game was so fun. I've never had everything the way I have, the way I had that game. That was definitely the game that I had the most of everything, but one of the players wasn't playing really. That was so fun because I got to look through my hand.
Fair, one of the players wasn't playing for a few turns, but they did try to get back in the game, and you still kept them out of it.
Yeah.
So it's not that they weren't trying.
Yeah. It's just so fun that Niv will always be the same, but whether I get to daze somebody with Stubborn Denial or counter something with Stubborn Denial, depending on when I use it, it's so fun. It's so fun to always have something else. And I guess you can make that argument that any deck who draws cards can stay fun, stay interesting, but I don't know how Tim Necron players enjoy the game. I don't understand how they have fun. Kudos to you. I hope you guys keep having fun. I hope that Timna doesn't get banned as commander next year because I know a lot of people will quit. But
I think they have do you know Jason? Jason Doan?
No.
He's rank 4.
Woof.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but he's really fucking good, and he's part of our group.
Yeah.
He's a TNK player. I can tell you that he enjoys the games because he draws cards.
Yeah.
He likes drawing cards. That's his neuron activation, and I know you get a little bit off Niv with that too.
Yeah.
But you're like, oh no, it's not the drawing cards. It's the controlling the board.
Yeah.
And it draws you more counterspells. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, really cool, really good job, and thanks for chatting with us.
Of course.
Yeah, super appreciate it. Is there anything you want to shout out, or that you would encourage viewers? I think we have 150 people watching.
Yeah. Oh my lord.
Is there anything you want to recommend that they check out?
Guess I don't really do much. I play some games sometimes. I'm currently full-time streaming on Twitch. If you guys ever have anything you want to talk about especially like I'm really freaking passionate about like burning out of this format. It's easy when there's a lot of big hitters who just like do so well. It's so hard to just be so envious in this game and be like, how do they keep winning? Like, how do they keep getting away with this? Basically, how are the same person like Jason? I thought he was part of you guys' group. Yeah, Jason, Jason. I know that guy. Yeah, he won the last 3 tournaments he's played. Where I'm just like, how is Tim Necrom this good? How do people not realize that it's good? Like,
what's worse is he's not just playing Tim Necrom, he's also playing Kinnan and playing Arrog Cybrew.
That's so cool.
So he's just a good player.
Yeah, I think last year he played. He has an insane spreadsheet. I think he played 80 games on Tivit and only lost 16. He is a freak of nature.
He's in a tournament right now at home, and he just made top 4. So he's probably going to win that one too.
But you're in a format with these like titans, and you're like, well, I guess I just suck. I guess I'm going to be bad forever. I was so dumb for wanting to make Niv Mizzet work. But then you put in so many hours, and it sounds like part of what's given you kind of the tenacity to keep playing is not just like pushing, but also taking a break.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard because a lot of my friends play this game. I don't go to Magic just to play Magic. I go to see my friends. If I invite them to the movies, it's gonna be so hard to like plan around. But if I go to FNM, if I drag myself to FNM and I just like make myself play, sometimes I get to see my friends. But it's not worth it. Because if I burn out of this game, if I stop playing, I'll never see them again. Never, ever. Because none of us are committed to friendship as much as we are committed to competing. Like, we are friends because we compete. And I will have to see, this is a way that I can hang out with them. This is the way I can see them. So, I'm sorry. It sucks to be left out of FNM sometimes. It sucks to not go to an event that you can go to and you can get work off for. And you can get the weekend and you can go. But if you are close to burning out, just don't go. Like, the best thing you can do is keep a positive outlook of this game and don't forget the person that you were when you first started playing cEDH. And you were like, this is so cool. I can do all of these things. There's a reason you switched to this format from casual, and you need to remember that, right? Like, there's a reason this format is so cool, There was a time when I couldn't wait to get to Magic. When I lived in California at one point. I worked for this stupid command zone. It was terrible. They said that, they didn't talk about me for anything. They just, had, really bad cEDH takes all the time, and they wouldn't consult me. But I lived in California, and I could not wait to call off work for the weekend to go play. And I just don't do that anymore because I play too much. So take a break from your favorite hobbies if they start becoming not your favorite hobbies. Just give yourself some time to miss it. Because if you burn out, you'll never come back. If you get to that one snapping point where you sell your cards, you're never coming back. Not at least not in the same way. Maybe you can process your cards, but just don't let yourself get to that point. Join my Twitch if you are going through with some reservations. You want to talk about something, I can talk you out of selling your cards. Or if you do it, sell them to a friend who will be like, dude, as soon as you're back, the same amount of money, I will give it back to you for.
They're still your cards. I'm just basically a really weird and pretty poor bank account.
Yep. And this is the same thing with all of your hobbies. As if you compete, if you do a hobby, I've played League of Legends for so long. I've wanted to uninstall so many times. I had never done it, but there are some days when I was just I think I went 0-6 before I came here, and I was like, I hate this game. But you just need to take a break because there are always wins on the horizon, and you just need to remember that when your hobbies are starting to affect your day-to-day, your well-being, if you can't have a good weekend because you lost, stop. Take a break for a while, get the magic back because it's always going to come back.
That's
it's
awesome.
a great game.
Dude, thank you so much for taking the time. Logan put a link to your Twitch chat.
Oh my God.
Can't wait to check it out when I'm back home. Really appreciate you taking the time. I feel like I have a lot of it's a very thought-provoking conversation, and a lot of things you said I feel like I'm going to be thinking about for a long time, and I really appreciate that. Congrats again on the win.
Thanks.
And hopefully we can see you again in top 16.
Oh, I hope so.
All right, thank you so much.
Cool. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my God.
It's all you.
Do I hit stop recording or stop streaming?
Both.
Bye. Do I hit yes?